6th place in the Div Cup. Okay, they're actually solid. 12th in Grands. Yeah, okay. We definitely do. That's a good call.
Okay, the mic is good.
Who am I taking
Shut
off?
up the sound.
Let me make this even bigger. Let's go like that. And let's go like that. Okay. Remove Cole and Madden. Cole Madden, Uncon.
Okay.
Let me think. Kick eye drop, that guy's washed. No, this isn't in order, chat. This is not in order. This is not in order. Clix of Squibbly. I feel like all 3 of these guys can qual. I do feel like all 3 of these guys can qual. Someone said look at Sack's tweet. Let me see. Oh my gosh, wait. Holy chat. Bro, did you guys see the trophy?
Okay.
Wait, W or L trophy right here, chat. This is actually kind of fire.
I just want to
do something. This is kind of fire, no? Oh my gosh.
While we're waiting, we are gonna watch him.
Is this
and
the
then
best trophy that we've had?
5. Be right back.
L, Ice just hates on everything. Tough Volcano, this is actually tough.
This
trophy is tough right
my
here.
Girlfriend. Just chilling.
Best trophy we've ever had. This is clean.
Before I
this one's actually
switch
clean.
over because I do want to separate.
Oh yeah, someone did say look at the stack.
Let's keep it like that for now.
Let me check. Clix and Shxrk both say if they qual early, they will push one another to lowest.
We're pushing that motherfucker. Bracket, or are you gonna let them play their game? We're pushing that motherfucker. Yo! Now, how about you? If you're winning 2 games and you have to push them back to lowest bracket, are you keying them, making sure they don't qual? 100%. It's about to
Wait, does that mean that Clix is just landing on Shxrk then? That has to mean that he's just landing Wonky Land, no?
Okay, so
so he's confirmed landing on Shxrk. That's just what I'm saying. I feel like he just has to be landing on Shxrk.
Or are you gonna let them play their game?
I feel like he just has to be landing on Shxrk.
Over to this window.
Is Vax City talking to people again?
Come on, we got new tag. Mr. Savage is getting pressed, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Who's he talking to?
What you doing?
Okay.
Savage got a girl now, bro. You know why we egoed her.
Chat, what is Mike
saying? What you can see.
I don't know what they're talking
what
about.
am I doing?
All right. We do need to take somebody off here.
Okay.
So chat, if Clix and Higgs land on Shxrk and Teeny, do we still think both of them can qual? Yes or no? Higgs leaked it 30 minutes ago. Okay, wait. I still just feel like both of them qual. Like, chat, how many games do you think you need to qualify in a format like this? Like maybe 3 games max? You might be able to qualify in 2 good games.
That's the final piece
1 to 2,
puzzle.
3. So, yeah, I'm saying like 2 super good games are like 3 very solid games.
Make it like this.
3 definitely. Like if they go even off spawn, and even if Shxrk and Teeny lose 2-4 off spawn, I still feel like they're a good enough duo that they can drop like a 13 kill win in 2 of the games they make it.
And also be able
what do you think the huge announcement is? I've been hearing a whole bunch of different things. I've heard some people say it's going to be the 30 ping minimum thing.
So this
I originally thought it was going to be pro-am. But if it's not one of those 2 things, I don't really know what else it could be.
But this is going to be where I'm going to be looking and reacting to stuff. Like, I know
pro-am. Trust? That's kind of what I was thinking.
He's a competitive Fortnite streamer. Always talks about the game.
Really hope that an underdog team shows out today. I think one of the small region teams will have a good day.
I just want to see if
chat, of all the small region teams, which one of them do you think has like the highest chance to do good? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm taking Cole and Madden off. I need to take 2 more teams off.
Okay, like that, so it's more center. When I watch, you can see my face, everything.
Coyota, yeah. I kind of think that I want to take Alex off. I just like, dude, looking at this list right here, I need to take 2 more names off. Who am I taking off? Maybe I take Ree and Cooper off. I might want to take Ree and Cooper off. Not Alex, but like, if I had to take 2 names off, who else am I taking off? But Yamzo Josh are in a lower bracket.
Okay, let me just mute him because I think I don't want to hear him, to be honest.
They're playing tomorrow.
Sorry, it's kind of cash. Let me just mute him so that let's keep the ad. Sorry, brother. Okay, so yes, Sky and Scroll is gonna win. Okay, we have Vico and Marabuka, Focus, Thomas HD. Thomas HD is really good. Curve and Vino 4th. Dude, I actually think Kevin Winner has a good chance of winning this, like today. Not like obviously the tournament, but just doing well today. Ooh, look at where he's placing Clix and Higgs. Yo, that's crazy. That's wild. I actually think that they're gonna win, probably, possibly. I don't know. Yeah, let me just make it bigger so that you can actually see what's going on there. Make it live.
They're both good enough.
Let me just put it like that. Okay, so he has Noah and Rezon, yeah, he actually is rating Noah and Rezon quite high. I don't think Kanada and Victor, I think is what people are saying, bro. Like, I really don't agree with this list. Peterbot and Poya should be higher. They should, because like it's really important to obviously be in that top 25 today to go through. Like, yeah, so it's gonna be. Yeah, okay, so for those who don't know, let's go to the format. So for those who obviously don't understand, okay, wait, oh my word, I just messed up the thingy. Okay, it's difficult to navigate. Yeah, okay, so let me just do this. Okay, let's just close it down. Let's go to FNCS. So let's duplicate this tab over here. And then just go to the thingy. Let's just look at how it works, because like, yeah. So
talk about some of the updates to the FNCS Major 1 Summit. We're making it bigger. We're expanding the Dusseldorf LAN from 100 to 150 players, adding an extra day on Friday to make it 3 full days of FNCS action. If you had planned to attend in person and already have a 2-day ticket, don't worry. All existing 2-day tickets will automatically be converted to 3-day tickets free of charge.
Okay,
so
that's
let's talk about the
at least you get like compensation for obviously you buying the tickets before the whole format changed. So I actually think it's a better format, to be honest.
On Friday, the 50 qualified duos from Major 1 play 6 games in the upper bracket. The top 25 duos will advance directly to the grand finals.
And this is important. I just want to say this is important because like if you manage to be in the top 25, you are automatically in the final, which is on Sunday. But for the people who are at the bottom, it's not over for you yet, because you can still qualify for the one like on Sunday. It is a bit harder. You will explain in a bit, but
Saturday, things get spicy. The bottom 25 will join the 25 duos from the second chance qualifier for 6 games in the lower bracket.
That's gonna be so cool. Not gonna lie, that's gonna be really cool.
These players will have 2 ways to make it to the grand finals. One, if a duo gets a Victor Royale, they will automatically advance to the grand finals. Or 2, if players end in the top 19 in consistency, they will also move on to the grand finals. On Championship Sunday, the grand finals are played over 8 games, and an FNCS Summit.
Dude, that's 8 games, 2 extra games. Like, yo, that's gonna be crazy, because those last 2 games are gonna be, it used to be 12, but they reduced it to 8, obviously, because it's gonna be a long event. But and that time people are probably gonna be, they're gonna be tired, focusing and stressed. So those 2 extra games gonna be, it's gonna come down to the wire, in my opinion.
A champion will be crowned. And we're adding in an additional $300,000 across all placements. But placing in the top 10 will see a larger share of the prize pool. Additionally, the top 15 duos from the FNCS Major 1 Summit will qualify for the Global Championship. Adding an extra day and 10 more qualification spots to the summit gives the competition real stakes across all 3 days.
Everyone's going to be gunning
Fortnite fam, this
for winning the tournament or to get that like qualification spot for the global championship, and that's
hyped for the
what you want to win. Okay, the majors are cool, but a lot can happen. But everyone wants that global, bro.
Summit, and I hope you are hyped too. Tickets are still available, so come join us in Dusseldorf and see Summit champions be crowned.
Okay, so just to go quickly over what he said basically.
Qualifiers for Saturday.
So, okay, so you have the today is going to be the upper bracket, which is your regional 100 that qualified, not the extra 50 teams that, or 25 teams that qualified through the lower bracket, which basically it's the last qualifying. I think that's what it called, or what was called. But anyway, so you get the top 50, 25 advance to the final. And then on the second day, which is tomorrow, you have like another chance where obviously the top 19 will automatically advance. And then obviously if you have a victory royale,
Things get spicy.
you will also
The
go to
bottom
the
25
final.
will join the 25 duos from the second chance qualifier for 6 games.
And that's because if you think about it, like there's 19 spots available, and if you win a game, you automatically go. So that means like six teams can automatically advance. They will probably give it to the second player. So let's say if I won a game, oh no, it actually won't. It works out because if you win, you go to you advance to the final. So you're not in the team, like you're not playing anymore. So that will mean that it will be less, which means it will increase your chances of actually qualifying in the top 19, which is an interesting format actually, because out of all the teams, there will only for the last game out of the 6 games on the second day, there will be less teams, which makes it a bit easier. If you contested, there's not teams dropping on you, so that's kind of cool. And yeah, but that's it.
In the lower bracket, these players will have 2 ways to make.
It's self-explanatory. So before we go to this, let's just look at what he's saying.
I don't know if y'all can see there's a wire. I can't like.
I'm pretty sure there's a list somewhere if anybody has a tweet. I don't.
Yeah,
I
I got
remember
you, my man.
Off the top of my
I'm not
head.
gonna lie, Mo. You gotta just be honest.
Peter, you think Clix is getting booed? The team calling chat?
good,
Yeah,
boy?
probably.
What's your boy?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Peter's hated.
There you go.
Here, Mo, take
I
the
can
camera,
actually
Mo,
go
take
to
the camera, I got
Faxity.
something.
Let's see
You
if
got
I
a
can
pen?
go.
What's this pen?
Peter, 100%.
Here, take the camera.
Because I don't want to like look at other people's
Probably.
lives.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Bryce,
Maybe they like him in
wanted to
Germany.
take
They don't like him
camera.
in
What's
France
good,
for some
chat?
reason.
What's good,
Check
chat?
what I got.
Faxity.
Look what I just got given, bro.
What's good, Yasin? What's good, bro?
FSCS 2026 from my brother.
Dusseldorf?
Dusseldorf.
Faxity. Yeah, I misspelled it. Okay, is he live? I don't think so. Okay, so it's fine. I thought it was live. Maybe he's live on Twitch.
We have to do the other things that we had on our predictions also. All right, chat.
Okay, so let's pause there. Okay, so we got Akon and Bolts there. We got Diamond Demons. We got Human, Kyoto, Charlie and Kami, sorry. Is it Chari and Kami? We got Clix and X that's gonna potentially like contest Peterbot and Poyo. I don't think they are. They're probably gonna land Wonky, which is here, Sarkantini, so they're gonna contest Sarkantini. On the other hand, we got Reed and Koopa up here, Aegis and Ritual, Yapko and Panzer. They're uncontested because they split the drop here. This POI, Golden Rapid. They also gonna split. It's gonna be interesting. Sky and Scroll we have here. They definitely like they a team to look up. We should look out for them because they won the European one. So yeah, they definitely. I don't know on this list where they are. I think I don't know. We also gotta look for Mr. Savage. Where is 200? No, he's at the lower bracket. He's not playing today. He's playing tomorrow. Let me see. Kelvin Vino is another team that's gonna be good. So okay, so Kelvin Vino, what they did in the European, not the European, in NA, where Sky and Scroll wasn't there. I think like if you hear someone in the back, it's my girlfriend. What they did in like Vino and Curve, they were really passive. So I'm looking forward to see if they're gonna have the same strategy where everyone is just chilling back, waiting for those people to come for the med kits. You know, that is what wins the game. Kind of like now, I don't know the current method. This is my opinion, but that's what I feel like. People are gonna be like going for that, like like where you can get med kits. Buy it, camp it, so that if people are coming, it's easy kills, because this game is about kills. You can win, but kills count a lot. I think it's 4. If they're sticking with the format, it's 4 per kill. So eliminations are really important. So Peterbot and Poyo is probably gonna shine. They're not gonna be the team with the most kills. I personally think it might be Cold and Rapid because they can go in. Aegis and Rituals they are really good as well. Acorn and Balls. A team that I think like Clix and X should get more eliminations compared to how they placed in the major one. I think they really need to get a lot of eliminations, but it's gonna be fire, man. I in 20 minutes we'll see that. So yeah, I'm not literally talking to one person. Whoever's watching, I appreciate you. I didn't even greet, man. So yeah, let's go. Let's go. It's probably gonna fill as we go on, but it's for now it's fine. Okay. So let's go live again.
I definitely don't hate. How many hours does first game start? An hour and 20 minutes till game 1 starts.
Yo,
They will
dude, it's
leave?
still an hour and 21 minutes. Dude, so it's
Maybe. Isn't it
actually
8
like
games?
just hype.
Grands is 8 games. So there's 6 games today, 6 games tomorrow, and then Grands on Sunday is 8.
Games.
So yeah. Sky most elims? I guess Sky did finish with the most elims in Grands. That's not a terrible call. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they died early game 1 game to Vino. Fun fact, this trophy crown is removable. Wait, that's fire. This trophy is fire right here. Like, this is actually so tough. I can't lie, I'm low-key glazing, but like, this is clean right here. And you can take that off, so you have like a crown too on top of the trophy. That's fire. That is fire.
Let's look at Marvel Rivals.
Vigo can get most elims?
Let's look at like... Let's look at Cloud Rio and see what he is talking. I can't spell. Anyway, let's look at not 9 months. I bet my G. Okay. Probably doesn't matter. Okay, so 20 hours ago.
A thrower is the same nigga.
Okay, so
somebody hacking your game and somebody that's
who's just watching and like don't know what's going on. I'm just gonna do this for an hour and 20 minutes or maybe 20 minutes and see what they're gonna have in store for us. Maybe they will do like, since it is a LAN event, so they have activities probably in the first hour, but for the next 20 minutes I just wanna like just chill and watch other stuff till we have like official, like till this thing starts, which is literally at 5 or 5:05. I don't want to look at other people's streams because obviously it's just stealing their content. So, and what I'm doing now is the same, but at least I'll be reacting to it. So it's different when someone speaks, and I will just pause and whatever.
ruining your game. They look.
I will go switch over at 5. I will switch over to like the summit event. So if you're sticking with me, I appreciate it. If you switch over to another person, I understand. So yeah.
The same to me. They look the same to me. A raccoon and a burglar, same outfit. They look the same to me. Yo, what up, homies? Look, man, as always, I appreciate you guys.
Dude, I love this content creator. He's like a Marvel Rivals content creator, but the reason why I love him, man, he just speaks his mind, man. I don't know what to say more than.
So clicking on the video. Thank you guys for the likes.
And it's also funny and yeah, very, very charismatic.
Hypes, the comments, the shares. And like I said, I always try to talk to you guys, bro. Do you guys know what's crazy? Yesterday I joined the game on stream and somebody said, wait, are you the guy that gives out unsolicited hugs?
You see, like, he's such a nice guy, dude. Like, to hug people in the beginning of it, like, imagine I start my video with like, hi guys, even though no one's watching, let's be real. They're like, just start your video off. Like and comment and share. Yeah.
I didn't know what to say. I was like, bro, there's no...
Oh, for those who just joined,
I don't even give out unsolicited.
I will switch over at 5, as you can see, like 5:05. So a lot of people are already waiting, but I don't want to just look at a screen. Also, don't want to look at other people's streams. So I'm just waiting for the main event. But in the meantime, I'm looking at like what is happening in Marvel Rivals, because I
Come here, nigga.
Marvel Rivals
hey,
now.
When I hug you, nigga, take it, nigga. Take it, nigga. You good, bro? You good? It's just a hug, bro. It's not a pause or nothing, bro. It's just y'all are making this way too difficult just to get a hug, man. I just want the best for y'all. The community is just turning on the Rivals team. The Rivals team do not know what to do right now. And I'm going to go over all the things that's being said in the background that you guys are not hearing and really talk about it. So basically, we're going to fast forward, give you a little bit of TLDR. Rivals team came out, banned cheaters, said that they got a new anti-cheat system. Everybody was happy. 2 to 3 hours later, cheater came out and said, yo, I wasn't home. Let me go ahead and show you guys what the Rivals team said that they fixed, and showed new hacks how to bypass it, and then said that the Rivals team protects anti-cheat software was horrible. So then you got other
pressing space and then it stops the stream. So I need to be careful.
Hackers online.
Actually,
who
not
said
the stream,
the Rivals team software, they're doing the bare minimum. It's trash. They're not doing anything to help you. I don't even hack anymore. And I just tried it to see how it was, and I got
also,
past
if you
it so
play
easy. So now you got the whole community turning on the Rivals team saying,
okay, if you play Fortnite, use code The West is Better. I did put it up there. And if you're new and if you're new to the channel, you can subscribe as well. Like, yeah, there's also a total of subscribers. I don't think it's updating because I do not have 2,810. I have 2,819. Not to like yeah, but it's just it's not right. But yeah. And also, if you, as you can see in the top there, it should update. It should update if you are like subscribed, and yeah, it should show the latest subscriber there. But yeah, without further ado, let's continue this video.
That they need to up the protection level because they're spending money on this free game. They said we spend a lot of money on this game and we love this game, but cheaters ruined the game, right? So now the Rivals team is trying to figure out what to do. So what did the Rivals team answer with? The Rivals team said rank point cheater compensation. And the community is angry. So if you guys don't know what that means, basically you get points back if you was in game with a cheater. So now people are upset because they said that's going to cause even more inflation of people that's not supposed to be in the right ranks in Rivals.
But I feel like that's going to cause inflation, but like, okay, I don't think it's that bad, because imagine if you like play, like you're a streamer and you play and you come home, a streamer just ruined your night, like 5 games in a row, example, and then I think like that compensation is fine. But for people probably who doesn't deserve it, maybe that is inflation. But dude, at this moment, anything is better. Even if you inflate it, bro, like anything is better than losing when you're not supposed to lose.
Okay, I don't know what lane we're gonna go, but we got to keep going over it. I told you guys I got a series called It Get Worse, and y'all thought I was lying. Okay, so now people are mad about the inflation because they said the Rivals team doesn't acknowledge how much inflation is in this game. And I wholeheartedly agree. I have been one of those people that says we need a complete full rank reset. Now, grab your blankets, nigga. Get snuggy, because it's going to get worse as we go through. The state of Rivals is in a completely terrible spot. And I'm going to go over everything that I said with the Rivals team and what other content creators have said. And what makes it so crazy is because this is one of the highest season of throwers, not just cheaters, but throwers. It's people that's just AF.
Dude, like I think it's since like ever since they announced they're going to like ban people like when you throw, I never bought that, because like I saw a lot of people throw in my games, and if you report them, you don't get a notification sometimes that person was permanently banned, which kind of gave the people the incentive to just keep on doing what they're doing, throwing. I even throw games when I feel like people are throwing. So why? I mean, there's no real serious repercussions for that. So yeah, I agree with what he says.
It's people that's just one trick, and if their character's banned, they just sit and spawn. They don't want to play the game anymore. And a lot of people have no integrity in the competitive nature in rank to even play the game anymore, because they don't take the game seriously, because they don't get to play what they want. Now, we're going to go a little bit deeper, and let's just jump into it.
Domestos is turning the germ-killing world upside down. New Domestos Power Foam clings to surfaces, killing germs in the hardest to reach places.
You got pros who are quitting. You got a lot of high tier, top tier players who are quitting. And they're saying that the fun and enjoyment of this game, every nigga is writing their...
I understand, bro. Like, playing Marvel Rivals is fun, but if the devs don't care, man, what's the point in playing the game? Like, it's literally, if you don't play with your friends, you're definitely gonna quit this game. I'm not
a retirement sheet out on Twitter about how they're quitting, about how this isn't good for them. And the pros are using that as leverage while talking to the Rivals team, because one of the main things that they brought up to the Rivals team was, look at how many top tier players are quitting. These are the people that you want to keep in your game. So I said, how many people are quitting? They said more than it should have been. Okay. So I'm listening, and I'm trying to understand, basically where everything is coming from with everybody, because they're trying to let everybody have a voice, right? They said, this is what happens when you make it to where tanks are strong in the season. I said, what? I'm thinking, what does this have to do with tanks being strong? There's been strong healers season.
Yeah, and now the things are actually stronger now. Let's see what K-Dog is up to, because yeah, I just want to see what is happening actually and other stuff. Okay, let's see what K-Dog is up to. K-Dog. Hey, Toto.
The cold off-spawn narratives are gonna get even worse. Muzz? I think both Muzz and Sphinx and Nebs and Nathan qual. I really do believe that both of them qualify. I don't feel like this is gonna turn into like an ego battle grief fest off spawn, you know? I feel like this is just gonna be, but also they probably both want to be uncon for grands as well, so maybe it does. I don't know, because they're probably both gonna land here for grands if they both qualify. So maybe they, I don't know. That's why it's so hard to tell. That's just why it's so hard to tell.
It's hard to tell. Okay, let's look at what Aussie Antics is doing.
Our broadcast doesn't sell showing Middle East players farming. Yeah, there's a lot of off spawns we have to watch. Obviously, the Clix off spawn. We'll probably watch Clix.
Oh, I forgot. I actually need to update my thingy, my thumbnail, because obviously that also depends on like to update my thumbnail. Because a lot of people probably think I'm not legit, so I need to do that quickly. How will I do that? That's the question. How will I do that? I guess I have to send it on WhatsApp, but then I would have to quickly not show my thingy, my screen. Okay, so let me send it on WhatsApp. Then I can download it and then, okay, so what I'm gonna do is I am gonna quickly not share my screen and then just quickly do that so that I can open my WhatsApp. Come. I'm gonna quickly like change my thumbnail. Also add some hashtags as well, probably. I don't think you can do that while you live. Okay, so let me just download that, download it, and then here we go. Okay, so let's go to the YouTube data. What am I doing? Okay, YouTube Studio. And then content, live, the one that I'm currently live in, so people don't see the wrong thingy. Okay, so thumbnail, the WhatsApp image. I hope it works. Okay, it works. Okay, so now I just put it under Fortnite as well. I add the hashtags, hashtag epic partner, hashtag epic games, and then hashtag Fortnite, hashtag FNCS. I think that should be fine. Okay, that should be fine. All the hashtags, everything is updated. I don't know why this thing is not updating. Cancel. Okay. I don't know why it's not updating. It's weird. Okay, it's saved. Okay, so let's go leave. Okay, let's go back to YouTube. It's almost 5, so let's okay, dogs.
A delicious snack containing live active cultures with all the benefits of yogurt.
Get a 60-day money-back guarantee when you buy a Bosch dishwasher and finish. You host, we do the dishes.
I'm a man of my word, not like. I love you. I love you.
When's next Pro-Am?
Yep.
You can't really, they haven't announced
I'm
it.
assuming that they might be announcing it today.
If I don't lose
I'm not
my
sure
voice,
though.
I didn't do a good job.
Yeah, I think
That's
that
how I
they're
look
gonna
at it.
talk a lot of things,
Let's
the
go.
questions people have
Frankie.
now.
Swizzy and Pixie might not qualify for jet lag.
Kill it out there.
Did Swizzy just get there
You guys
today?
are awesome.
Right, Chad?
Let's
Swizzy
go.
just got there today.
My man! Yes, sir! After! Yes, sir, big
Did Swizzy tweet anything else?
Come
Hold on,
on!
let me see if there's any other tweets. Bro, Chad, did you guys see that Clix and Peter are
sit
sitting
here.
right next to each other?
Let me sit this one. Yes.
I said no.
Did you guys see the picture?
Care what
Hold
he
on, let me see
says.
if I
I
can
don't
find the
know
picture.
shit.
Here it is. Did you guys see this?
Come on. Let's go.
Peter and Pollo and Clix and Iggs right next
sweating.
to each other.
Okay, for
Yeah,
those who
turn
are
it up.
new,
That's
please
gonna
use
be-
code
that's
the
gonna
West
be
is bad
Let's
in
go,
iTunes shop.
Chad.
There's
We
definitely
here,
gonna be some
baby.
crazy clips that come out of it. Why don't
Hopefully
you go?
I can.
Bro, I can't lie. I was low-key getting like some FOMO missing
man.
out on this, bro.
Good to see you,
I,
baby. God bless.
I might have to consider
Need
going to
coffee in the mix.
globals, maybe.
It's the go right there.
Broadcast is live. Okay,
Nah, I just need Coke.
how long is the timer that they have?
3.
Get it.
Okay, 3 minutes for the timer.
Whoa.
All right, open it in 3 minutes.
Where's the camera?
Can you explain the format? Top 25 for upper bracket qualifies today to the grands instantly. And then the bottom 25 from today play against the 25 teams in the lower bracket tomorrow. And then the top 25 in that lobby qualify to grands, making it a 50-team final.
Oh, he's not from me.
And yeah, that's how that works.
Hold this.
That is how the
my phone?
entire thing works.
We got motion, bro.
All right.
Going on the stage and whatnot. Okay. Come on.
We got no camera. Bro's clicking
Who do I want to win? Bro, I can't lie. I low-key don't really chat. Who do you guys want to win?
I'm allowed to show them like our
I can't lie.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
I don't even really. I just like seeing good games. You know. I don't really care who wins if I'm being honest. Hey, I'd be down for a Mr. Savage win. That's all I'm saying.
already know we're about to
But
be
that's
yelling at him all day.
I don't know how likely that
Got
is.
Big Meatloaf on the right.
Thomas Muzz,
Right behind
Thomas
us.
Focus,
Wait,
Clix
what?
Peter,
Oh my
imagine
God,
Clix
2
wins.
minutes
Why
to
doesn't
Dude,
my
Clix
sound
winning.
work?
His first FNCS at a LAN. His drop spot situation's too cooked. Like he's con no matter what.
I just... Do I have to reset this? Because it's not working. I think I have to reset it. Okay. Let's restart this thing. Okay. Okay, let's, before we continue, let's just keep it here so that if it does indeed update, then we have the settings in the background. Let's pull it out, put it back in. It's weird that my stream dock is not working. I want to see actually if I talk how it sounds, if it's not too loud. If I talk, if it's not too loud also. I think I should lower the volume a bit. Okay, we're live, let's go.
I mean, it's just a dream. We started playing it. What we're here for, it's like winning the World Cup.
This event's going to show who's going to be the best.
for the rest of the year. NA is just the best region, and then EU, and then every other region is kind of free.
There's 150 people. They're all the best from the regions. I'm ready to prove them wrong.
Major 1 Summit is the biggest tournament of the year so far, and the top 15 teams all qualify to the end of the year globals.
Is a huge deal because everyone wants to have a drop spot.
It was really important for us to be here. Had some problems with qualifying like at the first stage, but once we were past that, it was pretty easy for us.
I think this tournament is like a snowball effect for like the rest of the year.
Getting the top 15 to qualify to globals, it's going to be definitely really hard.
I think it's very competitive. There's players coming from all around the world. Like nothing is predictable.
Ja, an alle Deutschen, danke, dass ihr zuschaut, egal ob es online ist oder jetzt im Stadion.
I'm always looking to win the LAN, of course. So I feel like it's finally time for me to do it.
There we go.
It all starts here. 150 players will walk this tunnel to decide their fate on the stage. They may have all reached the summit, but only one team will make it to the top. Welcome to Düsseldorf!
Boy, does it feel good to be back on this beautiful stage in front of all of you beautiful people watching here in the arena and at home. Our players are very excited to get out here and perform for you. Every qualifier, every final to get a chance on this stage, Frankie.
Levin, I'm so excited to have you here with me on stage. Doesn't he look great, Düsseldorf? Because you're here with me now, Levin, does that mean we're going to get an "Are you ready"?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, if they want it, maybe, but they're going to have to work for it, Frankie. I think they're going to have to work for it.
Should we do a little test now?
If you guys want to know you ready this weekend, you're going to have to make some noise. So, Düsseldorf, make some noise!
Make some noise!
Stop the cap! Stop the cap right now!
One Düsseldorf, and you're already impressing us. Imagine, Levin, how the rest of the weekend is going to go.
It's going to get crazy. It really is. I mean, the teams that we have competing here today, some of your spawn battles, the different storylines, these amazing fans, it's going to be a great weekend.
It's going to be such a great weekend. And with more reasons why, let's head over to Zeke and the desk.
Okay, let's go.
Fortnite fam, it is so fantastic to see you. Welcome to the FNCS Summit. It's been a long journey getting here, but now it is time. 3 days. One set of active champions and a brand new title, Summit Champion, all to play for and so much more. Joining me here on the analyst desk, it's Vivid, it's Tokata. Look, he's here, he's in person, it's crazy.
Oh, it is crazy, Zeke. Listen, I don't know who cooked up a mid-year LAN like this, but we are in person in May. It feels so good right now to be here. I mean, obviously we have all of the players that are going to be joining us throughout the weekend. We have all of the creators who have made this week absolutely fly by with all of their ideas. And then of course we have the fans who are going to be bringing the energy.
Nothing matches the ambiance, the vibes of a LAN, and being here halfway through the year at the summit. I mean, Düsseldorf, how are we feeling?
That's right. That's right. We know y'all are excited because we are too. There is so much to discuss, so many things to talk about. What are we doing here? How do we make it? Well, let's talk about that format, right? We all know adding in that additional day, but today it's all about staying in the top 25 in the upper bracket.
Yeah, we've seen a format just like this before, but it's been some years, right? We've all kind of fallen out of familiarity with this, so I think this weekend is going to be absolutely crazy. Everything's going to be switching up. Today, we're going to be focusing on the upper bracket, 50 duos who qualified through their regional FNCS.
And the top 25 will move on directly to Sunday, but the bottom 25 will have to play again tomorrow on the lower bracket, and that's where some of the pressure is going to start.
They're going to play three. Some of them are going to play
what are we playing here for, right? Like, let's take a look at that prize pool. $250,000 walks away in first place.
Listen,
That's
man,
a lot
me
of
and
money.
Takada, we've talked about
2
this
people,
prior to kind of jumping up on stage
$125,000.
today. $250,000. We might have to run it back, jump back on in the server, right? Get us 125 big ones each.
Sorry.
But Takada, I think me and you could both agree on one thing, and it's not just about the money.
Not at all. There is a beautiful trophy, and look at this, Zeke. What are you doing up there? Are you trying to rob the trophy?
I don't know where we got this footage from, that no one was supposed to see this. But yeah, shout out to our friends at Thomas Light. It's a beautiful trophy, and as you can see, you can actually take off that crown at the top and wear it. So maybe we'll see if players will wear it. But man,
it's gonna be cool though. It's gonna be cool.
Of course, let's take a look at the points
Let's
format
see
itself.
if
So what's
Clix
interesting here is we already know this format, right? It's very familiar, but I think contextually, Viv,
65
pretty
points for a
different.
win.
Yeah, exactly. As you can see, placing points going to be starting picking up around 25th right there. And like you already mentioned, very, very familiar. We've seen this before. Matches our FNCS vibes. Each elimination is going to be worth 4 points. But actually securing
Getting second and third is actually very good.
at an in-person land that you had to qualify
Add-
for is going to be
add
so
eliminations
much
to
harder.
that, then
It's
you
a
definitely
completely different
have a good
element.
chance
It's
of
about 16 eliminations
winning.
to be the equivalent of the points you get from a victory royale, but doing that in this lobby with the best of the best all around the world, it is going to be incredibly hard.
Dude, and let's
Dude,
jump
I'm
in, right? Let's
excited.
even take a look at some of the names. So remember, this is the upper bracket. Stacked is an understatement. Look at some of
Oh my
these names.
goodness.
I mean, guys, we are in for some
Big
prime
Victor. I'm
tonight.
actually excited to
As you
see
take a look at the
Big
lobby of
Victor
this right
and
there, right, you're going to be
Canada.
seeing a bunch of names that everybody is going to be familiar with. And that's because the qualification process for this made this absolutely stacked. I mean, take a look at the regions, right? Over on
Vino,
EU, you had to get top 20, NAC,
Vixen,
you had to get
X,
top 13, Brazil, you
Sky
had to
and
get
Scroll,
top 5,
definitely a
and then
team to
all
watch
other
out
4
for.
regions, you had to get top 3. So when you take a look at a lobby list like this, they all got to be feeling pretty confident because they just did well in their regional FNCS.
100%. I mean, there's over 25 different nationalities competing here today, but going from your home region to an international stage where you have the best of the best from all the regions competing in the same place. I mean, this is the upper bracket. This is where we're going to get a taste of the competition.
This just looks like Global's light, right? A preview of what that could be like. But obviously being here in person means we also get to be around the players, get their thoughts and insights. Frankie is standing by
Just the
right now with
lighting.
Alex and Reckless.
It's better.
Thank you so much. I feel like you are an icon of the Oceania Fortnite scene by now, Alex. What's it like to be back on LAN
7
again?
FNCS
I'm
wins.
excited, honestly. I'm just keen to represent OC again and hopefully come home with a good placement.
You always lead in eliminations in your region, it feels like. Are you going to be that aggressive now you're in an international LAN?
Of course.
Really? Because I was speaking to Gerald, one of the other Australian players, and he was saying that he thinks you're going to play scared.
Why do I play scared? I've been here like so many times before. I got AFNCS wins. There's no reason to be scared, to be honest.
Oh, it's 8.
There is no reason to be scared. I like that very much. Reckless, this is your first LAN. How are you feeling?
There's no nerves. I'm playing with the best player in the world, so...
The
Why
best
did
player
it
in
take
the
so long
world.
for you guys to play together?
You should ask him that. I've been asking him to play.
Okay, then Alex.
Honestly, we played a tournament ages ago. We won the tournament. I always knew Reckless was good. And just stuff didn't align until the start of this year. And I needed someone to play with. I was like, why not get the best IGL in the world? You know what I'm saying?
Is the stuff not aligned because you retired for 2 years?
And that, yeah.
Yeah.
What brought you back?
I just missed the feeling of winning.
And now you've got the feeling of winning with Alex. We are gonna at LAN. We're gonna feel that at LAN, but you've got to achieve it first, boys. There's 3 days of competition to go before we can declare you the winner. So we're gonna head back to the desk.
I love getting to be around these players, right? Get their thoughts, get their insights. Reckless, sending some shots Alex's way. It's all good though, all for the
It's
love of
all
the game.
good, man.
But
It's
that
all
was one
good.
of your recent champions out of Major number 1. So what better place to start, especially when we kind of get together on a single battle fest, than kind of check with our champs, right?
Yeah, these of course are going to be all the duos that we're going to be keeping a spotlight on throughout
Yo, yo,
the
yo,
weekend.
guys. Yo,
Mainly,
yo, yo.
You know, because think about the meta
Let's
right
go.
now. Our Major 1 was just simply a month ago. So all of these winners of
Let's
their regional championships, they got to be
50
feeling
minutes
pretty
till
confident
real
coming
games,
into this
bro.
thing. and they got to be feeling pretty comfortable as well. Or are they going to be feeling comfortable, right? When you take a look at the duo like Alex and Reckless, they won their regional FNCS from Sandy Strip, but they're actually opting to go ahead and switch that up, which I actually do kind of like, because they're going for an uncontested split chop, which is just to the south of Sandy Strip. So they're still going to be landing in an area that they are familiar with.
Like
a little bit of a change there, but they've had a month to prepare. I'm sure they're feeling good.
Yeah,
sometimes you don't get the off-spawn fights, which is obviously bad, but you also need eliminations, so you gotta be aggressive after that. So once you have your loot, you gotta be aggressive.
Maybe now's the time. They stopped going to the best POI on the map and being contested. Now, not as good as a POI, but uncontested. So will that be the difference they needed to get a top placement?
That's so interesting, right? Because like obviously when you're in your own region, you're kind of running that region or making big moves or considered a tier 1, you're thinking like, hey, if I claim something, that's mine. But now you're gonna go, hold on a minute, there's all these other regions that may want to contest that as well. Kind of makes things a little interesting.
Yeah, it definitely shakes things up, of course, which is why, you know, securing your drop spot at a, you know, a LAN like this is just so difficult because so many regions kind of come together and want those strong, powerful spots. But being uncontested, we've seen it before, we talk about it all the time, it is such a big advantage.
It definitely is. And speaking about uncontested, moving on to the Brazil region, Gone and Knight. I love this duo. Look, talk about chemistry. They've been playing together for over 3 years. In the 2024 Duo Global Championship, Gon actually had to play with a backup player, got 17th with Quanti, unable to secure a major finals win. 2 second places, 1 third, but now this year, this season, they got that championship title they were looking for, and now finally they'll be able to compete together on a global stage.
Don't you just love how different it is from duo to duo? I mean, we're just talking about Alex and Reckless, how they're kind of figuring things out. They're like, oh yeah, we're a new duo coming into this year, but then you have another duo like this who I really, really like the approach that they've been together for 3 years, so they're going to be feeling comfortable in terms of who's going to be in the server with them, but maybe a little bit less comfortable in the early game because, again, these smaller regions are all kind of going to be doing the same
you
thing.
came for the games and you have to
POIs
sit there
they
for
won those
hours
FNCSs and opting for an
waiting for the
uncontested split
FNCS
jump.
to start.
Very similar situation to Alex and Reckless. Gone tonight, they're going to be leaving Battlewood. They're going to be going to a split shop that's on the southeast side of the map. We'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, look, I just know there's going to be a lot of surprises today.
Okay, well, guess what? Frank is standing by with the duo right now. Let's hear from him.
Thank you so much, guys. Also, big thanks to Ricardo for translating for the boys from Brazil. First of all, Gon, what's it like to play Fortnite in Brazil right now?
Jogar no Brasil pra mim é
What's it like to play Fortnite in Brazil at the moment? What's the meta?
O meta no Brasil ele é muito mais agressivo do que aqui fora. Aqui fora parece que todo mundo joga mais na cabeça, mais concentrado e a gente é mais agressivo, a gente gosta de ser mais agressivo.
So in Brazil, our meta is way more aggressive. Here, the players are more mental, like they play slower, they like to shot the calls. That's the main difference.
Does that mean that you need to slow down as well?
I don't think so. Oh, sorry. Eu acho que não, porque isso
pra mim é o meu estilo de jogo ser mais agressivo.
Eu sempre me dei bem fazendo isso. Até mesmo na LAN em 2024, no Pre-Am em 2025.
It's probably because he's from Brazil. He wants people from Brazil to understand because they do speak poor English there.
I don't think I need to slow down.
I
think I have
most
a very
people
good
don't
play
understand.
style, and I think you can pull it off on this stage.
Obrigada.
Good,
Knight, this is your first LAN. We unfortunately didn't get to see you play together back in 2024. So what's it like to finally be here in Düsseldorf?
É a sua primeira LAN. Como é que você está se sentindo estar aqui na Alemanha?
Eu tô me sentindo muito feliz e muito realizado pela primeira vez conseguindo jogar aqui, né? Da última não consegui o Visa. E tô muito feliz de estar aqui com o Gon, principalmente. E é isso.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy to be here with Gon. I got my visa this time, and I'm just looking forward.
Well, good luck, guys. Obrigado.
Brazil, let's go. The people
you know,
in Brazil.
I'm excited, right? If Brazil, they say to themselves, they like to be a little more active. They like to take the fight to the other players, but this LAN setting might be a tiny bit different.
Look, the good news for Gon is above them, there's 6 dudes contesting each other. Not the same spot, but basically from how close they are to each other, so they will definitely have the opportunity to play aggressive.
Yeah. All right. Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry. I got excited. I jumped ahead. I was like, hold on. We also got to check in all these other regions, Middle East, Asia. FKS and Hero out of Middle East, bringing it back here.
Dude, I do not know these guys,
what can we
bro.
expect from them?
So some pretty late developments around this duo, actually, because I was taking
bro.
a look at where they're
Representing our region. I'm from South Africa, by the way, so like we don't really have a region where you can play, but if you play on the Middle East.
Northwest of the map to a split shot where they did have that uncontested, but again, some last-minute changes actually have them.
Normally these regions don't do well, like Middle East, Asia, NA. Sorry, NA does well. What's the other region? I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm gonna be interested. I am interested to see
they're gonna know how to play it out, and they're gonna
be uncontested.
Yeah, I mean, 8x FNCS champions. They
44
swap spots
minutes.
with Dimish and Darm. It's a great drop spot.
I'm pretty sure they're gonna have
uncontested.
more
A lot of these
like surprises.
regions being uncontested is
Talking
kind of new for
about
an
teams
international
from
event
different
of this
regions.
caliber. So having the second most FNCS wins of any duo competing today, I'm excited to see what they do.
You know what else I'm excited about? It's got to be Yuma. It's got to be Coyote. When I think back to this duo, kind of go to the same place. What kind of new tech might we see out of them? Obviously, there's would love to talk about that and their off-spawn
Oh,
situation.
the Asia people.
Absolutely. They love the fact that Zeke
Yuma
kind of points
and
it out because
Coyote.
I expect to learn something every single time that I watch this duo play. So I'll be looking forward to something crazy kind of happening this week, and we're gonna be like, wait, what?
Don't they
You
played
can
like
do that?
33
I love to
FNCS
see it. I mean, not
finals.
only that, they're always breaking
Four
records,
lanes.
making history in the 2025 Major 3. They won 8 out of 12 matches in trios. They even, look, we had some practice games yesterday, and they ended up winning the first match. Now, it was a practice game, but
Toyota
I
sponsors
think they're
Coyote.
feeling quite on fire for today.
Yeah, but I feel like
Toyota.
that's going to add so much to the confidence as well. Again, kind of continuing this trend here with these smaller regions. They're going to be leaving Dark Dominion and opting for a split job that's going to be just to the west of Wonky Land. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how that one plays out for the duo.
Interesting stuff, man. You guys getting me excited. Like I'm trying to contain myself because I love being in this environment with this amazing crowd. We got to keep the conversation going, right? Let's bounce on over to EU, Sky and Scroll. The talk of EU, but what's interesting here is obviously their off-spawn situation. They're splitting with Benno, right? So what might that mean for this?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of crazy. I got to talk about Sky and
The
Scroll
two
for a minute
people
here.
who
And I'm
won
going to use
NA
two words
and
to
the
kind of describe
one
this duo.
European.
The first word that I want to use
Europe.
is dominant. Obviously, we all kind of watched that EU FNCS, and that's exactly what they were. They almost won by 100 points, which is pretty much unheard of in a very, very tough region like that. The second word that I want to use is influential. And the reason why I want to go ahead and use that word is because shout out to a player that we're unfortunately not going to be seeing this weekend, Queasy. He went ahead and tweeted out a couple of weeks post Major 1 finals. He was like, wait a minute. All of a sudden, Higher Ground just kind of feels free in this divisional cup. Like what's going on? And then a well-known coach in the region, Raz, went ahead and replied and was like, well, yeah, dude, everybody must have VOD reviewed Sky and Scroll and how dominant they were from the low ground. And now everybody's on the low ground. He was like, dude, try playing low ground right now. It's an absolute mess. So Sky and Scroll played so well in EU Major 1 that they pretty much changed the sentiment for how players are actually playing the game.
They literally changed the game. I mean, over 100 points from second place. They dominated EU. But if we focus back on that early game, I'm curious to how it's going to play out today. They have Curve and Venno directly south of them.
Yes,
and
using
the
the
thing is,
exact
what
same
they
strat.
excelled in the major finals on EU was, you know, we have Net Surge now, and they just did not take damage. They were so good at not taking damage. They would build up by their drop spot. They would get significantly more damage than they received, and they were just so consistent. So can they keep it on an international stage?
Well,
let's see.
As much as we love talking about them, why don't we talk
6-7,
directly to them? 'Cause
6-7.
Frankie is standing by with them right now.
Why not?
No, he was
indeed
doing
see
this. So
Scroll?
like 6-7.
Before this year, you've never placed inside the top 5 of a major, and now you're going into LAN as the favorites. How did you turn this around?
I think we just practiced while everyone was basically sleeping, and then we used it as
And they jumped.
How
They
many
looked
times
dominant.
or how many hours do you practice a day?
I think around 12 hours can do it right now.
And yet you're also
hours a
fitting in
day.
all your other obligations, family, school, life.
Yeah, exactly.
That's incredible. But you did place 28th at our last Globals in 2025. What do you think held you back there?
I mean, we were like new to the scene. We weren't that experienced, so going into it, we were pretty nervous and we were contested as well. So I think we just did our best back then, and now we're way more experienced.
And one of the interesting thing about you guys, and one of the things I think makes you so strong, is that you've been playing together for years now. Was there ever a point you said, we're not getting the results we need, maybe we need to look elsewhere?
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of times where I dropped Shxrk for a short period, tried playing with some other people, but it just didn't better, and we decided to play again and just stick together and improve.
So I want to ask you about the fact that it seems like all the teams have been watching you and reviewing you, and now they want to go for the low ground as well. Does that mean you have to flex now and set a new meta?
Yeah, I mean, we'll just go high ground every game now.
Hey,
see, I don't
I
know.
love his tone,
Can I
dude.
trust you? Are you thinking the high ground is now
His
king
tone,
again?
dude. We're just gonna go high ground.
We will see. Okay, one quick question, okay? You are going to be dropping at North Battlewood today. Everyone here, all the other players knows that's your domain. But Venno and Curve dropping below you, we know they like to make those sneaky lurk plays. Have you got a message for them?
We're ready for it.
Are you? Because Venno, I think you might have just heard that. You're standing by, right, at the telestrator with 11-2K and Mini Miner?
That's right, from the north side of Battlewood all the way down to south. We are here with multi-regional FNCS champion Venno.
Dude, he's the only one who won FNCS in
Now,
Europe
of course, you guys
and
won
in
from the
NA.
north side of
That's
Battlewood.
crazy.
Now here this weekend, you're landing at the south. Why?
He's one of the
I didn't want
smartest
to
players.
contest them. I'm playing with a controller player, so it's a little hard on LAN to be able to get the guns. And they have very good drops, to be fair.
Yeah, we saw that in EU, of course, didn't we? I mean, Battlewood Boulevard, a very good drop spot from Sky and Scroll. We've seen them play it in a very interesting way as well. The way that they actually end up playing this drop spot is really, really important, I think, in terms of the way they actually went and won that FNCS. They sort of based up on one of the hills just outside, as we'll have a look right here. One of these hills just up on here. We saw one of them going there, and then, of course, another one looting up in here. Then, of course, going back to that base up on top of that hill and waiting for the storm to come on in, playing a lot more of that storm. So do you think they can play that same way this weekend?
I think they're going to try to also mix it up a little bit. I'm not entirely sure what their plan is, but...
Our plan is
Yeah, of course you can.
All right.
clear.
So in the grands, they would play this position here. Obviously, one would play main and hide out. But I think one thing about it that I wasn't really a fan of was they played the same way for 3 months straight. Now, if you play the same way for 3 months straight, people are eventually going to find counter strats. And what I felt happened was people didn't counter strat it. The same people kept coming and coming, and you kept getting damaged. They kept getting damage along here, along here, along here, and I don't think they should have. If you play the same surge base for the 3 months, you really shouldn't be getting damaged. But they won the grands, so I guess what can I say?
I think that actually is really important as far as how you guys played the spot on NA, right? Because on NA, you know, you spent a lot of the Div Cup sort of running to center, but then when it came to grands, you decided, yeah, we're just gonna fight everybody around us. What was the sort of thought process there as far as the strategy?
That's how you win.
I liked running deep. I think it works really well. But eventually what started happening was he would start counter-strat. So he was surge basing on the gas station in front of us. Rapid was surge basing. You couldn't
really
see what was
smart.
happening,
They
but
can
I
tell
felt
the way
that's
he
what was going to
speaks.
happen. I kind of like predicted how Grand was going to play out because Rapid never surge based. He always ran deep.
You guys benefited a lot from a lot of the contested teams around your spot in NA finals, and maybe you could argue the quality of some of those, you know, players in the finals. Do you think you have that same advantage in this lobby?
I think they do.
To be honest, I think LAN is easier than a grand finals.
Oh,
because you have all these
snap.
cross-region
Bino as this thing is very full of
They're just
himself.
licks and they're nervous.
But I love his confidence.
Big talk. Very
Big
big
talk.
talk. Thank you so much, Benno, though. Best of luck this weekend.
He's
But for now,
literally
we're gonna
saying
go back to
LAN is easier than globals.
Bro.
So he says this is gonna be easy.
Hey, Zeke, just found out land's easier. Land's easier. Only Venno. Only Venno.
Well, when you're Venno, you can say that. I guess many people can't quite say that. Shout out to Venno.
But I think he is a
Love,
fan
again,
of
this
Venno,
kind
so-
environment we can talk directly to them. We obviously
But he's
have
also a
our
fan of
ideas
Clix.
and we can kind of put
gonna
things
be
together. But
interesting.
hearing from him directly, so awesome. Now another region we wanted to talk about here is champions. Kanata and Victory. Kanata really said, all right,
I've
NAC,
never heard
this has been a
Victor
great
speak,
time.
bro.
I'm going to go play West and just see how it goes. Oops, I won.
I mean,
Well, we all
obviously,
knew he
his
was gonna win.
lane
He's a
ride
top
wasn't as
tier
far as
player,
Venno's in
so-
terms of switching regions here, but Kanata, yeah, opting to go ahead and go towards NA West after finding, couldn't really find a duo here on NAC.
No
but
one likes
I
Kanata.
gotta tip my hat to the duo
This
because
one.
they talk the talk and they walk the walk. Hey, listen, we can win on NA West very, very easily. They did it. No, they did it easily, too. They pushed the teams on NA West off of their drop spot at Sandy Strip. They said, that is ours now. Issue is, it's harder to do that on an international stage. They've got players like Chino and Pablo right beside them. This is a duo that won 2 of the practice games, the only duo to win more than 1 practice game yesterday. Some of the best in EU. You also have Mini and Fu dropping close by, and even Cold and Rapid east of them. This is going to be a lot more difficult than some might think.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, you know, the way it's kind of panning out, looks like Kanata and Victor V might get that west side of Sandy all to themselves and kind of let the other 2 duos just kind of scrap it out. I think that's obviously like a big advantage because you can potentially go ahead and pick on those duos while they're fighting if it ends up panning out. But, you know, Kanata, man, we know this guy for the experience. 29 total FNCS finals appearances, has yet to miss one. He's just so good. He has the experience. So if there's going to be anybody on the map that knows how to take advantage of a couple of duos fighting in the surrounding area, it's got to be this guy.
Oh, man. And, you know, I mean, we've seen him get wins on LAN before, right? You know, when that happens, we get the big reaction.
Brace.
You know, he's loud. He's going to be jumping out of his seat. Someone's going to take a picture of him mid-air, and it's going to be the greatest aura moment ever.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see it happen.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway, you know what? I'm getting word. Frankie's standing by right now with Kanata.
Not just Canada, Mini PO as well. And first of all, Canada, you did so well, top 5 at Globals last year. So I'm curious to know why you're landing now at Sandy Strip, because potentially you're going to be triple contested here. Is this going to wreck your chances?
I mean, I'm going to try my best landing here. The reason why I'm landing here is because I won like out of West landing Sandy. And I feel the most confident landing here. And I know that like the entire area around Sandy. So it's like, even if I can't play with all the loot and like anything more than like just the left side, I'll still make it work. I'll still make it happen. And I'll still qualify to finals, no problem.
This is like the most focus I've ever heard Canada. So Mini PO, Canada is saying that he's landed at Sandy Strip before. He knows the area really, really well. He's really confident. But why are you wanting to land there when there are other strong players there?
カナダさんはこのランドマークよく分かってるし、すごく自信があるんですので、あそこに降下するんですが、じゃあどうして同じランドマークに降下してショートファイトしたいですか？
まあ今シーズンずっと降りてて、まあカナダだけも強いけど、俺らの方が強いですよってことを証明してみせます。
So yeah, we've been landing the same spot the whole season, and obviously, like Canada is a very strong
Not that
opponent.
you can look by his eyes or anything. It's just
but we're gonna still
you can
fight
recognize a lot of
and
enemies, so you can tell it's.
Do you have
Japanese.
to change your approach now that you're on LAN?
今オフ大会に来たんですので、普通より戦略が違うことがあるんですか？
いやまあそうですね。まあ本番になってのお楽しみで。
Yeah, I'm just enjoying that we're actually right here on this final, the actual tournament.
Mini PO, we're excited to have you here. Canada,
I'm
one last thought from you, because
It
you know
could be
that Pablo
Korean.
and Chino are the other duo who are going to be
sure.
landing Sandy Strip. Have you got any words for them?
Pablo and Chino, I mean, if they play their game right, they should easily top 5, I think. But if they're trying to grief us, you know we're gonna grief them right back. So.
All right, can I ask that the observers, can we just watch Sandy Strip at the start of the first game, please? Let's head back to the desk.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
You know, we might just have to, Frankie, and I agree with her. You know, Kanata, normally he comes out, he's big, he's loud, smiles all around. He's got a bit of focus going on right now.
It's a little odd, right? Even Frankie immediately called it out. Where's the energy, man? He's not jumping up and down, screaming. I'm sure we'll kind of see it throughout the weekend for sure. But yeah, cool, calm, and collected, which I mean, hey, love it.
Absolutely, bro. You know what? And if you've been any kind of tapped in to Fortnite at all, you know the story leading into Summit has been Clix versus Peterbot. It kind of started with Peterbot kind of being like, all right, Clix, let me kind of mess around. Let me see what's going on over here. And then he's like, all right, I've had my fun. I'm going to go this way. Then Clix was like, wait, wait, I'm contesting you now.
Zeke, Fortnite fan, please excuse me for the next 30 seconds. I am taking my unbiased mask off, and I am putting on my biased one as I am from NA. What the heck are we doing, regionally speaking, man? Everybody just wants to go head-to-head. Everybody's like, oh my gosh, you're from NA. Why don't I just go ahead and land on another NA player? What the heck? I mean, obviously, Clix versus Peterbot. We've talked about it all throughout Major 1. Okay, Viv is back. Dude, we get to watch, like, 2 of the biggest names from a region go head-to-head immediately off spawn.
I don't think
As I'm currently saying that, I do apologize, Fortnite fan, because
honestly, I don't think anybody here up on the desk knows what's actually going to happen. Ospawn, I mean, Clix and Higgs, they were talking all the talk. They were like, dude, we're going to land on you guys, yada, yada, yada. And then we got here and practice games were happening and conversations were happening. And now it seems like Clix and Higgs are going back to wonky.
I mean, that's the good news for you, Vivid. You said you didn't want to see it happen. I don't think it's very likely that it will happen. I mean, on the drop map, Peterbot and Clix are marked as contesting each other, but based on the practice games, Clix was winning basically all the off spawns in Wonky against Shxrk and Teeny. So we'll see if they decide to actually commit to the Squibbly, but I think more likely we're probably going to see them at Wonky.
We hope, right, Viv? We hope. That's all we hope for. All right, Frankie is standing by right now with the duo. Frankie, good luck.
Yeah, I think I need it because I've just seen some footage that these two were fighting in the back of my interview with Kanada and Mini Pio. Pete, can you explain yourself, please?
That was nuts. That could have been anyone, bro.
Really? I'm not so sure because there's only one Clix.
You said both of us were fighting. Only one of us were fighting. It was me fighting him.
Oh, well, why are you trying to knock him out the game before you've got into the lobby?
Well, he's actually landing on me.
Is he though?
Landing
because it
on
sounds
me.
like you're trying to land on him, but no one believes that you're landing on him.
You know, media says a bunch of stuff, but the real truth is I'm 6-0 him today. I'm landing on him, and I'm eliminating him.
Oh, so are you landing at Wonky Land too?
No, he's landing on Squibbly apparently, but he's lying. There's no way he lands Squibbly. He's a good boy. He's gonna go Wonky Land. I mean, yeah.
So, Pete, what would your reaction be if he did come to Squibbly Shores today?
Honestly, I just respect him more because of what I do to him all year. So, I mean, I can't even be mad, you know what I mean?
But haven't you beaten him off spawn before?
Yeah, I actually, he actually conned me at Wonky. I 2v1'd him, and then they left like a good boy that you are.
Am I talking to a bunch of good boys here?
Definitely not. He's the good boy. He's the reason. He's gonna get that last, low key.
Okay.
But you gotta understand, he actually looks up at me when I talk to him. As you can see, like, look, he has to look up to me. I'm 6'1". He's what, 5'4"?
Okay, so just be a pair of good boys for me now. Sit, stay, let's head back to the desk.
Hectic.
What is happening? What is happening? All right, anyway, so yeah, we still don't know. Still have no idea, right? There's this is only going to be settled once the game actually starts. But, you know, Takada, if this is real, if this is a situation in which they actually are looking to contest each other, I feel like for me, I'm kind of looking at, like, expectation versus legacy.
Yeah, I was fully convinced Clix was going to go Wonky, but after that, I'm not sure. Now, to answer your question, Zeke, we can look at Peterbot, and if you look just at the placements from Peterbot, they're really not bad at all, but people are like, is he starting his downfall? Like, what's going on? Because if you look at the prior 2 years, 2025, second, first in the majors. 2024, second, first in the majors as well in duos, and even winning the global championship with his duo, Poyo. Since then, it's really hard to live up to those expectations, but on the other side, you have Clix, one of only 5 players competing here today to have qualified both to the 2019 World Cup and here at the Major Summit LAN. So if they do go head-to-head, I mean, I'm excited for it.
Man, obviously you're kind of talking about the experience on one side, the expectations on the other. I'm a little bit worried about the mental side of things, right? I will say that they did look like they were in light spirits, right? It seemed like they were kind of being friendly, obviously, kind of bantering behind the Kanada interview when we did kind of check them out there. But for Clix, man, it seemed like Major #1 is locked in, right? Him and Higgs just seemed like they wanted one thing and one thing only, and that was to go ahead and
Come on, man. I want
now
the game to
seems
start.
like there's like some more jokes, right? Maybe that'll help them out. I don't really know, but it just seems like a little bit less locked in, which could really actually help them out if you think about it.
Okay, but in a world where this actually goes down, and again, we don't know. I feel like we've just been pulled back and forth. We're like, we come in going, yeah, they're being contested. Then we see these practice games like, wait, they're over there. That's not where you're supposed to be. And now we're getting these testimonials from them directly. If they actually contest each other, how does this go down?
I mean, listen, Pete and Poyo have been regarded as like the best fighters in the world forever, right? They're just known for getting eliminations. Surely they're favored? I don't know.
Look, if that happens, I'm looking at Acorn Bolts, NA's Last Hope, maybe even Cold Rapid. They're going to have to make something happen because with Pete and Clix going head-to-head, I don't know how that's going to end up.
Oh my gosh, that is so crazy. Obviously, again, I love hearing from the players. The vibes, the energy here, being on LAN has been incredible. There's so many things like getting to hang out with these players, hear from them. And we have a bunch of co-streamer booths happening here as well. The crowd is here, guys. The vibes this weekend have just been incredible.
definitely has it, you know, and I'm really, really happy that you kind of talked about the creators, because all those like practice games that Takada has been talking about throughout, right?
It's
They
been
were kind of
hyping
the
the
ones
games up,
putting all
yeah.
them on. We had a bunch of kind of 1v1s, 2v2s, 3v3s that were kind of happening throughout the weekend that kind of sparked up some regional, you know, conversation there. So just on the backs of those guys up there.
Yeah, I mean, looking at some of the stuff going on in the practice lounge, turns out Virgo might be the best creative player in the world, just taking out every single region, all the Titans. I mean, there's just been so much action, so much excitement, and I'm excited to kick things off here for the upper bracket.
And I mean, for all of the, you know, the fans at home who maybe weren't able to make it out, like, what can you guys give them as, you know, like, you need to.
But it's creative, man. It's not really like
that thing for you?
competition and stress and like thinking and all those things.
Right? Like I just really, really
What's
do
up,
love the
bros?
environment that we get
Whoever
to
joined.
experience. Like we get to see, you know,
What's
Frank
up,
was
what's
kind
up,
of
what's
calling it out, Clix and Peterbot, quote unquote, fighting in the background. They get to just physically interact and kind of check out what's going on. And it kind of really does seem the dynamic when you're able to have a face-to-face conversation with somebody rather than just kind of like online or over text.
Yo, once the game
And
starts,
there's
it's gonna be
moments
crazy.
like Clix, who gifted a PC to Josh Riley 2 years ago, meeting him in person now. Like, it's those little moments when you get to see these connections from players, competitors, friends, even, you know, enemies in some cases that have been competing or playing together for so long. This is the only time you get to experience something like it.
And you know what's really interesting about that as well, from obviously maybe more of the player side, is, you know, NA, we've already actually taken our first L this weekend before the summit even began. Yep. Vaxity did in fact lose the race.
The biggest announcement.
So, you know, that has something to do with the summit. But, you know, shout outs to them, of course. Ozzy as well. All of our friends who have been here. The spirits are incredibly high. Obviously, we're getting ready to bring
I don't see what's her name.
players
I can't
any
remember her
moment
name,
now.
but
So why don't
she's
we go
not here
ahead,
tonight.
head
Maybe
on
she will
over,
be tomorrow and on Sunday.
Thank you very much,
But
guys.
she's
Let's
here.
check in with Düsseldorf. How are we feeling?
They're probably gonna alternate between the
We
people.
are going to have 50 Duros take to the stage in just a moment, but this, as Zeke mentions, is the upper bracket. That means no one goes home after today's competition. The top 25 Duros will go through to Championship Sunday. They'll get an extra day to rest and also practice. And then the bottom 25 Duros will join the teams who qualified through the last chance qualifier. And let's face it, everyone wants to make it through to the grand finals today. So please, Düsseldorf, join me in welcoming your teams!
Let's go. Here we go. Here we go. The aura. Okay, let's see. Who's first? They're probably gonna wait for Clix and Eags and all of them to be there. Okay. Vico and Malabuka. Oh, what's her name? Taco, whatever. Hey, 6-7, 6-7. Lewa and Romero. Let's get it.
You can't mention visuals without praise. This long-standing duo is looking to add yet another teammate to that long list.
Underdogs, but not underrated. It's
Vincent
Crit
Twat.
and Twy chasing their best result yet here in Germany.
All right, for the Kings of
Victor and Kana.
and Victor B. These guys are looking to add another crown to their collection.
Look, another shot. Victor is already almost his
They're
rank.
T1 players in EU for a reason.
Dom and Demus.
Storm and Demus. Ready to
Let's
shake
go.
it up.
They're actually good. They actually surprised me by not doing well. I didn't know how Panzer looked. Oh my word. He sounds so old when he plays.
Straight from Oceans resides Antigua. A couple diamonds in the rough, but let's see if they can polish things up and come out on top.
Make some noise for Chap and Flixie. These guys had a rough time in FMCS, but this is a duo you can never count out.
Why is everyone just 6-7 here? It's so stupid. Okay, that's
I had to talk to you guys, Vico and Malabuka. To me, it's crazy that you two aren't regarded as some of the favorites in this competition. So much success in Div Cups,
Malabuka.
3 FNCS major wins between you. Why are people underestimating you right now, Malabuka?
Your performance, I guess.
It's fine. We don't mind that we're like on the radar. We'll just show ourselves in the finals.
Do you think people are going to give you space at Frigid Fortress today?
I mean, they can try to stop us. We'll just force it out.
And I think all the duos should be listening to this man. I'm just going to pop in between you. Vico, you tweeted today about being nervous. This is you. Do you need a tech talk?
Yeah, I mean, I woke up today not feeling my best, you know, but since I got my GOAT right here, my best teammate ever, you know, I'm feeling confident. I talked to my mental coach, Pappy. I talked to my friends, all that. I'm feeling hyped, I'm feeling confident, and I hope I can, you know, not disappoint Düsseldorf.
And you won't disappoint Düsseldorf, and you won't disappoint Austria either. Vico and Malabuka, good luck today. Let's head over
Very
to
German
Levin.
players, okay.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I'm here with NA West's finest. We got Victor V and Kanada in the building. Victor, I feel like we see so many people bigging you up, especially your father. He's your biggest fan. Pops is always saying a lot. Shout out to Pops. But I want to see you big yourself up. What does everybody in this arena need to know about you today?
All you guys need to know is that me and Kanada, we're just going to dominate today. You know,
Let's
make
see
it off
who's gonna
spawn, dropping 20 bombs every game. You know, that's just how we're moving today.
Of course, Kanada. The off-spawn situation, there's been a lot of question marks about it. It looks a bit confusing to people. What's going to happen today from your perspective?
What's going to happen is I personally think me and Pablo are going to qual up or to finals, and the Asia team is sadly not going to qual because they're conning our side. I'm not going to let that slide.
What's going to happen if anyone comes to your side?
I mean, obviously, we're going to eliminate them.
Keeping it simple. Keeping it simple. Back to you, Frankie.
Thank you very much. I was just chatting to the guys about what I was going to talk to them about. And of course, I've got to talk to you about playing in Germany. Flixie, what's it like to compete in front of a home crowd?
I mean, it's an unbelievable feeling playing in my home country. I'm really hyped and I'm happy to everyone be here.
Absolutely. And chap, I
I'm
know you're
happy
Swiss,
to
but you
everyone
speak
being
perfect
here.
German.
Being here.
Can the German crowd claim you as one of their own this weekend?
I think so, yeah.
So the casters were saying that you didn't have the smoothest journey to getting to this stage. How
Was
hard have you been
16
practicing since you qualified for LAN?
We practice a lot, and I think we're confident.
And Flixie,
Man,
you've
a few
got
words.
so much experience at a LAN like this. What's the key to success?
I mean, I think the biggest key to success is to just play like at home and like not be nervous and yeah, just be confident.
Is it strange playing against your ex-teammates? Like Vico's just over there, Veno's somewhere over there too.
Nah, like I think we're all good vibes, like we like each other and I just hope the best for them.
Yeah, I hope the best for everyone here, including you two. Good luck, guys. Let's bring out the next duos.
Okay, let's go.
It's Thomas HD and Focus. This duo's a lethal combination of experience and raw talent, and they're not going down easy.
Thomas
Walking in now, it's Cringe and Volko. These
That's
guys are
two
in it to
cringes.
win it, so let's see their
Why
mission
do
be
people
made
have
a
the nickname
reality.
cringe?
A new duo enters the scene, a man and Rickster, rising through the Middle East, looking to prove themselves on the big stage.
All the way from Middle East, let's go.
Coming in on a hot streak, it's
Representation.
LB Works and BOT. They rose to the top of Asia, but now it's time to break through globally.
Hailing from the north, it's Eindhoven and Marius. They're here to showcase the massive potential of their raw skill.
Two top dogs of NAC, give it up for Acorn and Bolt. Be prepared, because these guys are out for conquering it all.
Here comes Science and Scary. These guys managed to break in the top of EU, proving you
Yo, they're like, they're all kids, bro. Most of them, I feel so old. Nadia and Gabs.
Wonders they have in store for us this time.
Chubby. They're from Brazil.
Breaking into the top, these guys want to take it to the next level.
Your defending global champion, pair
Pixie.
Swizzy and Pixie, ready to overcome any challenge sent their way.
The Swizzy almost didn't play, though. Ever been said.
All right then, Focus and Thomas. Thomas, it's amazing to have you back on LAN. Are you feeling any kind of LAN nerves? Are you feeling confident that you're going to win this one?
I think so. This could be the one.
It could be the one. I know Denmark's behind you. For you, Focus, what's it like knowing that you have such a mechanically skilled duo?
Why is it
I
going so
mean,
quiet?
he's the best aim in the world. I think we're gonna do good, and I'm confident in him.
And Focus, what has Thomas taught you?
Experience. I've learned a lot from him. There's too much to tell.
There's so much to tell. I mean, he has so much experience. Have you learned anything from Focus,
Dude,
Thomas?
Thomas is
Yeah,
one of
he's,
the best.
new and up and
Like, he has
coming
one of the best
Like, he's
aims
so
in the
good
world,
right
bro.
now,
So
one of the best players in the world. So yeah.
Well, let's see how you do as we drop into
He's
the
probably
first game.
gonna
Right
get
now,
that
though, we've
nice
got to head
shots,
over to 11
get
2K
a lot
with
of
Acorn and
clips.
Bolts.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Look, I'm here with potentially NA's last hope. Acorn, you're back on this stage. A lot of people had some criticism of your Globals performance last year. People thought you should have done better than you did. Are you feeling the pressure this weekend?
What are diamonds made of? Oh, shoot.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know what you're doing there.
But no, in all seriousness, no, I'm not feeling the pressure. You know, it feels like I'm playing at home. I'm ready to win. I'm ready to go.
Of course, there's some rumors that you might be contested. Someone might land on you. Of course, you've been doing this IGLing thing for a long time. Are you prepared for that?
Of course, bro. Always.
What's going to happen if they land on you?
Oh, you're going to see. 50.
Bolts.
Bolts. It feels like people keep doubting you guys.
That's such
It
a
feels like you guys
clean
fly under
name,
the radar.
Bolt.
Why do you think that happens, even with how talented you are?
And this was
You know,
small.
I think they underestimate Acorn. He's really the best IGL in the world. I'm one of the best fighters in the world, and we always show up when it matters. Acorn, he's always IGLing the perfect rotates. Me, I'm always finding the best refreshes, and you know, we always get that win.
I'm looking forward to it, guys. No pressure. I got this.
Hey,
Frankie,
this is gonna
who
be
you got on your side of the
stacked,
stage?
dude.
I have got iDrop and I've got Marius. And we had to talk to you guys. Obviously, iDrop, first of all, you're being contested by Zalco and Minute over at Frigid Fortress today. Have you been practicing your off spawns?
Of course, we practice as much as we can.
That's a chat draw line.
We're just very confident going into it.
What's the strongest part of your game right now?
I'd say.
There's women
fighting.
watching this?
Like, we're
Okay,
just
they're
crazy at
probably like
fighting.
mothers
So in
and
other
families.
words, you're quite
and
up for an off
stuff
spawn
like that.
battle.
Yeah, of course. Always.
And I have to talk to you because, Marius, look at your fans.
Yeah.
The gentlemates have turned up. Have you got anything to say to them?
Yeah, I appreciate the love, and I love you too.
Now, it hasn't been the
Marius, man, a few words as
journey on the
well.
way here. Some inconsistent results in the Div Cups. Does LAN make a difference, though? Does it help you even stay consistent knowing you have fans who are supporting you?
Yeah, 100%. It's a big difference because online people.
Yo, dude, this
They
is
have a
gonna
better
be
pickup.
long. We
Well,
still
I can't
have
wait to see what you guys do,
half
so
an hour
please get
before the.
ready, 'cause
No,
we've
actually
gotta get
not.
ready on
Actually,
stage for
I
some
think they're
more
starting at
duos.
6. Wait, what? How many? How much? They should be starting at 6 minutes.
Polish favorites, Cammy and Hottie. They've been flying under the radar in Europe, and now's the perfect chance to take over.
He looks like jelly, bro. Oh, Ritual. But the PDS test. Why does he have that test, bro? Shxrk and Carillion. Dude, these guys have such good names. Carillion. Minori.
They've earned their spot, and they're to make every second count.
Maz and Sphinx. Yo, Maz has not been featuring. Come on, Maz, you got it. Clutch up to it. They saved the best controller player right now.
And his right hand are here to take over the competition.
The pride of UK
Naps
is
and
Nathan
Nathan.
and Nebs. We know they're consistent, and now it's time to take some risk if they want to win it all.
Welcome brand new and GRX. They clawed their way to the top of the region, but now it's time to ascend the summit.
Coming in hot, it's Envy, Tyler, and Chance. A young duo brimming with untapped potential here to carry the
They're not sponsored, they're just coming with normal shit. Clix Annex! Hey, let's go exit, let's go, brother. So Peterbot and them are the last. This is gonna be crazy.
Aegis and Ritual, you were one of the most consistent duos in NA
The PDF
Central.
says.
Do you think people are sleeping on you coming into this competition?
Of course.
Maybe because we're contested, but I think that they know we'll pull through in the end and just get ready for a show.
How are you able to stay so consistent even when you're contested?
I think we're really good at playing when we're shambles, and we're able to make it happen whenever.
Now, I know that you've got a bit of a friendly rivalry going on with Rapid and Cold. Does that mean that you potentially might surprise meet up with them at some point during the day?
Nah, I don't think so.
But do you want to see a North American duo come out at top this weekend?
Yeah, I want NA to win no matter what. Hopefully it's us.
Well, it might be you guys, or it might be an Australian NA duo because Levin is with Muzz and Sphinx.
Yes, I am. I'm here with two lovely gentlemen who are going to be doing their best today in a potentially uncomfortable situation. I just want to start off with you, Muzz. You're looking good, man.
Thank you.
What's been going on?
I did manage to lose 33 kilos since the last LAN event.
You're 33 kilos.
Shout out to
That's
Muzz, man.
nice,
What a legend. Sphinx.
He looks different though. He
There's a lot
does.
of teams landing at
actually.
Humble Hills. What is the game
He looks
plan
younger
today?
for some reason.
Bro, the game plan is just to show them
And
who
his
their
hair
daddy
shorter.
is. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna smoke all of them. I don't even care. Nathan, I don't even know who you are. Never heard of you before this land.
I think
Falcons,
Fact also
Gerald,
lost
just go
weight
back to
because he
OC,
said
bro.
he
I
was
ain't gonna lie.
exercising.
You came out with a
If
bow
you're
and
getting
arrow,
the
you
dough
brought it
and
in,
all those
yes,
things,
sir.
all you have to
After
do
the
is
Osborne
focus
part
on
of
your
the
health, I
game,
guess. I
you
don't know.
guys have been very consistent in NA. Are you worried about any of the potential teams in this lobby? What is the plan after that?
I don't think so. I think our mid games, like, they're sound. I don't think anyone can like mess with it, change it. I think we're
You
good
gotta
to
get
go.
eliminations in an
Muzz,
end
it
game,
feels
bro.
like no
Just
matter
get
what you do
placements.
in Fortnite,
But the
people
eliminations
still
comes
just
in
seem to
the
underrate
end
you. They
game.
don't give you the credit you deserve. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's just because recently I've only been performing good in grand finals for like the last 12 months. So that's why,
Excuse me.
for sure.
Are they gonna find out today?
Hopefully.
Let's see it. Frankie,
He's so
over to you.
humble, dude.
I am with Cammy
He's
and
really
Harry.
humble.
Cammy, does this LAN feel any different to the LANs you've played before?
No, it feels really normal like every time. I think we're gonna
Some
do
people
good, like
don't.
always.
Just like
And I think
low-key
you might
energy.
do,
Like
but given the experience you have and the duo
we
you
don't need
have
to
in
say
Harry,
much.
how do you feel like the chemistry is working between you two in game right now?
I think
Yeah, I think it's really good chemistry. I think it's really good.
And you're uncontested at the moment. Is that playing into your game plan? Is that what you prefer, to be somewhere safe as opposed to being somewhere that maybe has the best loot?
I mean, it's always good to be uncontested, so yeah, we'll try to make the best out of it.
Yeah, and I can imagine you will. I think that we're going to let you guys get back into the lobby and get ready to go because, guys, we've got to bring out more duos.
Yeah, because literally it starts in 8 minutes. We didn't even get to speak to Clix and Leaks because they're talking too long.
Shxrk and TD, the future of Fortnite have arrived. The fastest
Okay,
rising
let's
duo,
go.
and they're looking to lead everyone in the past.
Hey, Saki.
Step it up, it's Cole and Madden. Their gameplay, it's nerves of steel, but can they keep it up here at
Madden.
Summit?
Coming out of OCE, it's
Poison
Mason and
Chow.
Gerald. Let the David versus Goliath story begin. They'll have their work cut out.
None of these guys have like sponsors. They're just coming out in normal shirts, black and white. And Cooper.
These guys are sure to put on a show, so let's see what you got.
So yeah,
It's
Alex
OCE's
and
top dog,
and
Alex and
Reckless.
Reckless, the undisputed best on OCE. But it's time to test their skills against the world.
I don't expect that them to do well because I feel like maybe this year, I don't know. We'll see. Different this year. Chino and Pablo.
They've already won the regional championship, but now you gotta do it against the best.
Give it up for X-Ball
Pon
and Doxy. Some of the best NA West has to offer, and they're here to show they can't be counted out.
Big ups for the Los
Pelos.
Angeles. Coming from Brazil, they're here in Germany to raise the roof.
Brazil representing.
Powerhouses Yuma and Toyota are back. They're looking to take on the international stage once more.
So they from Japan and the other team must be from Korea. Cheating in chat.
It's time to show what Dortmund Fortnite is all about.
Let's go, here we go. All the
We
duels.
have got a player here who is currently regarded as
There's
one
one
of
more
the
duel.
best in the
few
world.
more
And he's
duels
also
to
one of the youngest here.
come out, I think.
Shxrk, do you mind
Peterbot
turning
and
around
Poyo.
for me so everyone can
Shxrk,
hear
Teeny.
and see you answering this question? Oh,
Yeah.
Teeny, what was your reaction when Shxrk, I guess an up-and-coming player at the time, reached out to you and said he wanted you as his duo?
I mean, I was looking for duo at that time, so yeah, it was great.
And did it
They
surprise
all
you
just
how well it
man a
worked?
few words like this.
Not really.
Not really. So tell me about Wonky Land today. We think that Clix might be landing on you. What are you going to do if he does?
Just eliminate him.
Just eliminate him.
Just
It's
eliminate
as simple
him.
as that, I think, Levin.
Sometimes it really is that simple, Frankie. Look, I'm here with Cooper and Reek, and boys, it's not the best of situations to be in, right? You're fighting off spawn against, you know, two of the best players in NA. What is the plan today, Reek, against those guys?
Honestly, it just depends how it goes. See what happens off spawn. You know, recently we've been splitted in some tournaments leading up to this, and I guess we'll just play it by ear. If we get some good
I
loot,
can't
I run it
believe
down.
if it is
If not,
as
we'll see what
yellow.
happens.
It's
If
like
you do split
wait
it,
all this
but
time.
the games ain't going how you want them to go, is there a chance you just stop splitting it?
Oh yeah, if we're doing bad and they're doing good, there's zero chance we'll let them qualify. Come on.
I like the thought process. Cooper, you know what it means to win on a stage like this. You've done it before a couple years back. What's changed about you as a player? Where have you gotten better over the years that helps you today?
I mean, I've gained a lot more confidence since then, for sure. I've struggled with consistency. But, you know, it's my first time being contested on LAN. I'm going in here with nothing to lose, so I'm gonna let everything out and I'm gonna do the best we can.
Reek sort of said it. You guys have been fighting them a lot. Like, you've had a lot of practice against them. What do you think their weakness is?
I think their weakness is, I mean, they're just trying to split it too much. Like, I feel like we're just gonna get our games griefed if we just keep splitting it. So I hope they bring the fight to us because we're ready for it.
I like
Dude,
the
there's
sound of
gonna
that.
be
Look,
some
Frankie,
upsets.
I know you've got some great Danes on your stage. What do they have to say?
I do have Great Danes. We've got Pablo and Chino.
Great
And
Danes.
boys, you are one of the favorites in this competition. You just
Let me just get some
exploded
water, mate.
in Major 1. There were some questions at the start of the season, so how did you up your game?
Just work hard and yeah, just don't give up. Just try to fix all the mistakes.
And it looks like you've done that really well. However, it's going to be difficult today at Sandy Strip because you've got Canada and Mini PO's duos also landing near you. What's the plan?
I mean, there's not really a plan. I mean, we're just gonna do whatever like comes to mind, and we're gonna dominate this.
Pablo, people are saying that Chino is the top 3 clutcher in the world. Would you agree?
Yeah,
And what about yourself?
I'm also up there.
You're also up there. Top 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. We know that these guys have got each
Eat
other's
my pie.
backs. Let's bring out our final teams.
After dominating the EU finals, Sky and Skrull are here to prove they're a global threat. The road to a trophy lift starts today.
South America's #1 duo, Dawn and Night. Having dominated Brazil, they're now here to play with no regrets.
Welcome aboard, Javi and Diminish. The competition is fierce, but their willpower is relentless. It's time to give it your all.
Cocoon and Mini PO, a last game win at FNCS was the clutch they needed to make it to the summit. But can they do it again?
From Middle East, it's your FNCS champions, Pakistan Hero. A couple staples for international representation, and now they're here to show us why.
Pakistan Euro.
It's the terrors of the lobby, Peterbot and Poyo. One of Fortnite's most dominating duos are looking to have a flashback performance today.
Give it up for Minute and Salco. A last-second pairing with Dream for first. It's time to make this summit one to remember.
It's not hot in here, it's cold and rapid. They might have switched up drop spots, but the plan remains the same. Global domination.
Watch out for Hamad and Controller. They may have been second in Middle East FNCS, but now they're here to showcase their strength.
Call to home field
from the Middle East, our #1 representatives. We have FKS and we have Hero. And this is your 5th FNCS LAN, FKS. I think that makes you the most successful Middle East player in Fortnite history. What's it like to be back?
I mean, I'm so excited to be here, and I hope that I can win the tournament.
Do you think that this is the best we're going to see a Middle Eastern team do today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Do you think this is the best we're going to see an ME team place this weekend in a LAN?
Of course, I mean, we're ready.
I think you are. And Hero, we know that the skill gap is now closing because normally you guys win by hundreds of points in your region. This time, though, you had some competition, but that's a good thing, right? Because it means you get to practice more.
Yeah, Middle East is improving and we're ready to compete against the world and be in the top of the world.
I can't wait to see you try. Okay, now, Germany, I think Levin has got a treat for you.
We got the fan favorites. Everybody make some noise for Noah.
Giant scroll. What? No?
Boy, oh boy, Noah. There
Oh,
are a lot
Noah.
of players on this stage who grew up watching you, trying to be like you. Does that influence you have? What does it prove?
Noah and
What does it
Breezer.
show? What does it mean to you today?
I mean, it just makes me happy. I mean, we're both old, but we still got it. You know what
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. Reason. Everybody's supporting you out here, man. I saw someone who had a sign of your face somewhere out there. We got people representing you all over the building. What does it mean to have the fans here in full support of you?
It honestly means everything. It was always a dream of mine, and I think every of the players here as well. So I thank you all.
Of course, you have a lot to do today in-game. How do you stay ready? How do you stay prepared to be at your very best?
I mean, first of all, we prepped a lot, but of course, I played the Reason 1v1 build fight map a lot. Best 1v1 map, make sure to check that out. And yeah, that's how we prepped.
Make sure you check that out. Noah, you're playing with someone who you played with a lot. Do you feel like that experience you guys are playing with each other over the years helped you in the lobby today?
Yeah, we got pretty good chemistry, so like we always just find each other in endgame and we're chilling.
Hey, I'm gonna hope you guys do incredibly well. I'm not gonna lie though, guys, it's the stage is getting a bit chilly up here. What's going on, Frankie?
Well, I'm standing
do
next
it
to
by
Cold and Rapid.
minor.
That's what's going
Okay.
on, Levin. Cold, I think you've got the best player photo of all the walkouts. Can you just replicate that for me, please? Oh, yeah, and that's how you're feeling right now, right? Super chill?
I feel amazing. I'm ready to, take down the competition and show you guys what I do.
Even though you're contested?
Of course, those guys are horrible. You guys are gonna see.
Okay, we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on 4 fields. Rapid, sometimes people are saying that this man, he doesn't practice, but that's not true, right?
No, that's not true. He plays a lot.
So what have you been working on the most going into this LAN?
Wait, say that again?
What have you been working on the most going into this competition?
Definitely our end game and our chemistry.
And what was up with the end game?
Druids weren't staying together, but now we fixed it.
Okay, so there's not going to be any solo clutching. You're always going to be the 2 in the 2v1 situation, Cold.
Yes, sir.
And who is your biggest competition here on LAN before I let you go? Who have you got your eyes on?
Nobody.
Keep your eyes on these 2 desks.
I mean, Fortnite fam, how can you not be hyped seeing this? I mean, all these players come out. This is the upper bracket. This is so insane. I mean, you heard duos coming out, getting the reactions from the fans. It is electric here. I mean, man, I feel a vivid. As I kind of start to think back to the game, right? As I focus in on like having a good time, like, wait a minute, the game, it feels like there's one thing that's super important. It's having a game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels like everybody up there on the stage has a game plan because we kind of talked about the qualification process for this LAN. We talked about how everybody had to place well to get here. And I feel like it's kind of showing in all of these interviews. Like, it's just confidence after confidence after confidence. But speaking of game plans, man, yeah, it definitely does kind of change when you do change up the format, right? We have a 3-day format, but the lobby is never going to look the same in each and every single one of these days. So I feel like in terms of preparation, right?
Oh, we got 2,820 subscribers. Thanks to whoever subscribed. I appreciate it, man.
For whatever lobby they have set forth in front of them, where we can't really see those, day 2 duos kind of pop up, right? If we take a look at how Veno and Curve actually won their FNCS on the NAC region, dude, they were 10th going into day number 2. And then they ended up winning, right? But that's on the back foot of Veno just doing all of that preparation in between. But you don't have the opportunity to do something like that here.
It's interesting that you say that, though, because at the same time, you have duos already in the lower bracket just waiting to see who their 25 competitors are going to be. As a reminder, the top 25 do go to Sunday,
Oh,
but
no,
the
it's
bottom
already
25 play
Okay, it's
again
starting to blow
tomorrow.
up.
There's already kind of drop maps
I'm
getting
making it.
formed, ideas of where
Okay.
duos might be dropping,
Hey,
but it all
finally
depends
ready, bro.
on how today
I'm
plays
eating
out.
my meal.
Absolutely, and of course, so many other duels as we're seeing. I mean, Janice is looking fantastic. And I mean, you guys heard him for a moment. Obviously, we're in Germany. Lev got to talk to him. Noah, Reason. You know, there is so much hype being in this environment. I can't wait.
It's definitely going to be cool. And you can take a quick little peek right there. The preparation definitely comes in. So all of the players kind of setting up their setups earlier on, making sure that they had their drop maps, you know, prepared for that. Obviously, it just kind of speaks to how important, how vital they feel like, you know, the all-spawn situations are, how they need to feel comfortable that they are going to land first and have a big advantage, because, you know, these players were kind of allotted one single piece of player each to kind of bring with them on stage, and almost every single one of them, it feels like they dedicated it to the other game.
Yeah, they have the drop map. They have it right in front of them. The thing I'm thinking
How
is, you know, we had the
Reason
practice
does well,
matches,
bro.
but you
They
don't
have
want to leave your
veterans,
strats in a
Clix and
practice
Nyx.
match when the real deal is
Peterbot and
happening
them are
tomorrow.
young,
So
so
now
they still
today,
have a
I'm
lot
curious
of
to see
mileage
how these kind of game
in the
plans
tank.
unfold. Will we actually see Clix contest Peterbot? Will we see Skyscroll to the same strat? Only time will tell.
Well, time it is, because guess what, Fortnite fam? It is that time. Game number 1 is ready, so let's kick it
Let's
over to the
go.
casters. Jacob PR and the best
Let's go.
taco.
We are here. This is the moment we've been waiting months for. The Major 1 Summit LAN from
The best taco
75
saya
teams
group.
from across
Oh,
the
no,
world.
sih,
They're not only
extension
battling
tuh.
out for over $1 million
Because
in
saya
prize
kudu
money,
not
but the
group.
top 15 spots go to the Global Championship.
The way I see it, Jacob, today is basically bonus Fortnite Nation, and I am all for it, okay? Because we know we got game
Let's go.
1 ready to
Game
go.
number 1. Let's go. My phone is charging now. Done.
Just like that, Dusseldorf, our first opportunity to really gather what is actually going to pan out here across the minimap. Jacob, we've heard so many rumors, we've seen so many shakeups, and yet here today, it's time to figure it all out.
Yeah, for months you've heard Clix and Higgs, Peterbot, Poyo, the rivalry for so long. They said, no, we're going over towards Scribbly Shores. Clix is claiming, hey, we've had enough of going against Peterbot and Poyo on their terms. Now it is our terms. It's now going to be under their own conditions, but we've also seen, we heard our analysts talk about it as well. In some of those practice games, Clix and Higgs actually went back to Wonky Land, and we're seeing it again. Clix and
They
Higgs
lied,
are
dude.
going
They're getting
back to the
shot in
drop
it.
spot. They know the best.
In the air already. What?
Clix and Higgs, they're not looking to try and drop at Squibbly Shores, not here in game 1, but they're still gonna have to contend with some other opponents because now you're on home turf, but check it out, Shxrk more than expectant of this shakeup, and that is why they've already been sure to prepare for it. Darman Devish as well, just off in the distance over towards Toy Box Docks. It's going to get very rocky very soon for some of these teams, though.
Yeah, and you can already see Shxrk and Teeny, Clix and Higgs. For the most part, it seems like they're going to split it. But Clix and Higgs, they're fast right out of the gates. They're pushing on over to the north side of Wonky, taking that loot, and eventually will fall back. But there's contested fights all over here in game 1. Sandy Strip, another one in the feed. I did see Mini Prio go down. It wasn't Gino, wasn't Havoc here with Pablo Wingoose. You gotta imagine, where else did they drop? Because they're not in the mini-map.
Chino and Pablo, though, they don't seem to really be all that minding of it. They're more than content to just keep gathering whatever they can find here at Sandy Strip. They know that there's bound to be a bit of a clash eventually with Victor V and Kanata, but it's no real surprise to see that everywhere else, it's not so sweet. Chap trying to escape over by New Sanctuary. Things have gone awry because Flixie, he's already been knocked, so now Chap has to play for the recovery.
Yeah, they're already kind of searching where that actual elimination is. We want to know as well, it's actually going to be Flixie on top of the mountain. He did get it down onto Romero. You can see him battling in another 2v1 situation. He wins the fight. That wasn't just a knock, that was a full wipe.
Unfortunately, even if you win out with the first duo, there's always going to be some third-party action taking place if the time to elimination isn't fast enough. And even then, you never really know what to expect because so many teams are looking for that surprise factor. But Higgs, Clix, drawing things back over to Wonky Land. They're waiting, they're trying to make the approach. They've sniffed out this little bit of a lurk opportunity here. Shxrk gonna make sure to try and close the distance. Wants to ensure that he can back up Teeny if necessary. Overdrive grenade just to get a little bit of the movement effects here, but they've still yet to really tango. And Shxrk trying to push Higgs back. Clix a little bit separated, but he's still got the high ground leverage.
Yeah, Shxrk and Higgs trading shots very, very quickly. You can even see from underneath Teeny trying to join the mix, but there's a little bit of a health advantage here for Clix and Higgs, and right now it looks like they are trying to be the aggressors in this fight. We've talked almost all morning long. Will they split it? Where will Clix and Higgs go? They're going back to Wonky Land, and they're hoping to wipe out Shxrk and Teeny. And right now, down below, Shxrk and Teeny relatively healthy, but a couple of missing item slots and really, really low on materials.
And you just know that this is more than just a drop spot on the line here, Jacob. This is who's going to strike first and win with their pride. Clix, Higgs, they're not looking to fold under pressure. Shxrk, Teeny, they knew that this was going to likely be taking place here today, but both of these duos, all they realistically need, 1-2 solid lobbies out of our 6 games matchup.
Yeah, but the longer this one goes, right now they're lucky they're fighting inside of the house, but Acorn and Bolts towards the north, Darman, Demas, that contested fight a minute, Sauko, I drop Marius, they can all eventually look on over to try the third party, but Taco, the EU, FNCS champs, Sky and Scroll, you probably know them just a little bit more than I do, but I just remember a few years ago, these guys just kind of showing up on the map, the top of the leaderboard. People didn't believe in them, but man, has every tune changed this weekend.
We'll get a chance to check back in with them shortly, because right now it's all about what Cole's been cooking, and right now it's Minifio on the ropes. Cole going to immediately take over, just fully boxes him up and finds that first elimination here, really trying to get some momentum building. And Cole, he said it himself in that pregame interview, Jacob. He's ready to show what he can do.
No fear at all, but wait a minute, we heard the talk. Are you gonna contest us? We figured out as the game's going on, no, but Peterbot and Pollo are slowly making their way up towards the north. We've seen this in divisional cups. They're looking for eliminations here, and they did get that mythic AR, so Peterbot is gonna be able to shred through these materials. They already got a knock and elimination onto Coyote as well, which is why you see Yuma by himself in this situation.
Yeah, and poor Yuma, he's just hoping that Darkness by Singers, but Peterbot's
down.
Peterbot is out of this conversation. Yuma
He's
just
down.
fully closing things out. He doesn't want to leave it up to
Oh
Pollo.
my
He's
word.
forcing Pollo to make a decision now. Bail out
This
for
is
the
bad.
reboot, but he might be stuck in the middle because everybody in the vicinity saw that elimination light up in the feed, and now Yuma, he might have just bought himself so much more time because other parties, they're looking to intervene. Pollo with his back against the wall, trying to figure out where he can escape to.
Yeah, the only saving grace he has now is multiple teams look to third and fourth party in this situation. So the two solos, Yuma and Pollo, have a little bit of an opportunity to try to escape. But what they're waiting for here is for the two duos to actually start to fight it out. Until that happens, Taco, they really have little control over their game, because if they try to move out too early, either one of those duos will spot them out as a solo and try to play aggressive.
All I can think about is what took place at Globals, Jacob. When we saw Peterbot in that game 1, he made the aggressive effort against Victor V, got put down, and it definitely made a serious impact for the rest of those matches. Will that happen here today? Is he reliving the past moments? But only Pollo can really save him in this one.
Yeah, and you got a huge shout out to Asia Yuma. That is not an easy elimination there. That's not an easy player to take down, especially when you had already lost Coyote. You're by yourself, back up against the wall. If Yuma went down, he's spending 20 or so minutes watching his screen trying to figure out what happened. But big boys make big boy plays, and Yuma is looking to stay alive.
I like this, though. Definitely a bit of a 180 from some of the action taking place a little bit northwest of where Acorn and Bolts are at. But Acorn,
bro.
Always regarded as such a strong IGL, and I'm very excited to see what exactly he's been stratting out, because every single one of these teams here today has just been anticipating some kind of bamboozlement. Nobody feels safe. Nobody feels secure in their original strategies. You've got the counter strat for the counter strat for the counter strat, and now we get to see it all come to fruition.
Yep, now looking at Swizzy and Pixie. An interesting moment coming into this. Pixie, knowing he has a global champion by his side in Swizzy. When it comes to Dark Dominion, Taco, you don't see too many, when it's uncontested, players leave Dark Dominion early. They build this surge base here. Swizzy's going to be responsible for a lot of their early game damage. Meanwhile, Pixie, he's farming up extra materials, extra heals, so that way if they have to overstay their welcome in the zone, it's not a worry.
Pollo, though, definitely a little bit more concerned currently. Trying to see if he can make a play for the reboot. Is anybody close enough to try and gauge some warning shots towards Peterbot? The moment that he begins to glide down, but kind of reflecting back, I think that's where Pete is really going to have to reconsider when to hit the brakes. I understand you get that isolation, you put Yuma into a position where it should realistically just be a clean wipeout, but that's just not going to be the case. Nothing here is guaranteed. All of these teams had to fight their way to this competition.
Yeah, and it seems like it's not only Peterbot faced with early game trouble. You see Veno gliding down. You see the gray pistol in his inventory. So he just got rebooted as well. So not only we have one of the greats all time, but we have the current NA FNC as champions with a few early game struggles. But at least, Taco, they got the reboots back. The only big question for them is, what is it going to be when Storm Surge pops?
Only time will tell. For no Riley and Reason, though. He said he's put in a lot of effort working on that Reason 1v1 map, getting in those creative sessions. Practice is everything. But now you need to put it into reality. And for right now, they don't actually have to enter an exchange with Pablo or you have to go in Panzer, but the tides could change very soon.
Yeah, as long as they have enough gold, they already have control over the vending machine towards Sandy Strip. So when it comes to the zone, it's not necessarily going to be a worry for the next two. Vico and Malibuca quick to rotate, though. We know they're landing over towards that Frigid Fortress, the actual main POI, so they're going to get majority of that loot. But instead of staying up there and getting early game surge on players like iDrop, Marius, Minute, Salco, the contested fight, even Noah, Riley, and Reason, they went ahead and rotated towards the south early. And you're seeing a few teams do that compared to online leading up to this. A lot of them would kind of stay in the zone, especially if they had those extra movement abilities.
Vico's got no reason to be nervous, though. He's just got to remember who he is. And it's crazy to think about that they've sort of slid under the radar as a team favorite. I think that there's just so many stars making appearances here at this global level competition, Jacob, that it can be easy to kind of have a handful fall out of that spotlight, but they're starting to build their way back in. Same mentality for Reet and Cooper, too. Side by side, Grilly and Jargu getting a little bit more caught up than they would like to.
On the other side, big damage. Carillion to Jargu, a little bit of the bait and switch. You distract him on one side, I'll get the wall and the elimination on the other. Mini Pio, I think, making the right decision. Why stay when you're weak, all ready to try to fight a disadvantage 2v2? He immediately tried to rotate on over, saying, hey, I know we're not going to be working together for now, but I'm going to come back for your reboot card
Okay, let's
later.
go.
Love the fact that Focus and Thomas, though, have just fully infiltrated what I believe is the leftovers of Sky and Scroll's initial surge base. Comes as no real surprise, though, to see Teeny and Shxrk still caught in the action here with Clix. They really want to try and see if they can get a clear elimination spree against this duo, but it's just not going to be easy because Shxrk, Teeny, they're the ones that are actually underneath on the surge threshold. They're forced to try and take this fight. Shxrk knows that he needs to be quick on his feet. He's got to try and find some consistency here. Maybe he can chop on the floor. Maybe he can break into the box, but 1 versus 2 can always be dangerous.
Yeah, and Shxrk is somebody, when he plays online, there's a little bit of ping differential here. He has a little bit more freedom, but they're not able to break through the boxes. I think Clix and Higgs know exactly what's going on. They're above that damage threshold. They're just trying to keep them out. Wait for the timing for when Storm Surge actually activates, because when it does, Taco, every 7 seconds, 25 damage. But why wait for that? Teeny is down. Higgs gets that first first elimination. We thought maybe they could split it, but Clix and Higgs don't want to. And now they realize Shxrk's by himself. 2v1 situation. They have options here, Taco. Do you disengage or do you go for the eliminations? And right now, it's looking like they walk both of those.
Shxrk, you've been here before. You've done it so many times in the past on your region. But here in a LAN environment, things are going to be moving very different. But Higgs, he's dropped down to his last handbits of HP. Fortunately for him, he still has Clix to try and play a little bit of that supportive measure. But Shxrk, he's not finished. He's trying to make sure that he can get that full finish onto Higgs. He needs to break through, but he can't get the damage. Shxrk and Teeny are out of this first lobby. And Higgs, Clix have claimed Wonky. Get a little bit of a preview of what Higgs thinks of that entire situation. And he was the man that got both of those eliminations. And this is the moment that started it all. It was a lurk play from underneath. He drops Teeny down. He gets the knock and even gets his med kit canceled against Shxrk. But by then, Taco, it's a 2v1. It's lights out. It's exactly what Clix and Higgs needed. You're trying to establish dominance off rip, and that's sending a very clear message. But for Tyler and Chance, a lot of trouble currently brewing here. Minority and Darkos are not willing to let this one slip away from them. They know that they have more than enough damage to kind of wait this one out. And if it's going to be a battle of attrition, that's one Minority and Darkos have no issues fighting out. They'll be able to claim one elimination in all that mess.
Yeah, you don't necessarily see where the other teams or players are at in terms of that Storm Surge leaderboard. But if you're a team like Minority and Darkos, you're above that damage threshold deep in the zone, and a team is just trying to bulldoze into your box, that is a huge red flag. And they played that one perfectly. As we rotate out of Dark Dominion, you see players rotate through the top, but right here, Veno and Curve knowing the map perfectly, they go right underneath and they try to take those tunnels.
Tunnels can be dangerous, though. You have to remember, there's usually going to be at least a solo, possibly even a duo trying to camp these out. It's an affair that Swizzy and Pixie are all too familiar with, and I'm sure Veno, he's definitely been strategizing, definitely been trying to factor in every single possibility. But as the zones close in, as some of these teams get more and more desperate, Furious duo in a spot of trouble here. Night and Gone, they need damage. They're only 28 below. They're trying to see if they can apply some pressure to look like Chap and Flixie, but they're still sitting just underneath that threshold. A singular tag would do it. But will they be able to find it? Everybody is just refusing to budge, even the other duos that are in danger.
It almost makes you wonder how many players at this edge of the zone, as it continues to pull towards the north, are below or on the line when it comes to that damage threshold. 1 second, you see Night and Gone. They're 1 damage above, but in that split second, they fall below. 25 damage. Flixie, Chap, they're in that same boat. They had an early game fight, and this is the struggles you deal with after, whether you're above or below. There's not a bunch of confidence with single-digit numbers. And that's why Flixie and Chap, they also need loot. This is just one tough situation to get out of. Flixie's gonna get dropped. The onslaught just continues as Chap falls as well.
Chap is also dead.
Just on a rampage of his own demise here.
It's starting to heat up now, okay?
Behind him, but now
Throw in Sky.
looks to be a solo overhead. Got Night and Gone, but Mad and Cold, they got to deal with Peterbot, who's now the solo. The reboot has been a success up until this stage, Jacob. Now Pete from 6 zone onwards has to try and fare as a solo, and with so many other teams already
he's gonna get killed in it. He's lucky.
Just barely, but even then, only 2 overcharge
doesn't have mats.
a sliver of materials. He's running through his build so rapidly, he doesn't have a chance
he can refresh on Vino and Curve, but he's not gonna. He's just gonna try to survive. He's just gonna stick low ground, get some eliminations. Oh, nice. Oh no! The revenge, Vino. Vino and Curve is gonna win, bro. Veno always goes on low ground, so it's very difficult to play low ground. They're just waiting for people to drop down, and then they're just waiting. They have enough heals to do it. Look at this.
They're gonna pick up that leftover Chug Jug, decent amount of builds to work with too, but Reason O'Reilly looking to try and get a little bit more of that high ground basing, slight cliff base. Malabuka and Vico also in a rather isolated position. It's all about who's going to of exposed themselves first, though.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be a tough zone for a lot of the teams, especially those that might not have the materials. It's not a drastic elevation change, but you're seeing regarding to go up the side of Frigid Fortress. And you see Gino, Pablo, 50 below. They land some shots, but they're still 8 below that damage threshold. But these guys are experts. They know these single-digit numbers is not a reason to get desperate. You can find damage all along the way, and that is their plan. From point A to point B, they're trying to elevate themselves on top. They fall below the damage threshold once more, but Pablo and Chino are doing their best to get high ground.
It's insane though, just how quickly that surge threshold can turn against you. And Pablo, Chino, they're still sitting at just 75 below, but when they base all the way up towards the high ground, they'll have a better opportunity to try scope things out. But Clix, Higgs, they're looking to make the chops, they're looking to go up. They want to see if they can be the ones to take over, and they'll at least force Chino and Pablo back for a moment, but it is just topsy-turvy, upside down, because Cammy and Hottie from across the way just looking to take everybody out. But Clix, he's still got the ball rolling here. Chino has fallen. Higgs credited with the elimination, but Pablo, as a solo, what can he do from here?
Yeah, some people would say 7th zone, 8th zone might be too early to take that high ground, but Clix and Higgs, that's something that's been their game plan since the NA Central FNCS. Bahari, Cammy, they did all that damage. They disrupted everything, but it's them on top of the castle. They already have 2 elims, and when you look at their loadout, from the slap pizza to the medkits, they have 2 different win conditions.
They've got all sorts of tools at their disposal, but whether or not teams are going to look to challenge here. Clix and Higgs,
they got hit. They're probably just waiting to rotate. Veno is the only one alive from him and Curve. I see this. This is crazy, dude. I think it's now best to just chill, rotate early, get to that dead zone.
At a cost here, cold and rapid. Seemingly pinpointed the solo operation.
Oh, and Malabuka's daring. He tries to go ahead and get aggressive on the cold and rapid. Saw that one coming, immediately answered defensively, and now they're peeking over the top. Do we have high ground? Is it worth it to invest? I think it is yes, or at least for now, but you got to be careful. Agers, Ritual, they're in the rings waiting to try to, for a moment like that, strike onto high ground. Clix and Higgs, they lost it because of the builds. They had no more. They were forced down below, and look at the spot they're in now.
They just spent so much material when they were challenging Chino and Pablo, not realizing the kind of disaster that Cammy and Hottie were actually causing against them. And Higgs,
is down.
They've now been eliminated from the lobby. Hottie,
no.
Cammy, though, can they make this shift in elevation? They're forced to continue dropping, but there's already teams at the bottom of the hill, and Pablo is going to be the next to fall.
That's another solo player out, so that's placement points going in. Agers is knocked. Ritual realized that can't be the hero. He's just trying to stay in the zone long enough to try to get the materials, but I don't think he had the chance. Fox is going to get that elimination. Noah Riley trying to do the same thing. The last of the heals, though, as the Chug runs out, but they're still running outside of zone. That elimination onto Ritual that he just got is going to give him the siphon so he can make his way back into the zone with Reed and Cooper.
But Cooper, Reed, they've got a little bit of advantage here now. They know that this is only Noah Riley. They're going to take him out, no problem. Cooper with 3. Reed has 2 as well. Rapid and Cold, though, still in full control of the high ground. And with the way that the zone has pulled Jacob over this shifting elevation, it has posed so many issues for these teams down below. Cold and Rapid also continuing to apply so much steady pressure. They've got the flow grenades if they need them. And Acorn, unfortunately, he's got to do it all his own.
Yeah, and at this stage of the game, top 8, you got 5 players running around as solos. At least half the placement points have been awarded. So this is the stage in the game where you really become a difference maker. As Garm picks up that elimination on a Minori. Pixie using the last
it's
of
the first game,
he's
so
just trying to
everyone's
scrape together
obviously
any
gonna be
extra
like
placements.
second
Maybe a
game is
free
gonna be
shot
tough.
to the backside of the box. Hero,
Ooh, Pixie's
he
down.
tries to get it, but Pixie gets sent right back to the lobby. He truly might be the hero.
And Hero feeling good after that one. 7 eliminations in total is a solid start here in game 1. But Reed, Cooper, they want more than that. They want to see if they can win this one outright. Front side, fully in their control. Looking back, where Reed's gone down. Cooper was targeting ahead, and Reed wasn't able to withstand the pressure. Yapko, Panzer, they're going to be the ones taking over.
They hopped in the box and took them down with ease. We know Cold and Rapid are on hand.
Oh no, Panzer got hit
Yapko,
out.
Panzer, they're on below. Hero is still in the backside of the zone. He's disrupting everything until he eventually falls. Yapko and Panzer, they do get the elimination.
Oh
they
no.
Desperate attempt to go outside of the zone and pick up the materials, but Rapid and Cold, they see how weak they are.
Cold and Rapid are gonna go with the eliminations, bro. If they get this win or second, ooh, Yapko's down. Oh, Panzer's low. Now he's dead, bro. GG's, bro. Ooh, ooh. Yo, dude, that's the first, and they are good at like placing and killing and getting eliminations. They're probably 100 points ahead of Clix and X, probably.
Guys, that was an absolute
Because
masterclass
with that
in
win, they
high
got
ground.
65. How many eliminations did they get?
Cold, how did you know that the
Let me
time
just
was right
see.
to take height?
I mean, that's all Rapid. You know, this is what he does. You know, he's the best IGL in the world, and he showed it right there.
So all you needed to do was listen. So Rapid, how did you make that call?
Makla, Descent Height. That might have been the easiest lobby ever.
Oh,
People just were not wanting to challenge on height anymore because you had it for like 3 zones unchallenged.
I mean, yeah, nothing they could do.
Nothing they could do. You make the drop down, you're up against Yapko and Panzer in that 2v2 situation.
Yo, and Cole
making the
doesn't
call to
practice,
go
bro.
upwards
This
and
man
try
just
and get
hops
that
on
shot?
and then
Because
just
you were
games, bro.
flying,
He's
Cold.
freaking good at the game.
It was kind of both of our call. You know, like we knew that we needed the kill points, and that's exactly what we did.
You got so many eliminations in that game. So from here onwards, 5 more games to make it out of the upper bracket. You're not going to play it safe, are you?
No, we're not.
Keep on
I
winning.
can't wait to see even more eliminations from you guys. Do you own the high ground now? Do you own it?
Of course, I want every kind of ground.
Well, these guys, they found that victory royale a little bit too easy. So let's see if any of the duos can make it tricky after the break.
Ooh, that's a clip, but this is old clips, isn't it? I feel like it's old clips. Community showcase. Okay, let's see. Ooh, nice snipe. Clutch. X showcase. Epic game. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, that's comfortable. But I'm more interested to see the seat, maybe. The cushion, man. Black light. If you do play Fortnite, please use my code. The West is red. Would appreciate it. Pete and them have to step up their game. One seconds. We're gonna have to see. Okay, wait, let me do this. I just want to quickly work to find the leaderboard. Okay, so FNCS major, sorry, not major, summer LAN 2026 leaderboard. Because we don't have to wait what they have to say. So esports live doesn't have the team, so
That's crazy. The weather change here in Germany. Suddenly a cold front's coming in. That's right. It happened.
Oh.
I cannot believe this just happened. Game number 1. Cold and Rapid come out swinging.
Come out swinging, man. A big change in strategy too. We'll look up. It's like, what the heck? Cold and Rapid are up on the high ground.
okay, I'll just
For anybody that
I'll
doesn't
just do it
typically
in the
watch
next
NA,
one.
man, usually you can find these guys mid ground, low ground, kind of feeling comfortable down there. But you heard them after that game. They were like, yeah, man, kind of just sent it.
Yeah, and he said it was free too, which is the most interesting part. I mean, if we looked before that, there were so many height retakes. They just took it at that perfect moment, and I mean, it was just playing it by the book after that. But not only did they secure a nice clean win, look at the amount of eliminations that Cold is just picking up back to back to back. These AR shots do not miss.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be all about the refreshes. You can see them continually picking up all of those eliminations. And we were kind of jumping around from POV to POV when we were watching Height kind of get crazy, right? When we saw like 4 different teams kind of find themselves up on the high ground over the course of, what was that, like 60 seconds? The material counts for all of those teams were just so shambles that they had no chance to actually hold it for the rest of the game. So when you tune into a team like Cold and Rapid, and they are picking up those eliminations, they are picking up those refreshes, they're picking up those extra materials, they are in a healthy enough spot to actually go for the high ground and hold it, and that is exactly what they did.
Absolutely crazy stuff out of Cold and Rapid.
Remember,
we just need to be in the top 25 to secure ourselves a spot on Sunday for finals. And after this game,
I'm just gonna pause my screen quickly so I can go to the leaderboard.
Good. I can't wait to see the standings as well, because remember, all of these dudes are thinking the same thing. We just need that good game. We need to make sure we're keeping up in the top 25. But seriously, Cold and Rapid, what the heck? I love that you kind of call out. What are they doing on high ground? What's crazy too is even looking in for a moment there, Clix and Higgs decide, hey, we're gonna go for this height, and everyone in the lobby was like, hey, don't let that happen up there. What are we doing?
So Clix and Higgs actually had a very good approach to that. High ground Ritter was like, oh my gosh, they're getting a free chop. They get the chop. The high ground team's kind of falling down. They had no mats. They were just like that close from actually stealing away the high ground. But unfortunately, the lobby was like, well, no, we're not gonna let that happen.
Not today. Well, look, guys, after that last win, guess what? We've got a listen in from that moment. Take a look.
Yeah, I told. They have 101 points.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to you in a sec.
Pens and them have 92. Where's Clix and Higgs? Maz is 36. 30 points. Oh my. Okay. They have 16th place.
You know, rougher.
I do want to have this screen up there,
Get a
though.
little bit closer to them. I think we should. Pick that in.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, I'm missing this. I'm gonna go down. You don't have. You can stay up if you want. You can stay up.
I like that.
Yeah.
Ooh.
51. Yeah, I'm watching. Nice.
But the mic quality is bad, dude.
Let's go.
Calm, cold, collected is how this duo was feeling. And I mean, look, they were excited, but it looked like it was just another day in the battle bus. I mean, it just looked like a normal day for this duo. The confidence is there. We heard it in the pre-game interview, and now closing it out. Look, there is one thing I do want to bring up here. Maybe it's not my
Sorry, I
bias,
just want
I
to
promise.
get the leaderboard so we
bias,
can
but
track it, man.
all the
I
top
don't like
3
this.
teams that were
Sign
in that
in.
final
Maybe I can
zone
sign in.
land at the
Nah,
northeast side of the map. We had a northeast
Dude,
zone.
why can't I just esports?
Put that out there.
All right, let's take a look at
events.
standings.
Okay, don't have to log in.
We gotta
Okay,
take a look at how
45.
everything else is shaping up for the rest of the lobby already. Look at the points aren't crazy, but want to highlight here for you second place. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you can see just the score on the leaderboard.
Being unbiased. This was crazy,
So we don't have to
right?
like
We
wait
even
for
saw
them
some
every
shots
in the
out of
meantime.
Yapko and Panzer taking down Rate and Cooper. Just
Look at
crazy.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the 3 duos here, right? Yeah,
So,
Cold and
Clix-
Rapid, obviously,
Clix is like
full chilling up
16th,
on the higher gun. And then you
Curve
had
and
Yapko
Vino
and Panzer,
17th.
one of the only 3 duos
Peterbot
left, and the other duo
is
that was kind of
28th.
alive in the mix once we got
8
into the
you've
top
got.
10 was
They
Rate
have
and
8
Cooper.
points,
But
which
as
is
soon
bad.
as Yapko and Panzer kind of had an
So
opportunity
Clix
to
and
take
Geeks,
it,
at
Rate
least
and
they
Cooper
got
on the
like
low ground,
eliminations, so that
I'm
helped
not
them.
gonna lie, it happened so fast.
How many did he
Panzer
get?
and Yapko
Okay.
just hit some clean shots. Watch this kind of phase in right here. Clean shots
in
for both of them to
eliminations,
go
they
ahead
got
and
2.
secure the second
So you gotta
place. And
increase
in
your
the mix, we also
eliminations
see
too,
Hero off in
basically.
the distance.
Yeah.
Hold up,
Hold up, Hero. 8x
Okay, we can go
FNCS
back to
champs
this.
as a duo, but yeah, Yapko Panzer, they were out of match. They made the aggressive play, and it worked. I was getting a little nervous for Cold there when the initial shot from Panzer came through, but in the end, Cold Rapid did take the win. But hey, second place, kicking things off as a reminder, it is top 25 to move on to Sunday, so all of these teams we just saw are looking incredibly strong.
That's right, man. Every single interaction is going to matter, right? We only have 6 games to end in the top 25. And as you kind of called out, we saw Hero from Middle East in that moment, top 3 as a solo, mind you. In the chaoticness that is this crazily stacked lobby, Hero shows up big and clutches.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be feeling good after a game like that for all of these teams that are picking up just so many points. Be curious to do some math over the course of the day to kind of get some expectations for what top 25 will actually look like. But yeah, game one right here coming out of the gate swinging. It might just be the only game some of these teams really need to actually pick up enough points.
Yeah, a lot of the pressure is lifted after that for these teams that got not only top 3, even top 5. I know FKS Hero, they're happy they switched to South Latte Landing for this day. The question is, I mean, FKS Hero aren't contested, but for example, Cold Rapid are. So
people have to stop Cold and Rapid. Okay, but today you don't have to stress too much. You gotta qualify at top 25.
Like you said,
Keep on
I don't think they were in that game. They did
top
actually
25.
take advantage of some of the contestation that's kind of going on towards Sandy. That's where they picked up some of their early
But Peterbot and them are
picked up
just
some of that
outside
early
of
surge
qual,
and
I
they
think.
kind of snowball into the
They
end
can
game.
show
So keep
everyone
an eye
to
on the
see
early
they're
games
just
towards that
outside
way.
of qual.
And I do just have to wonder, obviously, this being the first game in this environment for many of these teams,
Peterbot
maybe it's their
and
first
where
time. There's a
they-
lot of jitters,
Peterbot
right? When you
and-
kind of get put in this situation, you're not at home and in the comfort of your home, the comfort of your
I can see
setup.
that,
You
man.
know,
They
you don't
just-
have your
just
shoes
outside
kicked
of
off.
qual,
You don't have your
28.
desk a certain way, right? Your monitors. This is a completely different environment. So, you know, this being game number 1.
Yo, they got
I'm
like
just gonna chalk this up to
9
hey,
times
just let's
4
get game
is
number 1
like
out of the way. Now
is
we
it
can kick things
36?
off crazily, right?
Look, a big
So
team that I'm
36
looking
points
at in
plus
terms
65.
of the
That's why they
pressure,
like
the nerves,
101.
perhaps, it's
People gotta
Shxrk
stop
and
them.
Teeny. They were contested at Wonky Land by Clix and Higgs, and this is a team that they have what it takes. They've proven that they have what
Let's
it
go,
takes,
4
but
people watching.
I'm sensing a
If
bit of
you're
that
new,
pressure.
say
I'm
hi,
sensing a
bros.
bit of those LAN nerves. Now, the good news for Shxrk and Teeny is that they have all, upper bracket to play out, get top 25, and then if they make it through, they have a whole other 8 matches on Sunday to truly show what they're capable of.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big talking points over towards Wonky Lane was confidence levels. I mean, Clix and Higgs, for whatever reason, played this long game, kind of talking about, hey, we're not even going to be landing Wonky. And then, boom, surprise, they're here. And now Shxrk and Teeny might be kind of caught off guard because we could see in that early game how much respect they actually gave towards the way of Clix and Higgs. Like, at one point, we were kind of looking around and was like, wait, whoa. Are Shxrk and Teeny even land in Wonky? They did eventually land, but they took, like, such little loot that Clix and Higgs were kind of given almost the entire POI for free.
It's crazy too how long I felt like that fight went on, right? Like, you know, when we saw these
I think
practice
it's a
games, don't
bad
wanna, like,
idea to
dig
fight
too much
because
into
you
those,
burn
but
too much
we saw this go
material.
a certain way, and to see like this super long, we're in the zone, and even in that situation where Shxrk was by himself, it's like, oh man, like it's, let's close it up. Shxrk's like, oh hey Higgs, go down to 3 HP. Hold on a minute. I was like, wait, hold on. Is he about to come back? Is he about to clap back?
It's funny, when we were watching that, I remember Zeke was telling me, he's like, so God, I think they're taking a little too long. Like this fight has staggered out too long. I'm like, it's staggered out too long 10 minutes ago, right? Like they've been here way too long. This is not finishing. So the pressure, it might be on both ends, but Clix Higgs are definitely looking more confident for now.
Obviously, one of the big talking points coming into this weekend was the NA on NA action. One of those instances, of course, was Cooper and Reet versus Aiders and Ritual. They did not fight in the early game, but we actually see both of those teams find themselves in the top 10, right? Cooper and Reet in 4th place right there. Aiders and Ritual in 7th place. So honestly, I feel like both teams potentially kind of feeling comfortable splitting that split chop up towards the north side of the map. I know Reet and Cooper were kind of talking about it. Hey, if the day is going bad for either one of us, I'm expecting the fight to be taken by maybe somebody, but I don't really expect it to happen, right?
I mean, I don't know. Time will tell. What I'm seeing is a lot of NA teams on that top 10, top 5 on the leaderboard. So I'm curious to see if that trend's going to continue, or we might see things mix up a little bit as the day goes on.
Absolutely. And I wanted to focus here on Cammy and Hari, right? We saw them for a little bit, right? Back on hiatus. Tokata, you were saying, wait a minute, is this a blast of the past or what?
Look, if I was a couple years ago and I'm, sitting down and I hear you come and tell me, hey, 2026, we're at an international event. It's Cammy Hari. They win the first game on high ground. I mean, there's a duo. Cammy has already been ahead of the meta, but it was more a low ground team you would expect. But now recently in 2026, especially going to duos, we have seen them play a bit more high ground. We have seen them play a bit more aggressive. If you think back to Cammy and Seti, they haven't been the strongest fighters. And now I am seeing a lot more confidence with this duo.
Yeah, you're talking about kind of controlling the high ground, but any single time we see one of our duos kind of take high ground around 8th zone, anytime we kind of tune into review, they immediately turn your eyes to their material account, which is exactly what I did right here when it was the case of
it has to
Cammy
be
and Hari, because Yeah, they had higher ground. They had 30 builds to work with. Like,
They're
you're
probably
in
just
A2
getting
and you
their
got
minds
so
ready
much
and-
more Fortnite to play after that. There's no way you can kind of continue throughout the rest of the end game with that material count. You're going to have to make something happen, which is why I'm always a big fan of judging any of those type of plays where the early high ground takes kind of happen.
Yeah, I mean, when you take height with that low math, it's kind of an all or nothing. You got to get a refresh then and there because you're not going to be able to keep building out. You're not going to get forward height. Like, you are all or nothing in those moments. And the amount of teams that tried taking height after that, not only Clix Higgs, it was just back to back until eventually Cold and Rapid at the perfect moment took it, and they had a good amount of materials. So it was a pretty, by the book cleanup.
Yeah, what's interesting too is remember, like, obviously when we watch these things, there is an overarching meta, right? But then the moment we not even just summit, right? It doesn't matter what stage of the competition is. There's always a meta within that meta that develops. And so it's interesting that, like, even in this game one, that high ground, really, no one was willing to just let it go. How many times have we seen just like, oh, hey, a team just showed up and on high ground and they've just been up there. We keep saying the same thing. Hey, guys, let's look up. But hit the summit, everyone's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm just going to peek up. Someone's up there. Let me just help that out.
Yeah, I mean, the end games obviously are going to play out extremely differently from game to game. I do want to kind of turn our conversation over to the early game. Obviously, we did talk a little bit about wonky lane, right? We got Clix and Higgs versus Shxrk. Obviously, because Clix and Higgs are landed over there at wonky lane, guess who's going to be uncontested? Peterbot and Polyo over at Squibbly. With that being said, right, they want to be uncontested. They don't want to take that early fight off spawn, that is. Early fights are kind of their bread and butter. You can see they're kind of pushing around the map, but I feel like they kind of got humbled a little bit that game.
Look, I'm going to shout out my man, Levin2K here, because we were talking to Pete yesterday, and there's this thing that, happens every now and then. Pete gets really confident. He goes in quickly to try and get a quick finish, but either he takes a big loss of shield and HP, and then he has to heal up. Polyo makes it there. They take the fight again, and they win it. That's pretty standard. They get a bunch of eliminations over time, but you're in an international event. I mean, if you go down, you can see it kind of just sets you up for a staggered situation. Zone pulled, east from them after that. I think you got to kind of just, focus up, take the competition a bit more seriously.
Interesting stuff. I'm actually curious. You guys kind of talked about this early game and, Clix and Higgs versus Shxrk. We actually have elicited from the beginning of the game. Let's take a look.
It's a keyboard player. We're double scroll wheel. Yeah. They have to side kick us so they guarantee lose. Yeah. I'm trying to think, bro. Why are they doing this?
Bro, because they want to have a good game one.
I don't think they landed here, bro.
I didn't see them, bro. Oh, God, I didn't.
I saw one short, but it could have been for jungle.
I'm going to throw a fake shock.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, go.
Stay crouched.
40, cracked. No, not cracked, not cracked. Can I make a noise?
Oh my word, that is
coming.
crazy.
Tini, come King Shark.
Just so crazy. I love, again, this is like what's the best part of the LAN is immediately getting to hear directly from the players. Even in that moment, right? Like, what a crazy play. Hey, I'm setting up a fake shot. And you even saw it there. Shark's like, oh, I heard it. Oh, yeah. Wait.
And you got to think, right, for Shxrk, over the course of the rest of the weekend, they're going to be thinking about the moment. Any single time they hear one of those overdrives go, they're like, wait a minute, I don't know if they're actually... Yeah, exactly. I think it's also pretty cool that we kind of listen in at a pretty pivotal part of that early game in the sense that Clix and Higgs were kind of confused as well. They were like, wait a minute, like, did they land here? Like, where were they? He was like, oh, I think one landed short. I think one was like over there. So they actually didn't even kind of know what was going on. I mentioned that. I was like, wait a minute. Are they even going to land there on them? So Clix and Higgs were kind of feeling the same sentiment.
I was just as confused because Shxrk had a very similar drop to Demish and Darm, who are, I mean, they're close to Wonky Land, but it's a completely different drop. And they were like on the same height. And I'm like, what's going on here? Like, where are they? It was the same confusion that Clix and Higgs were having. But then the fight ended up staggering a lot. But as we saw, that overdrive play, I mean, that worked incredibly well. It got them a pick. They were put in a 2v1, and Higgs did get dropped to maybe like 5-10 HP, but in the end, they won the fight, and that's truly what matters.
Absolutely. So guys, what do you think? Again, we're just trying to be the top 25. We're trying to be the upper half of the lobby after these 6 games. 5 more.
It's taking so long for the second game to begin, bro.
I mean, for a lot of these teams, it's got to be the early game. Obviously, we've talked a lot about the teams who kind of found success during that game. But I feel like when we jumped into the game and watched for like a minute, there was like 90 players alive super, super fast, which means that basically 5 teams instantly went down, which is kind of to be expected because we know that there is a lot of teams that are kind of contesting each other around the map. The approach to the early game is going to be the difference for a lot of these teams.
Well, it's time to see if they can make those adaptations again. This is game number 2. Nobody freak out. I'll do it for you. Casters, over to you.
Hey, game 1 did not disappoint. That is for sure, Jacob. I mean, I know that we were definitely expecting to see a little bit of those drawn-out fights, the original starting points getting a little shaky, but it's going to be an uphill battle for some of these teams already.
Yeah, you kind of look at the Clix and Shxrk fight over at Wonky Land. Even though Clix didn't have the most phenomenal performance, they outplayed Shxrk and Teeny. Can that repeat? Game 2 is here, so let's jump right in.
Here we go. Second game. That took almost like 15 minutes, bro.
You kind of have to look at your spot on that leaderboard. We know it's
minutes, bro.
top 25 that
Like,
get that qualification
obviously,
to
the first game took like
Sunday,
half an
and the
hour
bottom
more. There's
25
20
have to do
minutes,
it
bro, in between
again
games. That's
tomorrow.
right.
So you don't need to win every single game. You just need to do good enough.
For Muzz Sphinx, all they really want to win right now is the off-spawn contention. Nebs, Nathan, though, a little bit faster to the punch, but not going to be able to connect the shots. No lineup. Muzz skirting off into the building. We'll be able to gather some resources. So these two are going to have to meet head-on at a later point.
Yep. For now, it's just kind of load up. Give ourselves a little bit of a fair fight. Chap, Flixie, Romero and his duo. This is something that we caught very, very early on. I believe it was Chap that was able to get both of those eliminations, and then we saw him down later because of the third parties. And now it goes, they both grab their respective floor loadout. And it's Flixie that gets the best of Romero first.
Some tough breaking point right now for the
I feel
Argentinians.
bad for
Lewa
Lua.
going to be left to try and pick up the pieces here, but for Chap, he's now going to look to just prioritize keeping a little bit of a lockdown position here. They don't want to let Lewa escape. They would obviously love to have some more elimination points if possible. And not only that, but you got to keep your head on a swivel in these lobbies. You can never stop anticipating a third party intervening.
Dude, but everywhere, you can't, like everywhere there's people, so you gotta just hide in a bush and hope like you will get a
That's not too far away from here. The Yapko, Panzer, Jonas, Fellows, they're the ones across from each other. And another one of those contested fights where, yes, they can go ahead and play aggressive towards one another, but in the early portions of this, they will at least want to give themselves a loadout so they're not playing mostly on luck.
But I'd argue that this is a much worse position currently for Jonas and Fellows, because you have to remember, Yapko, Panzer, they've already had one solid lobby, and in a 6-game format for top 25, most of the heavy lifting has been completed. So now, Fellows and Jonas, they're going to be stuck having to try and escape, stay out of Panzer and Yapko's line of sight. But Shxrk, they're looking to get more aggressive right from the start. They have gotten their revenge here in this second lobby.
I wish Zeke would have asked them what they need to do different, because it feels like they did exactly that. In game 1, we saw them fly high. They didn't go to the closest drop marker down below, and that made it late to take over Wonky Land. This time around, it looks like they got aggressive. They went ahead and pushed the fight over to Clix and Higgs. The first down is there. Clix in a 2v1. You can see him trying to make a play, but Taco, by then, it's too little, too late. Shxrk and Teeny get their get back.
Look, I understand that Teeny is definitely very strong when it comes to those lurk play opportunities, but sometimes you just got to let Shxrk's natural instincts take over. That upfront and aggressive close combat sort of style is definitely going to work out in their favor, because Clix and Higgs, we even heard it in their call out briefly before this matchup started. They were expecting them to play it much more passive. They know that all you need is 1-2 good lobbies and you're through the top 25, and you don't want to be watching if you're Clix and Higgs currently, because Shxrk, how many times have you seen them contested at Wonky Land? It's been happening all season long, Jacob. And sure, that was just in the EU department, but even at a global level, preventing Shxrk and Teeny from converting an off-spawn into a top 5 finish, I would be a little worried about that.
Yeah, and you can kind of see right here, Vico, Malbuka, Frigid Fortress. Wondering maybe, where did Vico get that elimination while uncontested. Well, Taco, let me tell you, he actually took down Agers from Frigid Fortress, really playing a role in that fight. Noah Riley's going to go down. Razan's going to be by himself. 1v2 situation. Well, let's see how good his practice map actually is.
Reason he's doing what he can to try and get away, but Veloz looking to chase this one out. They need some kind of recovery point, but Reason, he might be running straight into the heart of where Yapko is currently based up, but Veloz might be forced to give up the chase. Don't want to expend too many resources too early on, especially when you know that Painted Bombs currently belongs to Panzer and Yapko. The juice just isn't worth the squeeze, so Reason will manage to escape, but it might only be a temporary relief because Yapko and Panzer, they might have a good idea of where exactly the solo's at.
Yeah, and you just got to be very cognizant of where the zone is actually pulling, because right now, you can kind of see the edge of it, so it seems like it might be pulling away from the northeastern part of the map. Only time will tell. Asayas, Scary, going for a lurk play. They already win their off-spawn fight, but that's not going to be enough. Quinjin Twy, it looks like they're trying to sneak up onto them that already have their base secured, so it might not be the best idea. So I do like this out of Asayas and Scary. Instead of trying to push in a fight that you might not need, they go ahead and disengage and continue their game.
Oh no.
BLT, unfortunately, a victim of Thomas HD and Focus. At one elimination, going to try and propel them forward as they're looking to get the secondary component. LB Works just barely managing to get away, but it's only going to be a short-lived instance. Focus and Thomas get a little bit of a run back here to see how exactly that all broke down for BLT. And unfortunately, yeah, Thomas just too quick with it, waiting on that opposite angle.
Yeah, almost makes you wonder, is that a part of their strategy after kind of realizing in game one, we might need to get a little bit more aggressive for Surge, whether it's close range or long range. But Thomas, Focus, from Riptides to that elimination, they're already on the move. Sky and Scroll as well from the north side of Battlewood. They did exactly what Veno said they should have done. Switched up their game plan because what they were doing should not have worked. And now Sky and Scroll, instead of overstaying their welcome at Battlewood Boulevard, they instantly rotate the Dark Dominion.
We've already recognized the fact that this lobby is moving at a different pace entirely, and they don't want to be left behind. Staying one step ahead of the pack is always going to be difficult, though, especially with the way that some of these other teams are playing. Hobby and Aminish, after that first game performance, they found themselves just inside of the top 10, and they're looking to hold on to that position.
Ooh.
Right, don't stop. Trap and Flixie from one to the next. They win their off-spawn fight, and sure, essentially, that new Sanctuary would be uncontested to themselves, but after that, you see them rotating out through the tunnel. They put themselves in a 2v1 situation. Nutty's going to be the only one down below, and there's really no options. They closed off each end, and they're really trying to make their numbers advantage work, pressuring in zone after zone. Nutty's just trying to go ahead and run away now, and this might be his only chance at survival.
Well, Flixie sent a little bit further back than what had originally been intended there, but Chap's going to get chase cut off yet again by the top
he
of
ran
that
past
tunnel,
the med kit.
and that might have been just enough delay for Nutty to slip away. But even still, Jacob,
Dude,
relatively low on materials,
he's going
doesn't have
into,
any
it's gonna
metal,
corner
needs to get a
himself.
reboot off for Gabzetta, and there are other teams still looking
has no
to
choice.
try and enter new Sanctuary, and whether or not they're also a team that's hurting for some hard material, looking to try and refarm some of those elements, it's not going to be very easy for Nutty to find this reboot anytime soon.
Yeah, for Chap and Flixie, though, I like the lack of desperation for that elimination. They say, hey, he's going in new Sanctuary. He's going to have to come out eventually, and they're just going to wait
like
instead of
waiting for people to come up
in
and jump into
possibly
a box.
getting lurked, just like you see Janice and Cheaton doing here to Controller. Haman, I'm not sure if he's there
It's already
anywhere
too late
nearby, but
if
he
you get 1 to 3.
needs
So
to get some
look
sort
at
of a
this guy's
signal
unaware.
because they are
Shame.
gearing up right now to break through the wood, land a good shot on a Controller, but he got the signal just a little too late. He's in the box. They're not trying to let him out, and they do not let it happen. That first knock, that one's going to be easy. Haman is almost nowhere in sight. So for Cheaton Janice, that was a free elimination.
I definitely need to start establishing some territory pretty soon here.
Power.
Stuck
Let's see
inside of
Reckless
their surge base,
and
but if he's that high
where
up,
are
Jacob,
they on
you
the
have to
leaderboard?
wonder how exactly were Cheaton and Giannis able to slip by the watchtower, and now Haman forced to try and figure out, do I stick around? Am I going to be able to disengage? Or will I just be lit up the moment that I try to escape my position?
I will say the saving grace, though, for him is the zone is pulling away from that spot. So eventually, everybody will have to go, and he'll get at least a chance at that reboot card. But you can kind of see in Cheaton's inventory, literally seconds before, he had bandages in there.
Let's see
So you can
as
see
things
they're
stand now.
lacking a
Where are
ton
we
of
currently?
loot, and that elimination's got to help them tenfold. Let's jump on our winners
So
of
currently,
game
I don't know if it
101
updates.
points, Cold and Rapid. They said, hey, this one for them
Clix and
was a
Higgs
little
probably
easy.
fell
They got
down
high
now.
ground. I don't think anybody had a chance to look up.
Let's
They
see,
were
Clix
playing
and Higgs
that
is still
first
16,
lobby
so
as
they
if it was
probably
an
haven't
open,
updated
Jacob.
this
It
thing.
did
So
not seem like
gonna have
it
to
was
wait for the
a
game to end.
Summit major LAN appearance because they just had so much control and they never once hesitated with any of their decisions. So the composure very clearly matching their mentality right now. But Yuma, Koyota, scenes over by Frigid Fortress.
Wetty slime.
Could be heating up pretty soon here. Koyota doing what he can to try and stay out of the line of sight there from Vico and Malibuka. You know, they're likely to be lurking. Rapid Coldo, they might have just caught Mibia and Pupu completely off guard, completely sandwiching this duo. They're both so low on HP, and Rapid, he knows there's only one good bump shot left to make this elimination happen.
Yeah, Cold, Rapid. It almost feels like they chased these guys down in game one. That's how they're able to get their early surge and eliminations, and they're trying to stick to the game plan. Zone is moving over towards the northwestern part of the map, so as soon as they can find this elimination here and clear a path, they won't have much to worry about outside Reed and Cooper. We're at Latte Landing. They know they have their long launch pad then, so they're not in a rush either. And this has kind of been the meta this season. With the shockwaves, with the gauntlets, you can go ahead and travel a long distance in a short time. So you're seeing with the surge changes coming in, more and more teams staying inside of the zone early on.
But the bigger issue that was building there was where Cooper was actually
they're
based
just
at.
camping
He
this
had the
again,
full
getting the
cutoff point
units.
there for
Makes sense.
Minibio. He's forcing them to rotate through
They
painted
probably
bombs, and
wanna fight
eventually
now.
they're going to run straight into where Apco and Panzer were at just to try and evade two other duos. So
Peterbot and
it's not
Falcon.
like they have a clear cut
Pollo
path in
and
front of them.
Polka.
Meanwhile,
Third
Peterbot and
race.
Pollo, they're also taking a little bit more of a scenic tour. They definitely want to start trying to build a little bit more cushion zone in the points department because 8 is not where we would anticipate to see this duo after that first lobby.
Yeah, and underneath, Veno Curve just rotating on by. I thought for a second maybe they're just lurking around, but nope, you just can't freely pass Peterbot and
Alex
Pollo
and
when they're
Reckless.
that high in the sky.
Okay,
They got
wanna
a
see them
huge
fight?
vision advantage over everybody else. But Veno
Okay.
and Curve sneaking by, making sure they don't take
They're
a
just gathering
single
mats.
shot of damage. Up
They
top,
only have
Peterbot
8
Pollo,
points
they're
so
gonna use the
far.
Fizz, the shockwave, that's how they're
FSC
going to
has
make it to
winners,
zone.
but 8
Alex and
points.
Reckless, they moved in from the far eastern side of the map over
Reckless.
towards Sandy Strip.
Oh, no.
And typically for teams
Why is-
that do
why is
land
Alex
on
so
the
far
outskirts,
ahead,
they
bro?
do rotate
He
into
doesn't even have
POIs
heals.
just like Sandy
Fuck your
Strip
heals,
to
man.
go ahead and replenish what they're missing from their drop spot.
One above, one below. Reckless on the rooftop. Alex now starting to rotate back through his
Reed and
duo's
Cooper.
building as Reed, Cooper checking back in on them and what's been brewing here at Latte Landing, recognizing the fact that they haven't been taking that immediate engage with Agers
Why
and
is everyone
Ritual. These two
chilling
teams from
strong?
NAC kind of just recognizing the fact that maybe we play to our own strengths before we look to try and take out the other.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots I've been talking about, Latte Landing. There's a launch pad back here that takes you higher and further than most of the other launch pads on the map. And then you mix it with the Flowberry Fizz like you see Reek and Cooper doing there.
no.
You almost fly
Peterbot
so
is
high
almost
you're out
there.
of render distance, but Peterbot and Pollo, they didn't get that same chance. It didn't work out in the same manner. They end up in a scuffle underneath, but it's not just them. It's not just Curve and Veno who are also nearby. There are 3 teams directly here with 2 more on the outskirts.
But this isn't the first time that we've seen Pete and Pollo essentially getting cut off by Veno
Veno
and
and-
Curve. I don't
Oh,
know
they're
what
just
Veno's
chilling.
been getting up to, but it really feels like he's got a lot of cutoff points set up specifically to engage with Pete and Pollo. Could be pre-firing that we are only in game 2 after all, Jacob, but Veno, Curve, they got their damage and now they're getting out.
Yep. Go into the tunnel where they have that secret porta potty to go ahead and teleport themselves through as Peterbot Pollo continuing to try to move towards the west. But that's Hari and Cammy there on the other side. And they were honestly disruptors of that last game, probably being a huge focal point of why Peterbot and Pollo got down. I'm not sure if this is an act of revenge or just maybe early damage for Storm Surge. Either way, Peterbot looks to not slow down here.
Pete Pollo definitely
Uh-oh.
very aggressive, and that's exactly why 143 below on surge
Oh, no.
damage. And if they keep taking these odd shots over at Cammy and Hadi, they're bound to get a little bit
Oh,
of fight back here.
Peterbot
Hadi
is almost
nearly
dead.
getting the finish there onto Peterbot, but good tags exchanged from both ends. It's going
Yes,
to mean
it's,
that Pete
Pollo.
has to step back. Pollo now looking to take over that
Oh.
aggressive front, but Pollo eats another decent punt tag there from Hadi.
They're wasting
Cammy
mats,
doing
though.
a great job at just keeping everything closed off.
Yeah, and you see they got what they wanted. They won the exchange for the
They
most
ran
part, but they
into
get
another
caught
team.
lacking.
Oh no.
Peterbot not missing a shot, getting that first down on the Hari. But you see, Taco, they're still 27 below the damage threshold. They needed more than just a full elimination worth of damage, so they have to continue to be on the hunt. Right now, it looks like they're looking for Cammy as a solo, but you see there's plenty of opportunities right in front of them.
That went from being the dream scenario for Cammy and Hardy to an absolute nightmare, and now
Peterbot
Cammy
can
trying to see if he can enact his own revenge here, but Pete, quick with the cutoff. Pete here to remind everybody exactly who he is in this moment, but he'll be forced to just keep things moving forward. He got the damage he was after. He doesn't want to spend any more time here on Cammy, and he's left Cammy in the dust, stuck dealing with Surge and everything else in between.
It's a 5-tick zone. There's no more heals.
Yo,
he
he
has
just
to make
made
it
it.
now. The timing has never been perfect.
Yo,
he gets
dude,
in the
he's
zone,
so
the
lucky.
elimination to Cammy, the
He's so
siphon comes
lucky.
in, and now they have a fizz. They are above the damage threshold, Taco, but when you look at their loadout, they're in desperate need of loot.
They need mats,
They might
dude.
be able to clash with a
Refresh.
handful more teams. It all depends on whether or not they actually want to try and make some sort of a dead side approach. You also have to remember that there are going to be other duos looking to try and scale up this mountain phase. The zones over by Wonky can be very brutal to actually retain any sort of materials. And when you are a duo that's already clinging on for just those last little bits of scraps, Chino, Pablo, kind of a similar position here. They might have a little bit of damage to be just above
Not
for
what
the
I
moment,
expected
but
actually. The
will
fights
that
to
stay
go.
true?
It's more people are mostly spending time in Storm.
Certainly. See Minute down
So
on
the
side
end games are
that
kind
mountain.
of
You said it
really,
yourself, faking up
it's
and
really
scaling the
fast,
summit here
but the mud
is going
games
to
are
be
kind of
near
slow,
impossible.
which I
Only the
don't
best will
necessarily like.
survive. Scroll, Sky, they see
Too
them
much
down to just
healing
one
and not fighting
individual.
going
Sky
on.
needs below the damage threshold, 132, essentially needing an elimination, and he needs it now. Storm Surge will activate, and he will take that 25 damage every 7 seconds.
Probably happy to just be leeching off of Size as Flowberry Mist Grenade, but first, can he break out away from Size? Looking back, sees there is a solo behind me. He might be able to be the cutoff point, but instead, recognizing I've just got to keep things moving forward. He's such a low material count here, though, Jacob. If he can find that solo, if he can get that elimination, the refresh would buy him so much time instead of having to play for the backside zone.
Yeah, and if climbing the mountain wasn't hard enough, Peterbot and Pollo go down before they reach the top of that mountain. The zone pulling all the way across, so we're gonna go through varying different elevation changes, and if you don't have the materials, Taco, good luck to you. But Sky somehow finds a way to get above the damage threshold. 50 teams still alive, so even so, Storm Surge deactivates here. It will not officially turn off in this game until there's 40 or less players standing.
Sky is so trapped right now. Vico and Malabuka definitely sniffed out his position, but they also know why take the risk. They have the options, the opportunity to try and make their way towards the next high ground point, and Sky still has a solo from behind, takes down Sayas, takes out Rapaz.
Yo,
the
2v1.
siphon kicking in, the lifeline has been extended, but can he actually make it up the mountain face? Another siphon to bail him out momentarily, but for Shxrk, he might just be the one to shut Sky's fate down to a limit here, and Sky can't continue working his way up. He's out of this one, but at least got 3 eliminations.
Yeah,
Dino is going, bro.
Good, he just got no
Their strategy is
mobility
working.
from it, and that's what eventually caused his downfall. But you can see they're not going down without a fight. Our top 25 teams left in this game. That means placement points are starting to play a role. And with every team that falls, they'll cascade further and further until you get that victory royale. And obviously, eliminations make the difference throughout the test of time in FNCS. We've seen it play a role multiple times.
Guess who's on the high ground currently? It's Acorn and Bolts, and this is practically their backyard. Starting off over by Storm Station, they haven't really had to move too far away from home, and almost 1,300 damage above. They are completely smothering this lobby and not allowing anybody to even remotely consider trying to challenge them on height. All they've got to do is keep spraying out that secondary height layer, and even the duo that are trying to see if they can overdrive their way forward. They're just getting cut off entirely. Bolt and Acorn, along with the rest of the lobby, the catastrophe is taking place. No one can survive.
Yeah, as we see, going off
It's
the side
way
of the
too
mountain
chaotic,
again, going
man.
down. Maybe a little bit of hills in the way for Pablo. Chino,
Canada
you see they have
okay,
very
they
little
actually doing
materials,
better than
no
Clix and
extra
Needs.
heals. Even though Storm Surge is no longer a worry in this game, it's about where they're
Chino
going to get
got
the elimination.
pumped.
And Kiruo from the flank is able to
Pablo
get
is
one.
also
He
out.
gets back to back by himself to make miracles happen.
Hey, better than a
Fellows.
last-minute bill. And what else could you possibly ask for than
Big
getting those
Vico.
points delivered at your front door, man? But Vico, Malabuka, now looking to see if they can have possible challenge here.
Curve and Venno.
Malabuka still looking.
Curve and Venno, they just rotating really quickly. They definitely the smartest team out here. Probably because of Venno just being like the guy, just chilling, avoiding all fights. That's very smart. Avoiding fast fights, saving your mats, taking eliminations to get the refreshes.
Oh, we found old builds. This is
Because
absolutely
fighting
perfect.
causes you
No
to
material
lose
left. Even with the
materials. It's fun and all, but you take a huge
back into the
risk.
same box, but this is where they need elimination. The zone is going to push some players over, not directly in their path, but give them a chance.
Oh,
just
snap.
like that. And
Fellows
right
have to
the
come
Elam
up,
was
that's
found
the
by
problem.
Malabuka.
Yapko and Panzer are still doing their thing, though. 5 eliminations already for Yapko, 6 in total for this duo. But they know there's still a team hanging out all the way in the high ground. Will they get the chance to chop?
Ooh, that was rough.
Next, they're going to look towards Victor V. They're seeing if they can chop out his floor, but I think just barely managing to escape in the moment.
Kanara and
Acorn
Victor
Bolts, though,
holding.
just look at what they are doing to the rest of this lobby.
They're
They are
just
forcing
staying
all of these
above.
teams underneath them to just burrow
That's-
underground.
Look how many builds they have, Taco.
Panzer.
Because it's going over
Yo,
their
Panzer's really good, I'm
mountain.
not
Yes,
gonna
I
lie.
said it. Acorn and Bolts, they've
Ever
claimed
since he
this mountain. It pulls
was
up
brought
toward this
on
drop spot,
the mark
and
by
they are not letting up
Mongrel
off
and
the gas. This is
Mr.
their
Savage.
perfect opportunity. Not only climb up that leaderboard, but
Kanada's
potentially
down.
take first. But there's still so many waiting in the wings.
Kanada's still
Shxrk,
alive.
he's still alive. Vico fighting
Ah,
for
that
every
big
inch in this game. He
Victor
gets it
died.
down on a Darn. The siphon is needed by Vico, but the onslaught won't stop.
Demas.
Demas is there, trying to get revenge, but he falls
Big
as
Vico
well.
is solo.
Stands tall.
Oh my word.
Right at home, finding that fragger opportunity,
Panzer.
and now playing
Shxrk is
catch up
alive.
to the rest
No,
of
he
the
goes
lobby.
down.
But Shxrk, he's been taken out. Yapko and Panzer are going to be the first to catch up to him. Bolt's Acorn still causing so much of a delay, though, in terms of where Yapko goes next. He's forced to drop, trying to just stay out of their line of sight, trying to see if he can
1v2,
huddle
bro.
underneath some of these leftover
1v
builds. But
no, it's
Bolt's Acorn, they're taking their sweet time. They know that there's a handful of solos underneath them, so why rush it as Vico's clearing out the lobby all by himself?
Big Vico.
Still trying to find more eliminations here. Top 3, most of the placement points, but essentially 2 solos against the duo of
Yo, he's
Acorn
in
and Bolts. And now the
just
zone's pulling
barely.
down the mountain again. A perfect scenario for
smart to
Vico
be
to
at
stay
the
alive
bottom.
just a little bit longer to get that
But
top
now
2
they have to drop
situation.
down.
But now what do? You're going against Acorn and Bolts. They have 6 eliminations. They have tons of materials. They have 2 different win conditions, because if they want to wait until the last zone, they can shockwave out and win by heal off.
Look, I am all for everything that Vico has been able to accomplish in this lobby so far, Jacob. The fact that he has converted this into a second place opportunity for him
I don't
and
like
Malabuka
Elos.
is incredible scenery. But now, with the pullback, Vico is left trying to just stay in alert position. Bolts is off on the hunt, but he's still staying right next to Acorn's side. They just have so much white heel ammunition. They don't need to rush it. Vico only has so many more options before he completely runs out of space to work with. As Acorn Bolts, they continue to spray away at the builds. Vico doing everything in his power to try and stay alive, but I fear we are only watching the inevitable unfold here, Jacob. Vico might be able to try and shift things up, but he's going to need to pull out all the stops here, and it doesn't look like it'll be enough as Bolts finally going in for the closing shot. The elimination's good to go, and we've got a victory royale.
From the backside of the mountain
Hey,
to the top
Bolts
of
and
the summit.
Acorn.
Acorn and Bolts have just won a game, and that's back to back with
This is only game 2 now. There's like 4 games left. I hope it's going faster than this.
You must be feeling out of this world with that victory
Even
royale.
they will take
Yeah,
another
very
20 minutes, so the
ecstatic.
game will start
We pulled
in
every zone, you know,
half past.
very lucky, but of course, Acorn was
If I'm
idling
doing
very
my
well.
math
Nice
right,
height tarps,
it takes
and,
about 3
you know,
hours
we're one of the best
for the
duos
whole
in
thing
the
to
world, so
wrap.
nothing's gonna stop us.
I think.
You're looking like it. Acorn, sometimes the commentators say that you take a little bit of time to warm up on
'Cause
day one.
it's been an
you
hour
don't
so
have
far.
day one
Hour
here. You've
now.
only got
Maybe
6
4
games
hours,
to
I
do
think.
it. But it looks like you're feeling yourself right now.
I mean, yeah, I seen Cold Rapid win a game. You know, we had to follow them.
No.
And they on top, baby. Let's go.
Have you guys all had a
Why?
conversation in North America back in the player lounge to say, you know what, let's do this. Let's take this away from Europe.
Oh yeah, we're all doing it for NA, you know, and Twisted Minds, of course, one of the best orgs in the world.
Well, guys, you definitely gave us all a show. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, game number 3.
heal quite a lot. I'm popping a medbit. Wait, short. Got 6 builds? No, back up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100! 100! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. We got Mini Miner, we got Love in 2K, and for a moment, I'm gonna put my NA bias mask on. NA on top, baby! NA on top!
I got you.
All right, sorry about that. I'm gonna take my NA bias mask off. Crazy stuff. Big W here. Mini help.
Big W here for...
Look, I'm happy for my boys because it's a great win.
Yep.
It's great, and they needed that, especially with all the question marks around them being NA's last hope. It's a good sign of what's to come, I think, for those two.
Yeah, really nicely played from these guys as well. I think they identified, of course, that the zone was going up on this absolutely gigantic hill. They took height really early, and I think if we've watched a lot, if you guys at home have watched a lot of Fortnite at the higher level, we've seen that if you take height early, Levin, it doesn't usually go too well. But because these guys still had so many of those builds, and more importantly, all the teams down below spent so many builds trying to get up that hill, they could just ride out for success here and did really well at it.
Yeah, and ultimately a comfortable game for these two, right? It's a very favorable zone. They didn't have to spend much of the game sort of running about all over the map, and it sort of gives them that sort of momentum as they get into the end game to play for height. We know it's something that Acorn can do, even if it isn't what his go-to strategy is. And, you know, Bolt said it in my interview with him. He believes Acorn is the best IGL in the world. That confidence to follow him and then deliver with the fragging, it's a great combination.
Dude, so sick to see this, right? Like, again, and what's tough, right, is there are so many incredible, like, any duo in this lobby could win, and I'd be just amped, right? Because this is kind of like a sneak peek at what like a globals could look like. So to see them come out on top, massive stuff. Take a look at these beautiful standings. Yapko and Pans are currently sitting in that #1 spot. What's interesting as well, the teams just in front and just behind them fall early on, right? This is a huge window for them to make a move. And man, with duos like this, Mini, the moment you give them that opportunity, they will strike.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, they're making the most of those games, those early 2 games, right? There's 17 eliminations for them as well, Evan. This is a duo we've seen on EU performing very well here as well.
I think Zeke might have pulled the trigger on the whole NA on top thing a bit too soon, better, because that was an EU team on top, broski. What's going on?
No, my NA bias mask is currently off.
Okay,
That's right.
It's fallen off quite quickly, actually. What happened
Hey,
there?
let me come back to EU. It's all good. I'll come back over. Yeah, anyway, seeing them all go crazy as well. And even in those last final moments, right? Seeing Vico super down low as a solo. Again, all of these singular interactions, these little decisions that every single player makes will make a difference, right? Because remember, we're just trying to stay in that top half of the leaderboard right now, and clutches like this are what we need.
Well, it makes a difference. I mean, remember at the beginning of the day, we were saying, Vico, you posted on socials, you were nervous at the beginning of the day, right? We're not seeing too many of those nerves right here, and a really, really important game for these guys. We saw it on the leaderboard right there. They jumped up 10 places by getting the second place right here, and it wasn't easy for them, Levin, on the side of this hill. I just mentioned it. All those teams down below, these guys are one of them. Low on the materials, had to rely on their aim, which Vico is very good at, and ultimately a very, very good game for them, making advantage of that zone.
Yeah, and I'm glad we get to see Vico try his stuff a bit, because really and truly, there are not many players on this stage that are better fraggers than Vico. He is one of the elitist in the world, and if he was feeling any nerves like you were alluding to, Mini, they surely are gone now after that game.
I love that he mouthed it, and I can tell he said, I tried.
Yo, there's 27 Peterbot.
He did. In that circumstance, man, you look up, you're like, yeah, this is a little bit the old man mountain did take his toll, but again, we just seen a handful of really good games back to back, and then we'll be okay, right? So I'm excited to see them. I appreciate that Vico, of course, he's pretty emotional, but he's very content. He's like, hey, he wasn't even like, oh man, I can't believe. He's like, yeah, I tried. You know, I did what I could. Sky and Stroll as well, another EU team though. Going crazy. I'm excited to see more from them.
Oh my goodness.
But man,
are they not going to even qualify for
this lobby, dude. It's just like, it's like
they're not
feast,
out
right?
yet if they don't qualify.
I was glad to see them make it a bit deeper, because that first game, Mini, it scared me.
Yeah.
We obviously watch EU, right, together.
A lot.
We're not used to seeing Sky and Strong not deep into an end game, and so I thought, I hope the occasion hasn't gotten to them. Clearly not, because this is exactly what Sky was doing when they won an FNCS on the EU. Clutching up in these end games, in big moments, in uncomfortable situations, hitting shots like this. And again, we want to see more of it today.
And this is one of the things we were talking about all season long. Both of them are so good
I don't know what
individually
Leagues are going
no
to
matter
do.
what
They
one
don't
of them
win the
goes
spawn
down,
fight.
the
It's
other one
kinda
still
tough
has
for them.
all of the firepower necessary to clutch up. And that's what Sky just did right there. Yes, of course, it wasn't an amazing game for them. Yes, of course, they're not moving their way up in the leaderboard absolutely massively.
they
but
gotta
what is
stop,
important
like,
for them
there's long
is keeping them
talk
in the
between
tournament,
games,
keeping them inside, of course, that contention for the top 25.
It's
Because
so
realistically,
long,
I mean, we expect these guys to qualify through. So when they make it to endgame as a duo, when the zone is on a massive hill, expect to see these guys on top.
And earlier with Tokata and of course Vivid, we kind of talked about the meta within the meta. What are you guys seeing now with about a minute out? Obviously, kind of what you called out, Sky and Scroll, dude, we're seeing them win games, we're seeing them go crazy, but suddenly we're finding ourselves in a solo clutch situation. It's got to be the quality of this lobby, right?
It's difficult. It's also very difficult to sort of predict what's going to happen in these lobbies. You play EU, you play the scrims, you know the teams around, you know how your drop spot's going to work, how they play Surge, and that's a key element of their strategy. But when you come up in this lobby against all these other regions playing their own styles, their own strategies, ultimately it's tough for them to predict what's going on.
I think as far as meta within meta goes, right? One thing we saw in game one and here in game two is teams who maybe we don't traditionally consider height teams being opportunistic, being aggressive towards height when getting favorable zones, right? Cold and Rapid, again, it was a zone where they had a bit more to work with than the rest of the lobby. They thought, let's take height. Same thing with Acorn and Bolts there. If you are a team who maybe you don't usually play height, if you had a favorable zone, maybe you do have to go for it.
Yeah, man, again, it's with the top 25, you know, we just need those few games. I'm almost wondering, like, is there still a bit of those nerves? I know we're only 2 games in, but we're almost halfway through, right? We need that pop-off game.
Well, that's the thing. You have to throw the nerves out the window now as we get on to the rest of this tournament.
Yeah.
If you need a win, you need a big game. Height ultimately still is a very, very good way of going about that. Even if a lot of the other teams aren't playing it, it almost gives you that green light. But of course, if you're one of those teams that are outside of that top 25, so many other teams will be thinking to do the same. And that's when it becomes really messy, especially with these overdrive grenades. Anything can happen. So it's a bit tame right now, but of course, we'll see how things develop.
I'll be honest. I'm looking at these guys on our screen here. Deemish, Dom.
Yeah.
I think I saw, shout out to my guy Spudson, I think I saw him talking about them where he was talking about all the different EU teams that people have been bigging up going into the competition, right? People are looking at Vico Malabuka, Shxrk and Tini, Sky and Scroll. Why are we not talking more about Dom and Deemish? I think they've had, I guess by their standards, maybe a slightly more quiet year compared to the quality you'd expect for them. But you can never count these guys out because every time people did over the course of last year, they overcame expectations, and I think there's a good chance we see them do that today.
Yeah, and I was speaking to their coach Sven, and he was saying, of course, they've had a few issues. Of course, the drop spot situation this season's been really difficult. They've had to switch around. They haven't found that home.
That's what I don't like at shotgun,
drops
bro.
as well. Of course, they're now going towards that
Having to
west
switch
side
to
of
a
the map.
gunfight
And I
to
think the
reload.
key word that I
hate
use to
this
describe
shotgun.
these guys, particularly this season, is just adaptability. Every single time they try and change something up, they try something new. They're just such a great team together. Of course, Sven's going to be helping with that so much as well. It just seems to work for them. And that's such a valuable asset to have in this lobby in particular, because again, as I mentioned earlier, you don't know what things are going to happen. You don't know who's going to be rotating where. So if you can have that adaptability, it's going to pay dividends.
I have decided to be the designated vibe assessor and vibe monitor at the LAN. You know, watching every player's vibe, figuring out who's comfortable, who's maybe a bit nervous. Every time I've seen Dimash and Dom, they just look comfy. They don't look like a young team who has only ever played at one big LAN and maybe are still feeling a bit nervous. They just seem like ready for this occasion, and that, you know, goes a long way in these types of cups.
That's interesting, Lovin, because even at the beginning of the show, when you guys had that opportunity to kind of talk with different players, there was several that were kind of like, hey, this kind of feels like home. This kind of feels like I've been here before, or I have been here this many times. Like, that is such an advantage, right? For some of these players seeing their first LAN, they're thinking, this crowd is really loud. This desk isn't my desk. I have this comfort level at home that isn't here.
Yeah, I think the beauty of us being, you know, another year into VFNCS is earlier on, right? We used to be at these events and we used to go, half the lobbies never played at LAN, right? And it's like now you sort of look at people and you're like, no, these guys have been here, right? And you do feel that comfortability. You're right. I think it goes a long way. You don't have to think about, oh, am I going to be all right? Am I going to be nervous? Like, you just know what you need to do on the stage.
Look at this leaderboard. I just looked down. I took a little look. Benno, Curb, up 9 places in 9th place right now. It's crazy, you know, when you start to look at the disparity of the points, crazy. You're like, oh, Yapko Panzer 172. What the heck? 10th place, 76. Even Darkos and Minori there. You know, these games will go any which way. But to see Curb and Venno, dude, you know, we just love Venno. We're Venno stands here.
I don't love Venno anymore.
Oh, sorry about that.
He's coming for my job. All that analysis he was doing about.
I was shaking. He was too good.
When I saw him reach for that telestrate, I said, I am finished.
Yeah, he was like, can I draw it? I was like, oh, he wants to be a commentator. He's trying to be an analyst.
You might as well have said, oh, sorry, can I take your job real quick? Instead of saying, can I draw? Because, I mean, that's what he is, though. He's a great mind in the game, right? Yeah. And I think that's absolutely crucial in terms of Curve's development as well. We've seen him just rising to the occasion time after time, and being with someone like Venno, it's going to pay dividends for him as well.
Fantastic stuff, guys. I'm getting word. The next game is ready to go. So, casters, take it away.
With EU on top of the leaderboard, NA winning back-to-back games, I had to invite a little friend on over to let us know what he's thinking about the action.
Listen, man, I was feeling too energized after watching those first 2 games that I had to go ahead. I had to jump on with my pals right here and get into the mix and see what's going to be happening live.
And this guy sees NAC succeeding. All of a sudden, he wants to keep the yap going. Vivid, how many teams are you going to big up here? But we're going to find out in Game 3. Ready to go.
Why can't we see that?
I'm going to be hyping all of the teams while I'm up here, taking the opportunity to call out all of the boys. But we know kind of where the focus has been in the early game. I feel like Wonky Land, we got to go ahead and mention that. We got to go ahead and take a little peek that way, because if we take a look at the score overall, it's got to be 1-1. But a quick moment before we jump over there, Chapped and Flixie on the other side of the map.
Yep, 2-0 off spawn at the new Sanctuary. There was a couple of scares in game 1 where after those eliminations, Chap did go down, but Flixie picked him right back on up. He said, no, not ready to have you go down just yet, but they get beat. They get beat by a long shot by Romero and Lewa.
Lewa and Romero have been waiting for the opportunity to strike back. They've really got to get some points building on the board, and they need it to start now before we're done with the halfway point. But trouble is still striking everywhere else. Agers and Ritual, they are chasing down Cooper, Reed, Higgs, Clix, being absolutely ran down by Teeny and Shxrk. There is no escape. Vivid, you might have picked the wrong opportunity to jump on here.
Trouble in paradise. If you take a look over how good Clix and Higgs have been doing all spawn over the past couple of days, the confidence is probably what led them to actually make the final decision to land at Wonky Land. But I can't lie, when the stakes matter, when everything matters here on the upper bracket, man, falling short.
Yeah, let's see how this off-spawn fight actually went. I did see some third-party shots coming into the mix, but Higgs gets beat off-spawn for the floor loot. Teeny takes him down. He's trying to run away, but eventually it gets all cut short. An interesting decision, though. We did not see them try to chase down Clix as a solo, so we can see the return of Higgs.
They know that there's just too many other opportunities here, but Agers first. He's going to look to bring down Reed. Cooper somewhere left stranded now. What was originally just, pleasant vibes between the two NA teams has immediately turned into a clash here as Ritual and Agers, I feel like they're on the hunt right now for Cooper.
I mean, they should be, right? Maybe they're a little bit jealous. Hey, listen, this duo is landed at our same drop spot. They're a little bit higher up on the leaderboard. Nah, we got to take the fight to them. So Latte landing up there. We can kind of see how that one is panning out. Cooper obviously going to be wanting to run away, but it looks like Jacob, Ritual, and Agers are kind of on the hunt. They might have a little bit of information as to where he is currently at.
Yeah, they just realized they just want to make sure he's pushed far enough away so he can't sneak in and loot the north side of Latte Landing. So they're going to go ahead and work their way from the north all the way down to the south. And because they already have the early sense of the zone pulling towards the north, they're not in a hurry either. And this is one of the biggest changes to Latte Landing with the golden fishing spots. It's almost a guaranteed chance that they're able to get some sort of gold loadout.
And other teams are still looking to try and seal their own fates with these early off-spawn battles. Golden Knight looking to disengage. Tinka resigns. They don't want to draw any third-party intervention here, and they're already looking to just try and create a little bit of space here. Gonna start cranking up, but there's only so much material left for them to work with here at New Sanctuary. They're gonna have to eventually look for either a fight and a refresh or just a full retreat here, but it's going to be tough because Chat Flixie, they look like they had primary control in New Sanctuary.
Kind of channeling that aggressiveness that we were talking about earlier on, right? Brazil, they love to play that aggressive game. We've heard it in interviews. It feels like the region itself just plays so fast, so aggressive. And then when you show up here on LAN, everything kind of slows down. So there's going to be a big adjustment here for duos like Gone and Night. As you can see, they did try to go ahead and push Rezons and Tinka, but quickly being held off. And once they kind of reassess, are like, wait a minute, we do not have those materials to continue to play the way that we want to. Full reset, and they do got to be careful because these type of fights, they make a lot of noise for all of the other surrounding duos.
Yeah, and this is just one of those sides of the map where it can get messy from the New Sanctuary inside of that bowl, which is the surrounding land. It's almost hard to get out as you jump on board Peterbot and Poyo, making a quick rotation south towards Humble Hills. They're trying to go ahead and interact with some of these contested fights that we know Muzz and Sphinx, Nebs and Nathan are doing at Humble Hills. They've seen them go north, but they've been followed by Hari and Cammy. So it's interesting decisions how we're going to see them play this one out because 16 points. I don't think anybody would have guessed them this low on the leaderboard coming into game 3.
Now, things have definitely dissipated a little bit there too. 4P and Poyo, you could tell they weren't able to find anything in Humble. They're just going to default back on over to Squibbly Shores, but Pablo, Chino, here at Sandy Strip, they have plenty of company nearby, probably more neighbors than they're actually looking for, at least for the early starting measures, but Sandy Strip, we knew it was going to be contested since the start of this day, Jacob, and I really can't help but wonder whether or not some of these duos are going to choose to stick around.
Victor in Canada.
Well, I do know for sure that Mini Pio and Fukun, they've already kind of left Sandy Strip. We do see them there now, rotating
Honestly,
with the
Clix
zone.
is still alive,
but I was talking to Canada in between one of those games. He said, yeah,
I don't
we
think
made
it's
them
going
leave.
well for
We
them.
only
They
have
should
to
probably
deal
go
with
and drop
one
on
team
Steve
now. It's Chino and Pablo. So, I mean, I wouldn't be too excited because there are huge threats to this lobby, but at least one less team that they have to worry about.
Vico and Malabuka here towards Frigid Fortress. I feel like those first two zones were pretty favorable. Whenever we took a look at the leaderboard, pretty much every single team that landed on the northeast side of the map, I saw a little arrow upwards next to their name, obviously picking up big points, but you're going to have to go a little bit higher than that. Yapko and Panzer right now sitting pretty first place, 180 points, and I can't lie, the biggest difference, it's all in the eliminations.
And that's also a very worrying factor for so many of these other teams, because we know top 25 can be forgiving, but at the same time, what if you're a duo that's trying to contest a team looking to claim their drop spot outright for finals? And that's where Cooper finds himself in a bit of a hole here currently, forced out of Latte landing by Agers and Ritual, but he had nowhere left to run to. Latte is just so far north of the map, the only places that he could look to retreat towards were straight into the hands of other duos.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that the zone is still floating around the north side of the map, because if we had a far southern zone or even towards the northwest, but most of those teams would be out of here already. Maybe a few sprinkled around, but it'd be definitely easier than this. Getting pushed by Jargu, sliver of HP. Carillion from the other side, they pick up that elimination. And there's one thing about Carillion and Jargu. It's a team you could almost never count out. They got in through that last opportunity, switching teammates. They get in through the FNCS finals at the bottom of that bubble.
And you can see their kind of slow approach to that fight as we take a look towards another fight that has seemingly reached a bit of a stalemate. We're going to be looking at a Minish and Javi. They hear that overdrive grenade go off. They're going to be taking a look. They're not going to fall short to a little bit of a fooled plan, similar to how Shxrk and Teeny did earlier on. They can actually see the players disappear off in the distance, so they know they actually did use that grenade to go ahead and rotate out.
Like the idea there, though, from Bakusin here. They don't need to stick around. They've actually had a lot of success already on the starting point today. I believe they were in that 8th place position on the leaderboard,
but I wish I had
entering
that
this
kind of money.
halfway point of today's
Yeah, let's
competition.
chill.
So
Kalau
the
kau
only
makan lagi.
things really left to do is wait and see what are Chino and Pablo going to do with this
Ini
legendary
let's spill
duo.
mas no ur. Let's
Oh
spill
my
ur
gosh,
dia.
what are Pablo and Chino going to do with it? What is the rest of the lobby going to do with
Ini
it as
let's
well?
tan ama
Take a look at
kan
the
ma
map. I
di
can't
sini ya,
even
di
count
sini
that
ni
high,
ya.
Jacob. 1,
Di sini
2,
ti
3,
spill.
4, 5,
Ya kan,
6,
ya kan
7
sini.
teams. I think there's like a solo in there somewhere as
Nih kan itu
well.
dia.
The zone
Dia kan
seemingly
official
is going a little
akan
bit
main
further
ini.
south of Sandy Strip, but every single
Ay,
team
que
is
es que
looking
tiba
to
main
claim some
sekali.
early
Mas
real estate towards this POI.
I think they heard you, because as you said 7, another team floated. Wait for us. We want to join the party as well. And there's so many others in the outskirts. So for Chino and Pablo, they kind of have a little bit of advantage here. They were the first to set their flag at this POI. So every team that rotates in thereafter will not know exactly where they're at, what builds are theirs. So you got to be very, very cognizant of getting caught off guard.
Size and Scary, they are one duo that is yet to throw their name into the hat for contention over by Sandy Strip. They're still hanging out near Builders Barracks, and Size, Scary, Spaniards hoping to try and represent, but at the same time, Jacob, coming from that EU nation, they've had a lot of experience with dealing with aggressive fighting styles, and yet still here today, sitting at only 20 points.
Yeah, I'm not too worried just yet. This is game 3, so by the time this one's over, that's when you really look at the leaderboard and see how much the point thresholds control your destiny. But coming into this one, I was thinking, okay, you need 3 decent performances maybe to get top 25, 2 pop-off games, or in some cases, if you're Yapko, Panzer, Cold Rapid, or Acorn and Bolts, you might just need 1.
Peterbot and Pollo back and forth between POIs, right? They continue to try to find some sort of successful aggression. As you can see right there, 1 elimination on Peterbot right now. I did see off screen that's actually going to come off of the back of a reboot, so they were fully aware of the opportunity with that. And I did have sort of like a drive-by conversation with Fax today. I was like, dude, we got to be feeling good, right? Back-to-back NA wins. He was just like, dude, I want Peterbot and Pollo to get in the mix, though.
Yeah, this is just so tough, though, because they are looking to get involved, but sadly, Minutes, Alco, the last thing that they ever wanted to see is Peterbot and Pollo barreling down on their position. Cammy and Hadi still hanging out by the lighthouse, though, tells me that they're just going to be looking to trail P and Pollo. They're not going to allow them to freely rotate, and that's going to potentially be a thorn in the side there for P and Pollo later on.
Yeah, huge annoyance, because they're a team that you kind of said it yourself when you were talking to Fax. They like to get aggressive. We want to see them get aggressive. but this isn't just an NAFNCS. This is the best of the entire world when it comes to Fortnite. You're not going to get the same opportunities. Those windows will be smaller, and I think they're learning that with each and every game goes by, and that's why you think you see a huge drastic change out of the game plan in Game 3 for Peterbot and Poyo.
Yeah, and keep a close eye on all of these teams like Noah and Reason, who actually went ahead. They left Sandy a little bit earlier on, right? We did see them kind of base up on one of those tall buildings. As you can see on the north side of the zone as it currently stands, what do we have? 4 duos kind of posted up here, ready to catch all of those rotates from all of those Sandy teams that we just kind of talked about. Because the zone pulls a little bit further south, all of those teams are eventually going to have to leave Sandy, which provides a great opportunity for anybody that left early to kind of base up and get all of the damage that they might need.
Reason just being proactive, shooting out trees, preventing other duos from having the opportunity to hide behind that natural terrain coverage. Curve and Veno, though, entirely different strategy. They're still hanging out in Battlewood Boulevard. They're hoping to see if they can pick up some additional points here off the eliminations, and they might just find exactly what they're after. Hamed trying to escape. Clix, nowhere left to run as Veno just easily clears those 2 out with Curve.
Yeah, that's one thing I've learned on NA when Veno won his inter-regional championship from EU and NA is you don't mess with the guy in his drop spot. Multiple times in that major final, teams were trying to steal away his loot. He just chased them down and send them packing back to the lobby, which kind of helped his game plan because of Surge. But not everybody has that luxury being uncontested. Muzz and Sphinx know that to be a fact. Nebs and Nathan are contesting them off drop. It does seem like in this game they're splitting it, but what does that do to their loadout and their
back.
confidence?
Let's go.
Little check-in here with Pablo and Chino. We know that they land Sandy Strip, 280 damage above right now. They're going for some troll. They're going for a little bit of a sneaky play onto some players, but everybody in the surrounding area is taking full advantage. They've done big damage on the Pablo and Chino. They're going to be forced to refresh right now. When we tune into them, they were 260 above, but as soon as they went ahead and took that fight, seemingly took about 100 damage, and their net
So
surge
Clix
dropped by
in,
just
but I
that.
don't think they have elimination, so
Major's
they're
Ritual,
probably
they might
like
have been
low
one
on
of
the
those
leaderboard.
duos involved.
They just gotta make it to endgame and have a good
Shots
game.
were
Like this.
definitely exchanged. I don't even think it was Darm and Demish. They just immediately combed
Reckless,
themselves off, prevented
Alex,
those times coming through. But
Pixie's
Pixie
fine.
won't be able to weather the storm. Can Swizzy fare any better here? Still getting lit up by these
Alex.
surge tags. He has to find a full elimination. 192 below. He knows that there are players fighting nearby, but will he actually have a chance to strike?
Yeah,
Honestly,
and he's
Alex
officially on
playing
a
and show
clock.
us
He has
for
about
Alex gameplay, bro. Like they
130
won
of
FNCS in their
HP
region
to
8 times.
heal in this
Or he
situation, which
specifically,
is
so I wanna
not
see
much.
how he
We're in the
plays.
5th zone. Now he's taken behind. It's going to go 2 to a 5 tick and active surge. All that damage is going to start to add up, and he is still below the damage threshold. 346. That's almost essentially 2 eliminations here that Swizzy needs to get by himself with his back pushed up against the wall. Even further now is Doxy, maybe X-Pawn as well, are trying to get elimination of their own.
Yes, Mary, no opportunity to go ahead and let Swizzy get any damage here. They're going to be using the overdrive grenades to go ahead and disengage. That is worst case scenario for Swizzy. For somebody that needs to do 300 damage, you want to be close, you want to be personal, because the shotgun is going to be your best friend. But as you can see right now, the chase is on. Not only does he need to go ahead and pick up both of these eliminations seemingly right now, but he needs to get in the zone. Finally, a tag comes in. 12 HP to work with. 2 ticks left. Swizzy's going to be going down.
There were only so many places left for Swizzy to actually venture through, and Doxy X-Pawn, they just played that one excellently. They knew that he was trapped. He had nowhere left to run to, and just like that, we're right back here at Sandy Strip, and the cube is going to be his worst nightmare right now for him and Theo. It's sent everyone flying, but Chino, what kind of aim course is he running over here?
I need his routine right now. That was one of the most insane
Clix
things
is
I've
still
seen
in
in quite a while. Not only getting the knock mid-air, but cleaning up the eliminations, and that is exactly why they land at Sandy Strip. They know teams will float around and try to use that as a mode of rotation. We've seen multiple teams, not just then, get caught out because of it.
Super hard to make those rotations when there are just so many teams around. Speaking of hard rotations, Peterbot and Pollo landed all the way on the west side
They
of the map,
somehow
had to make
recovered
their
with
way
health and
all the way
everything, so
over here to
Fixing it.
Sanctuary.
Oh no, don't
That
do
being
this.
said,
They're
I
going
feel like
after
they
Fix.
found themselves in a very favorable position. 500 damage above, as I
Ooh.
say that, drop that down to 300. But they
Yeah.
have pretty much the higher ground secured as it currently stands. We know they love to play higher ground taco. Can they actually hold on to this throughout the rest of the game?
This is definitely the best sort of position that we have seen Peterbot and Pollo all 3 games so far today.
I don't think
Sky
Fix and
Scroll,
Eels
on the
have
other
the
hand, though,
materials
way
for
off
them.
in the distance, separated from the rest of the lobby, trying to see if they can just
Sky
break
Scroll.
in to the edge of zone, hoping that they get a chance to try and take out any duos that might be looking to try and cut them off, but instead will find a secure position to start tarping out, securing space, and now they can take the chance to look back.
Yeah, this is the point in the game where you have to stay alive. You've been in it for 7 zones. There's 26 teams. 1 more falls, and you start to get those placement points, so you don't want to have to look back and say, we wasted a
Fix
lot of
these on the edge of
opportunities
the
here
map.
throughout the tournament. Placement points are now starting to come in. 25 teams still up. But you see 49 players. That means someone in this lobby is running around as a solo.
Malabuka and Vico, right? They almost found the opportunity right there on Yuma and Koyoto. As you can see right now, the zone is actually pulling north. And when a pull like this happens, any team that's already based up here is going to have the opportunity to pick up the higher ground. And that's going to be Yuma and Koyoto as it currently stands. Tuning in with Sky and Scroll. We just looked at these guys 45 seconds ago. They had 21 materials to their name. Elims are going to be helping out with that.
And that's exactly where Sky was able to get the party started here with Chance and Tyler. The moment that they claim that front side low ground position, they are right back in the most comfortable driving seat.
I think
That's
Clix and
exactly
Eagles
where
out.
they had so much success in the EU Major 1 finals,
Clix
and it
and
looks
Eagles, I
like
don't
they
see them
finally
win.
managed to replicate it here in Game 3. But Demish, Darm, talk about a duo that has been on the upswing all 3 games so far today. They've just been
Icon
establishing their
dead.
own territory. But Vico Malabuka, big knock opportunity here, taking out Veno.
Yeah, they don't even necessarily need this fight. 3 players go down, no more Storm Surge. 1100 for them. Some shots coming in, so they're going to fall down just a little bit, but they're holding their ground. They know they have extra materials, so they're not afraid to overbuild and spend those mats.
Taking a look bottom right, I see Sky and Scroll already kind of establishing that low ground that they are known for. Cold and rapid throughout the day. They've been known for coming out swinging, right? Winning game number 1. But I would imagine now that all the other teams are
It's
kind of
tough
feeling
now.
comfortable towards the higher ground, maybe they go ahead
Digging
and go back to what they're used to.
But even with
Shxrk continues
this
on high ground.
elevation not really being a huge
They're gonna
turning
dominate
point
now.
because we are in that south section of the map. Teeny Shxrk, they're still on the high ground.
Yapko
They're
is
still
down.
looking to take players out along the way. Shxrk able to help bring down Yapko, and they are still looking for more, Jake, as they continue tarping overhead, but you are never safe. You are not high enough to avoid the rest of the lobby just yet.
Yeah, especially in a meta where you got Shockwave and you got that Fizz grenade.
Yapko is
so you
down,
could
so he's
expect
definitely
things
not
to
gonna be
happen
raised.
at a moment's notice. Even Hari came, he trying to go ahead and Shockwave forward, but they stayed on both separate ends for Sky and Scroll. They're making sure nobody can get a free flank.
Peterbot and
Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo, they're
Pollo
in the
gonna
thick
get
of it
that.
down below. They're trying to get as much damage, maybe even elimination. As of now, they're good on their loadout. They're good on loot, but they know eventually they're going to need an elimination.
So easy for this duo to quickly kind of change targets. Why nobody is pretty much safe when you are anywhere near that duo. They're going to be needing an elimination.
like
And
this
just as I
meta.
say that, Rezon finds himself on the opposite
It's
side of things.
fun
Peterbot
to
will
watch
be
the
dropping down.
slow-
The
slower
mats
than
come
the
in. And now
last
they go ahead and need to make the
one.
rotation necessary that
That's
they
why
need.
I can
And I'm sure we're going to be
see
finding they're
why
finding
people would
another
say
elim that they're going to
easy.
need, of course.
Well, we saw a big
Because
solo
whoever has
clutch
the high
replacement
ground
point
will
out of
win.
Vico in the last lobby.
But
Can
it's hard to keep
Malabuka do the same here in Game 3? Overdrive grenade with a little bit of a stimmy effect on the movement, but look at Cold and Rapid. Isolated in the mid-ground, trying to take out players as they look back. Sky and Scroll, though, just left to their own devices here, completely trying
They're
to
just
shut
trying
down
to get
what
the
Green's and
tools on
Fly have
the
going
loadout.
on, but instead, they'll find themselves looking to stay moving forward. They still want to control front side. They still want to make sure
Peter
that
wasn't
nobody
too-
else is
yeah.
going to be able to take over.
Yeah, sometimes for Sky
That
and
time
Scroll, you need
Toyota
to
is doing
stumble before you wake up and start to play to your full potential. And this game is a real example of that. Same thing for Rapid and Cold. They won Game 1, and then they had a huge hurdle in their path for Game 2, and this is a chance to make up for it. Meanwhile, Vico, Malabuka, one of the most consistent teams we have still alive in this lobby,
Oh.
even as a solo. As
Ooh,
Peterbot
Peterbot is down. Poyo is alone. He's just so low. Oh no. He just gotta run now. They're gonna chase him down, bro. They're gonna chase him down. I bet you. It's smart to go in for that
trying to find some sort of calm in the chaos right now.
He doesn't have materials,
quick
probably.
breath right here. Malabuka, no
That's the
opportunity for
request.
him to kind of slow down right now. He's kind of feeling the pressure from duos all around him. He's going to be taking the opportunity to go ahead and jump into the storm as Scroll and Sky. Look how comfortable these guys must feel. They have claimed the low ground.
Thomas and Focus has
Poyo just tried to get that placement. Ooh, nice. There's Alex out. Oh no, Big Vico is alone.
Sky finds that elimination, but now
No, Vico's just gone as well.
it's rapid and cold and
Poyo.
cold. Already looking
They're gonna
to
win
try
again
and drop
because
a little
Sky
bit
Scroll at the
further. He wants
bottom.
the
There's no
refreshes,
way
he
he's gonna
wants the
get tight.
eliminations. He knows that he can trust Rapid to just hold things down on height, but
Poyo,
trying
oh,
to take
he's
out
still.
Teeny. It's an
Oh
even exchange here, but Poyo coming out on
going.
top because Twy
That's
is no longer in
crazy,
existence.
bro.
Yeah, gets that elimination almost stolen
The
by
calm and
Rapid up
composure.
above,
Oh
but now
no,
they
he
drop
got
down.
kicked
They
out.
said, hey, we're not going to steal that one, but they're going to take you out cold.
But that's gonna
and
be good for
Rapid on
Pete and
top, on
Poyo.
high ground right now. Winners of game one. Sky and Scroll are
Ooh, Sky and Scroll, come on.
EUFNCS champions. And then you have Cringe. He can play the Thorn in this entire mix.
But take a look at
Rapid's
Rapid.
going
He's looking for
fragger there.
opportunities to go ahead and help secure this 2v2.
How's they
He's
gonna
trying
do
to
it?
pick up all
Because
the materials that he possibly can.
go
Trying to
up.
look for
Oh,
angles.
snap
The
that high
overdrive
ground.
comes up. Sky and Scroll want to take
Oh,
the fight.
Gold is the knock.
Scroll does that.
Oh snap!
And then finds the knock on the Cold.
Are they gonna sneak in the win? Oh no! He's weak. He's weak.
Somehow, amongst all the chaos, ends up on height.
And Scroll just like that realizes his duo
Oh
is in trouble.
no!
He's gonna take
Rapid.
over. Rapid has been eliminated.
Cringe.
Now the 1v1.
Scroll.
This is everything right now for Sky.
Oh,
and Scroll
no.
to finally get their chance to strike
He's
back.
gonna win.
Cringe from
Cringe got
overhead.
it.
He gets the leverage. Scroll with only
Gonna be
2
Elo.
builds remaining.
No.
Can he find the closing shot? Just needs to get that max
Scroll
hit off
needs
the
to
kill
get it.
reloader, but Shxrk
Oh
can't
no!
do it. Cringe has won it out, and that's
Let's
game
go!
for Cringe and Twy.
Dude, is their first feature. Okay. That's crazy actually. Let's go look at the leaderboard quickly.
Game 3 at the Major 1 Summit LAN. You got to imagine at this point in time, when you're playing that long as a solo, to come out on top
Let's look
and
at the
actually win
leaderboard,
the game,
okay.
they have to be feeling great.
So Yaku and Pens are still at the top, so they're probably gonna end up at the top. Look at Victor and Canada, they're going with the leaderboard. Okay, Bino and Kika fell like by one spot,
It
I
was just
think.
easy, I'm not gonna lie.
Let's look at where Peterbot
Was it
and
really that
okay.
easy? Because it looked quite tense for all of us watching.
Peterbot and
I
yo,
mean,
look
bro,
at it, they're
it wasn't that
12
easy.
now.
You had to
Oh
solo
no.
clutch it. But you
Clix
know what,
and
British
Higgs is
players, you know,
33rd,
we
yeah.
have to talk a big
Kinda tough for them.
So talk
They
to
only
me
got one
about your
elimination.
game
I don't know,
then.
it's going
What
really
is
bad
the
for them.
plan here in
It's
Düsseldorf?
really bad for them.
I mean, you just run around, eliminate everyone, and just win every endgame you make.
And it's
I feel like
because
that's
I
what
feel
Clix and
like
Higgs
some of
aren't
the
doing, man.
European teams have
They're
actually
just not.
struggled with the zones with
They're not
Net Surge.
taking
How
this.
have you
Okay, I
been
mean, you
finding
get
it?
a bad drop
Net
because
Surge,
when
and
you
you just
obviously
run
land
deep
too
and
late,
chill. That's about it.
like
So all you
Higgs
gotta do is
was
just
kind of
be that
unlucky
key.
twice now.
Yeah.
Clix was
Yeah,
also
King the
unlucky.
W.
Yeah.
So, Düsseldorf, what do we think of Quiet and Cringe? Okay, then that's 3 games done.
I
We're gonna
think
have a
like
short break.
sometimes
we
when it
come
comes
back,
to
we'll be
fighting, you gotta
assessing all the
wrap up the
action
fight
so
quick
far.
because you don't have time. You literally don't have time. Before you know it, it's end game, mid game. Peterbot and Poyo are slowly climbing back because one game and they're back, bro. One game, because look at this. Like, not back to winning this, but look at them. They slowly climb the leaderboard. Slowly. Just playing it slow. Just placement matches. And that's what Clix and Higgs needs to do. Let's look at the other teams. Yo, there's people literally with 0 points. Look at Alex. This just shows again, you can win your reason, bruh, but you're struggling. What is all that talk? Okay, not to talk, but down on them, because I'm not on that level. But all that talk of them pushing people, I knew they were going to play it safe. And unfortunately, because you played it safe, that's why you only have 12 points. Of course, I am no way, like, look at Sky and Scroll. They won FNCS and they 39th, bro. But they did better now because they did get like 16 points. I think 3 eliminations, which is like 12 points. So they were sitting on 4. So they didn't have a good start. I think Clix and Higgs just got lucky in placement in the first game because the last 2 games were poor, bro. They didn't get any eliminations. But it's tough, man, when you get knocked in the beginning. I'm impressed by Yuma and Toyota. They're doing well. Focus and Thomas HD, they're on their way. I think like I have a good feeling. Okay, so based on today, I think like Yapko and Pens is gonna win this. I definitely can say that Yapko and Pens is gonna win this tournament. They're just looking really good. Taruh na dia untuk tuan.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Cringe and Twy get themselves a victory royale in a 1v1 situation.
Hold on.
Yeah?
I want to put my UK bias hat on.
Oh.
And I want to say UK on top, Cringe and Twy doing it for the boys.
I forgot my hat.
I got one for you.
You got another one.
I got one for anyone that wants to join the bandwagon.
UK fans out there, represent.
Oh man, you guys can't kill me like this, all right? You gotta give me some time. Man, congrats to them, seeing them get a victory out in that situation. I can't believe it as well against Sky and Scroll, man. For like just a moment, I really believe Sky and Scroll, this is it, their moment. Game 3, they're gonna strike. And then Cringe said, sorry about that. I've made my way here based on my skill, my merit, my prowess. Scroll, you're gonna have to sit down this time.
What a performance from Cringe here at the end. I mean, to take down Sky like that, to 1v2, the best duo in EU coming into today. I mean, what a performance from him individually. This is a duo that we've seen rising up throughout the course of EU, a team that we have expectations of because of their talent level, a team that's developing and coming through. And yes, we're going to be biased because they're UK. Yes, I'm sure Resub at home is watching. I think he's actually in the arena, very happy. He'll be very happy, of course, because Cringe is Scottish. But this is a team that are actually genuinely improving. They're getting better, bias hat off. They're looking good.
Yeah, great fundamentals, great mechanics. I think we know that. You saw that at the end, right? Cringe wins because he has the really nice right hand, and Scroll in a situation where you just couldn't even see it, right, to hit the shot back. I think the big thing with obviously Cringe as well is in solo situations like that, he sort of burst onto the scene last year as a solo player, right? And because of his results in solo, so you know he's comfortable in those moments where he is alone. And obviously that arrogance, that cockiness sort of helps him as well, right? I'm glad Twice sort of brought him back down to earth. Like, no, mate, it was hard, but you did it, you know?
Yeah, he's like keeping him humble. You know, that's a mark of a really good friend, right? Like just dial it back a little bit. On the other side, obviously, Sky and Scroll, you know, what started as a really tough start to Summit upper bracket. Now, you know, suddenly we're starting to pick up the pace, taking it all the way to a second place with a ton of eliminations. I feel like this is a Sky and Scroll we're kind of used to seeing.
I'd have to say, yeah, right? I think we've seen games like this from them in the EU Major Finals where they are just together. They are able to sort of get through on this low ground. I think Vivid called it out really well where you could see what they were trying to do very early on into that end game as far as establishing low ground. And even though there are more teams trying to do it, right, after seeing their success, they are still just the best in the world when it comes to claiming that layer.
Yeah, I think it was around 10th zone. They took that front side low. And I was like, yeah, really, really nice zone
front side of a low take from these guys. And ultimately, because they played it so much, they were able just to bat away any of the competition. I think Thomas HD was down there at one point as well, trying to take it. Unfortunately, of course, couldn't close out the game successfully. But what's that, 10 eliminations for these guys? You mentioned it, Zeke. Not the greatest start for them, but a huge comeback. And that's what individual games can do in this form.
Yeah, and that might be enough to just suddenly shoot them up the standings, right? I mean, especially like, look, Fly and Cringe 7th place, just below them, Sky and Scroll. It only takes one really good game like that, Mini. So I love seeing that out of both of these duos. It just looks so good, right? And even all the way at the top, Yapko Panzer still firing on all cylinders, Vinny.
Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, we've all known that Panzer has been a very, very exciting talent ever since he sort of burst onto the scene in trios with Mr. Savage and Mongrel. A lot of people were saying he carried them to the success in Major 1 of trios. Then he just keeping on developing, keeping on improving throughout that entire time. And now in duos, finding that teammate in Yapko that's really complementing his game style and gameplay is really paying dividends for him right now.
Yeah, I think the thing with these two is they've been rather inconsistent in EU, right? If you've been following EU, they have weeks where they look like, okay, this is the real deal. These guys are going to be one of the big teams in EU. And then they have a lot of weeks where it's pretty anonymous. And I think a lot of us were wondering which version of Yapko and Panzer we're going to see on the stage today. We got the best version
think they're going to
possible,
win,
and I'm
bro.
happy about it.
Dude,
no
they
doubt
gotta be happy about
winning.
that too, right? Like, hey, we're looking good. We're on that. We're on top
Not
right
tonight,
now.
but though.
Let's just make sure we bring that energy back for finals, right? Wanted to also highlight Peterbot and Pollo. Finally, we get a game out of them where they are together. We do see this often, right? It's either Pollo or Peterbot as a solo, but finally kind of recognizing, okay, look, this is a high caliber lobby. If we're gonna find that success, we need to stick together.
Yeah, we haven't seen that scariness, I guess you could say, for these guys for a little while now. Of course, last Globals not performing to their level that you'd expect from them. Of course, Major 1 still, of course, qualified here, but still not quite performing as we would expect. And even here today, it's been a bit sort of reminiscent of that, Levin. They've had their moments, they've had their ability to fight. We've seen them getting a few eliminations, but it's that togetherness, it's that over-eagerness maybe to try and go for these plays.
Yeah,
They
not
slowly
to be a nostalgia
getting there,
merchant,
though.
right?
Slowly getting there.
When you look at the last time we saw them as a duo on a stage like this, when they won Globals, they were playing a very different game to the rest of the lobby, right? That was always the big talking point. They had all these different advantages that meant that the game they were playing was different. Here in this lobby, they're having to figure out how everybody else is having to play the game, right? And that has been one of the themes of them this season is, you know, when they aren't in situations where they have some huge advantage, can they play really good, fundamental, solid Fortnite? And I think they're starting to get there. They're starting to figure things out. It's a rough start, like you said, Zeke, but still plenty more games. And I think for these two especially, it's just about making sure they're playing on Sunday. No hiccups that send them into the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a really good point, too, because you got to think back in NA, they kind of conditioned the lobby, right? Everyone's kind of like, Peterbot, Pollo, they're kind of close by, but dude, you're looking at 6 other regions that don't care. They're like, I don't care who you are. You could be Peterbot and Pollo. I'm still going to take the fight because I'm still trying to be top 25. In second place, though, we did see Cold and Rapid, though, still holding strong. I mean, they're looking good, guys. I can't lie. It's crazy, too, because we see this all the time, Levin. People just, like, continue to look at Cold and say, like, he doesn't play the game. He's not good at the game. He's not doing this. But here we are at Summit. I feel like he shut some of those people up.
He did. Yeah. And to the people who've been saying that, 2 days ago, he was the player in the practice room who I saw playing the most of anyone, right? And so I think, you know, people like to hit Cold with that narrative of not playing, but ultimately, Cold is one of the best players to ever touch this game. Not just in this lobby right now, period, in Fortnite. And so I think Cold, in this moment, he's starting to feel it. I think Rapid is feeling confident as far as the game plan goes. We know they're looking to take these, you know, do these late height takes, which have been somewhat successful throughout the day. I'm feeling really good about these two.
Yeah, really impressed actually with their calmness in a lot of these endgame moments. We had a really nice listen in earlier on, and we were expecting maybe a little bit of excitement. Of course, they're on height, they're winning the first game, they're looking really good, but just the way that they communicate, the way that they're navigating these games, it is almost just a walk in the park for them when they're in those positions, and that just speaks volumes about their confidence going into this weekend as well. I think they understand it's not necessarily about having the best day of your life today, it's about qualifying through, and if they can continue to play as they are today, taking those height takes at a really nice time, they should be just okay.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Well, hey, look, right now we are at the halfway point of the competition. The players, we've given them a bit of a break, a bit of a moment to kind of collect themselves, prepare for the second half. But Tokata standing by right now with some information on the zones.
Thank you, Zeke. Look, I want to break down two pivotal aspects of Fortnite competitive. So one is Storm Surge and two is zones. If we look back at Storm Surge previously, it was the minimum damage threshold needed depending on the zone to not start losing HP and shield. Now it's net surge. So it's not only how much damage you do, it's also how much damage you receive. So if we look at today and see how it's impacted the players, the rotations, and specifically the zones. Game 1 ended right here, a little south of Frigid Fortress. And if we look at the teams, the top 4 teams of that first match, we had Cold Rapid, we had Reet Cooper, FKS Hero, and Yapko Panzer. Now, I'm not sure if you're seeing the trend I'm seeing, but all of these duos are incredibly close to where this zone ended. Now, you could say, okay, maybe it was a fluke, you know? We know zones have been important in Fortnite competitive. This is the first event of this caliber where net surge has actually been in play. So if we take a look at game number 2, the zone ended north, right up here.
Still close.
Guess who won the match? It was Acorn and Bolts, and they land right inside of that zone. Second place, Vico Malabuca. They land Frigid Fortress. I don't even have to draw arrows because you can see how close these duos actually were to that final zone. And you can say, okay, I'm seeing the trend, but what about game 3? What happened there? Look, I'm not even gonna break down all the teams. It ended right here. Our winners, Cringe and Volko, I know Levin was getting hype about that, land right here east of Dark Dominion. And as you can see, there is not much distance that you have to travel to get to the zone. Now, we've only seen 3 games been played out today. We have a lot more competition to look for, but if you think about it, you as the fans watching, keep an eye out for where that zone pulls in these next matches and which duos are looking the strongest, because I think we have a lot to learn. But let's head back to the desk to continue breaking things down.
Dude, I like that Sulcata guy.
He's cool.
I like that.
Have you met him before?
He's pretty cool.
I need to go meet that Sulcata guy. He's real cool. Interesting information there, though, from the zones, right? Like, again, I love this moment, right? Because, you know, we come to a summit, we kind of bring all of these teams from different walks of life and places on Earth into a single battle bus. And we kind of just get to break down that data. What do things look like? How do the zones impact? How do we affect the other regions, the other players in the game? It's so cool, Lev.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, you know, when getting into the nitty-gritty of what Takar was sort of trying to highlight there, I think the big thing with net damage is obviously it means you have to be more conscious of the damage you take. And we saw
Shxrk
Cringe
should
and
do
Fly,
better,
they said it. They were like,
which shows that like Shxrk Continue actually is doing better if they just survive. Whichever team survives the all-spawn fight will go on to actually place well, but they need to beat Shxrk Continue, otherwise they won't.
Rotating in towards you, and you can sort of little Tfue peeks out the base, take a couple shots, sit back down. You ain't even got to use any shields, right? And I think that is why we're seeing that trend here today.
Tfue peaks in 2026. I love it. But if you're one of those, I love it. I love it. But if you're one of those teams that are rotating and you've got a far pull, it does become a lot easier to actually take a lot of that damage. So that's why those teams aren't doing so well either.
Crazy stuff. Well, guess what, guys? As we are at the halfway point of the competition, we're going to check in with some of our players right now. It's Yapko and Panzer who are standing by with Frankie.
Thank you so much. Panzer, you might not have got a victory royale yet, but you've managed to make 3 endgames incredibly convincingly. Why do you think you've managed to have so much consistent success?
I mean, I don't know. I just played my game.
He sounds so old, dude. Like,
but you're calling your game.
Before
How
I
would
saw
you
him
describe
in
your
real
game
life,
at the
I
moment?
assumed he was like a
around,
long, tall, older
rotate
guy.
early and get switched.
But he was young
Does
when
it
he played
help
with
that you're
Wongolo
able
and
to
Savage.
take on another
He
duo
carried
off
them
spawn and
so
often
hard.
win?
I thought they carried him.
Does
no.
it help? I don't think it changes anything. It's pretty quick off spawn. Sometimes if we split, it's probably even worse, but we'll make it work.
What do you prefer to do? Do you prefer to get that early surge?
Are they Russian?
I don't even know. I don't mind. I think being con or uncon, the surge doesn't even matter because we just like kill them insta right now. But if we fight more, it's worse, obviously.
But I feel like you're not a team that's going to play it safely for placement. You're always going to be looking
Nah,
out for
I
those
feel like
elimination points
definitely
too.
they're gonna win.
So
bro.
how do you judge the risk in each situation?
I think they're
Panther?
gonna win, bro. They're my number one team now.
How do you make the judgment call as to whether to fight or leave it?
I mean, if you have loot like a spawn, we're just gonna kill them, obviously. Like, I got shockwaves, I'm insta-running them, like, so.
And what's held you back in the end game so far from actually taking a victory royale?
Nothing.
It's probably the last moving. Like we just need one more refresh, maybe like one more zone pull, just a little bit more luck, and we can probably win next games.
It's luck,
Well,
bro.
you might as well
It
give
has
it a shot,
nothing to
guys,
do with
because
skill,
you've
bro.
already qualified
Like,
for Championship Sunday, so
the storm is showing you.
congratulations. Let's head back
It's
to the
not
next.
about like who's the best. It's who's lucky,
You know, it's
bro.
interesting. I feel like
Who's lucky?
there's just like a thought in the back of my mind is like, are we seeing the very best out of all those players? Or are they kind of thinking, hold on, let's just save a little sum for Championship Sunday?
Yeah, the zones
This
have
is
to
not
poop
This is
different,
not the
bro.
strats that they would be preparing for Championship Sunday, particularly if you're a team that expect to qualify through. I think you have to keep some of those strats under wraps. You have to adapt to the lobby that you're in, of course, but there's definitely going to be some things that we can look to see what they do, I suppose, on Sunday.
The key word for today, conditioning, right? If you secure a spot, you qualify early, how can you condition the teams around you? Make them perceive you to play a certain way. Make them expect things that are going to throw them off when you decide to change things up on the Sunday. It's all about conditioning.
Dude, I don't think people think that long, bro. Like that far.
Final.
All they're
Now,
thinking
guys,
about is qualifying,
we
bro,
actually
for
have a very
Sunday.
special interview lined up. Typical gamer. Where is that you? What's up? Oh, you're dressed up as your icon.
Yeah, this is me. Now I'm still got some pins in me, but I think
Typical
for the
gamer.
special meet and greet I'm having tonight, I'm gonna be looking like my skin, which is really cool.
Dude, first off, of course, congratulations.
Oh,
You
yeah,
got
skin,
yourself
man.
that icon.
Also,
How
if you
does
buy
it
the
feel?
skin,
I
use
love
my
the
code,
video that you
whoever's
put out,
watching.
like, I've been waiting,
Appreciate it.
and then it's happened. You're celebrating. How did you feel, though?
Oh, it feels incredible to finally have an icon outfit in Fortnite after all these years. I mean, oh man, there was a lot of emotion, especially during my launch stream. I didn't expect to get hit by a wave of emotion like that, but it was all great seeing everybody come out and support. What an incredible moment.
That's awesome, bro. And I love, too, many people may not know, but the fact that you kind of got a little, kind of like a nod to your wife, right? I remember commentating her all the way back in, like, fall skirmish, bro. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Oh yeah, well, she outplaced me in the first pro-am that happened. So Samira's been playing Fortnite for a very long time, and it was so great to be able to get a nod to her. She used the Ruby skin a lot, and I was able to call it Redway Ruby, which is of course her last name. So also the backbling that we have in there, it's just like a personalized version of what she uses too. So, and I have my wedding ring, which is awesome.
Dude, I love that. Of course, how's it feel, you know, knowing, I don't know, you might have one of the coolest pickaxes we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually crazy to see people rocking it during the tournament, and I think we'll see a lot more people rocking some typical gamer stuff on Sunday. I just have a feeling.
Yeah, just not, no big deal, just a slight little feeling. Well, I mean, interesting. Don't you have your own thing happening right now?
Yeah, so it's a meet and greet in person. It's going to be a live stream as well in Seattle. So if anybody's in the area,
He's gonna have an
come through,
FNCS
and, it's gonna
skin
be a lot of fun.
release
I'm
on
excited to meet
Sunday. That's
everybody.
definitely gonna be because
So
every
sick.
icon
TG,
skin
thank you so
also
much
gets.
for hanging out with us for this little interview. I want to give you the floor, though. One, make sure to let fans know where they can find you, and then anything you want to say.
Yeah, I mean, you guys can find me on @typicalgamer on everything. My icon outfit's in the item shop right now. Go pick it up. Code #typicalgamer, #epic partner. And I'm excited to see everybody at the live event in person tonight. So thank you.
Thank you so much, TG.
Partner.
Congrats again, man.
Or he's shouting out your code. Go
Thank you
use
so
his
much,
code.
Zeke. Have a great day.
You too, bro. Man, TG, dude, it's sick, bro. It's sick.
TG is such a legend. I actually have a story about
Everyone
TG.
has now icon
For
skins
the people
because
who
he
don't
got
know,
these. Finally
way
got
back in the
his.
day, there used to be a bundle in the game, and it was called the 11-2K Taco Time Bundle. And I remember there was a clip of TG. This was back when everybody wanted to see, you know, him get in the game. And he's reacting to the bundle in the store, and he goes, "Who's this 11-2K guy? They just give anybody bundles now." And I was like, "Oh, you know, I used to watch you growing up, man. Like, you're my guy." But you know, I confronted him about it. You know, when I saw him in person for the first
Dude,
time, and he did
how
apologize to
old
me
am
and
I?
said he does
If
love me.
I
So
didn't watch
respect
typical
him. I'm glad
gamer,
he
like
finally
how
got in the
young are
game
these
himself
people?
because he
Because
deserves it
typical
more than,
gamers
you know,
more or less
anyone.
my
That guy's
age.
an absolute legend.
I'm
Shout out to
I'm
TG.
We can say it back to him now. Who's this TG guy? Who didn't let anyone get
Just
me?
let anybody
Dude, to
get
think like when I
now,
started
you
playing
know?
Fortnite
He's
is
been
4
waiting a
years
long time,
ago
and he's
now.
a good competitive player as well. I remember him playing with no
I was
W
literally
players a few seasons ago.
27,
They
which
did
is
like
not that
Heat semi-finals, like that sort of
young,
stage
but-
of competition.
I mean-
Pretty good competitive Fortnite player as well. So
I
definitely
missed out
holding
in
a
the
few
first
skills
3
in that
years or
locker as
something.
well as his new icon outfit.
Fortnite 8
Yeah,
years
man,
now.
so
7
awesome.
years.
Congrats
8
again,
years.
TG. Love that you have the icon. If you guys want that, go check it out. It's in the item shop. Once again, congratulations to him. Also, he called out if you're in Seattle, hey, come hang out. You might be able to meet and greet, say what's up, TG, give him a big high five, say I'm gonna use your pickaxe forever. All right, guys, let's get ready though
Forever,
and
yo,
focus
hectic.
back in the
Bit too much.
into the competition. What
You
are we
got a
excited to
glazer, yeah.
see, right? We're now halfway with 3 games left to go. And I feel like if I'm outside of that top 25 bubble, I'm starting to think, okay, I need to kind of put together something, right? Like we need to pull out some kind of strategy. And again, look at Sky and Scroll in 8th place, right? Up 30 placements off
Yo.
of that game.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know who's
Each and
outside of
each
that
needs
top 25.
one
I'm
game
really
to
curious
climb
if there's
that
any
leaderboard. Look
big
at that, like,
surprises. I
it's
think initially the first thing
21st
that's jumping
spot
out
is
to
like
me,
52
Aegis
points,
and
and they're like
Original,
22 points
we
behind,
saw
so
them
they
have
can
a good
clearly do it.
start, right?
Only
I
problem
was
is
really
they need to
surprised
start
how good they had done
placing
after
high
game
now.
one,
Like,
but they
really.
fell out, and that is not where you want to see them right now.
I'm looking at Pixie and Swizzy as well. Of course, a team that a lot of people were looking at going into this weekend. They're a team that have sort of been improving throughout the season. They had a bit of a rough start, came into the major finals absolutely, I suppose you could say, dudded day one. They was way down on the leaderboard. And then day 2, they came out flying. So they're a team that knows how to perform in the latter half of competitions. Can they do it now?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Clix and Higgs, 35th. That is not where they want to be. The past 2 games, Shxrk and Teeny have given them that work of Spawn. And it's not necessarily what we were expecting, especially after how impressive they've done in some of the practice games yesterday. But Shxrk and Teeny reminding Clix and Higgs, we are top dogs in the server, off Spawn, wherever you want to fight us.
And if you think about it, you
Okay,
could
server
almost say
end
going into
means-
this weekend, they had 2
Yeah.
plans. It was either land on Peterbot or it was a land on Shxrk and Teeny. If they now think, oh, let's go to plan B, it's now landing on Peterbot, right? That's not a very nice plan B to have. So do they have plan C? Do they have plan D? We'll have to wait and see about that. But I think this is the point of the tournament, Zeke, where you have to sort of categorize yourself as a team. It's like, right, are we a team that's trying to break into that top 25? If so, how do we go about
That's
doing
no
that?
game
If you're a
for you.
team that's already in the top 25, how do we hold on to that position? Do we take as many risks?
Probably
And if you're a
gonna
team
be
that's in
on
that
the-
top
yeah.
25 comfortably for Sunday,
Yeah,
how
that's
do we
big
then
safe.
condition the
Hookah.
rest of the lobby?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking at this
Nice game.
41st to 50th, and there's too many, you know, Brazil teams, Middle Eastern teams. I want to see some of these smaller regions really sort of push their way in. One of the most exciting parts of Summit for me was, obviously, you know, the 15 qualification spots. This was the best chance, or this still is the best chance we have had in a long time to see a lot more of the teams from those regions take up some of the global championship slots. And I think it'd be a shame to see them fall short here.
Yeah, man, it's got to be weighing on the back of your mind, right? There is so much pressure, and you could kind of say like, all right, maybe we take it to lower bracket, but again, if you make the same mistakes, you just have that one chance, right? And then that's it. You can't even look to compete for one of these top 15 spots. So, you know, but yeah, as we remember, we can't forget Yapko and Panzer rather at the top of the leaderboard, currently leading in eliminations as well.
Oh,
so
yeah?
it's very, very difficult. Take a look. Yapko at 12. Actually, just kidding. Tied with Vico. Ooh, Vico.
Big Vico. Get it right. Mr. Big Vico. I think
My bad.
the thing we said about
Panzers,
Vico
man.
earlier, right, is this guy is one of the best fraggers in the world. Showcasing it here on the stage. I think the great thing about all of these guys here is we know how great they are as fraggers. In the case of Dom and Sky, it's interesting you have 2 players who actually are the IGLs or the leaders of their team, and they're still leading the way when it comes to the fragging. Again, it just shows how talented some of these boys are. A lot of EU, I might add as well.
A lot of EU on there, yeah. What's that about, Zeke? Was your hat gone missing?
Okay,
It
they're
was-
coming back
Was
now,
this
so...
an EU only list? Is there like another list of the top fraggers that
I
you
don't know
are
what you're
gonna
talking
show
about.
us?
I'm completely unbiased, Zeke, right now, okay?
You have to
Calm
be.
down. I'm sure you guys can kind of hear it as well. You can see it on camera. Players are
Stretch
starting
out
to
the mic
return
a bit
back,
so I can lay
starting to
back
take
a
their
bit.
places up on that battle bus to continue the competition. And, you know, as I'm looking at some of these faces, man, I'm seeing some of them excited, happy. Others, I can tell, they've taken this time. They've really utilized this time to try and say, hey, we have a plan. We need these 3 games now.
Yeah, we saw it in the background of those interviews. They were actually VODing. They were looking at some of their VODs. They can't do it up on the stage. I think some people maybe at home don't know that. You can't sit and watch the VODs after you go out of the game. So that's going to be some vital time to not only do that, maybe talk to some of their mental coaches, some of their in-game coaches as well, even some parents, just people to help you calm down a little bit, particularly if you are a team that's lower down on that leaderboard. This section of the tournament is really where the experienced players, the players that have played on this sort of stage before, will now come good because they're able to utilize that time really effectively.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these teams, you know, especially the ones further down, a lot of it's going to come down to looking for opportunities within the lobby in their area, right? Is there any loot we can cut off? Is there any way we can just get an advantage on some of these teams that have been getting the upper hand on us around where we land? And yeah, you just have to pull out. All you need is one really good game for some of those teams who are just on the outside, right? And so you just got to make it happen now.
Yeah, and you can't forget as well, if you're a team like Yapco and Panzer, right, who are currently sitting in first place, you're thinking to yourself, all right, well, I'm good. I've qualified. Maybe I could even look to maybe contest some of these other teams, push them down to the lower bracket. You know, that's where this situation starts to get really complex, right? That's where the mind games start to come into play. Well, I know Mini and Lev, they kind of go here. I'm doing okay. Maybe I go show up there, slow them down a little bit, right?
It can make a difference. I mean, that's something that you were talking about earlier, Levin, that conditioning. Easier said than done, though, of course. I think you have to identify whether you are a team that's actually guaranteed to be qualifying through before trying anything too crazy like that. But you're right. It's something that those sort of teams, Yapco, Panzer, will have been looking at. How do we now condition the rest of the lobby so that we have a potentially easier run on Sunday?
We've seen a couple teams said it before the tournament even started. There were a couple players who said, I think I saw it in the case of like Shxrk and Teeny, right? Shxrk was saying to Clix, if we are in a qual spot and you're not, we don't care about the rest of the games. We're just making sure you don't qualify. And that becomes a very scary prospect if you are a team in a similar situation, which there are a couple teams in that spot right now.
Yep. Use that example though, right? Clix and Higgs are thinking, okay, so game 1, we got it. It took a long time, but we wiped them, and now game 2, we come back, they clap back instantly. Like, what the heck? We have 3 games to try and put something together. And again, like, think about that day 2. Think about that lower bracket. Even if we use the same example of Clix and Higgs, they're currently in that upper bracket, right? They suddenly drop down in the lower bracket. Well, their plans have changed. Maybe someone else is looking to come to Wonky. Maybe someone in the lower bracket says, hey, wait a minute. If they come down into the lower bracket, maybe we would be willing to contest Wonky, right? And that's just one duo, Lev. How many other duos are kind of waiting for that opportunity in the lower bracket?
I think there are a few.
Yeah.
I think based off what we've seen, let's go back to our example of Shxrk and Teeny. I don't think anybody in the lower bracket is looking at these guys as we might want to land on them, right? Especially after what we've seen so far. And so I think it just goes to show what you do here, even if you are in a secure spot, still does matter. Like you said, for those teams of, you know, you ward them away and say, okay, if we do qualify out of lower bracket tomorrow, stay clear of Yapco and Panzer. They are not the ones you want to fight. They are going to hurt you. That's what you want to do in this lobby right now.
And remember, the players that do end up dropping down to lower bracket, it's extra scary for them. It's not just who they're contesting, who's going to be at their drop spot. It's also, you genuinely don't know what the rest of that lobby is looking like. Yeah, you know you have 25 teams that are already in that lobby, but there'll be some teams, of course, 25 of them on this stage that will also be in that lobby as well. So you just cannot plan for anything in advance for that lower bracket lobby. So you just want to make it through here. If you miss this opportunity, it's going to be such a loss.
Yeah, no, for a lot of these guys, you just don't want to even put yourself in that situation, right? Shxrk and Teeny, look, Shxrk's first time on a stage like this, I think everybody was curious as to whether or not he'd crumble, you know, with the pressure on him. I've tried my best to speak to him a bunch throughout, you know, the days we've been here, and he's just adamant. Every time I speak to him, he's adamant, Levin, I'm fine. Like, it's like, everyone keeps making this a big deal, like, oh, am I gonna be nervous? I'm okay, like, I'm gonna be fine. And we know Teeny has done this many times before. I'm happy that they didn't let that first game rattle them completely. They were able to reset, switch up the tempo, and start winning.
Yeah, that's kind of like the cool part about the upper bracket, right? Is like it isn't a situation where like, hey, well, day 1, you're gonna have day 1 and day 2, kind of 12 games to kind of collectively, you know, see how that goes. Like, well, day 1, you've got 6 games to just be in the top 25.
Yeah, and to be honest, like, you don't even want to be thinking about day 2. You just need to make it happen here. Because day 2 ain't, it's the lower bracket. It don't get much easier. You got top teams in that lobby. You got guys like Ionzo and Josh waiting for you, sitting waiting for you. it's like it almost was like a hungry bear, right? If I told you, hey, there's a hungry bear in that forest, you want to go in that forest? You're gonna tell me no. You don't want to go there, right? And it's the same thing with lower bracket. You don't want to go there where these guys are waiting. They're hungry for an opportunity. Those were the guys who did well in the second chance. They took that chance incredibly well, and they will take it tomorrow if you aren't careful and if you slip up. And so you have to make it here in these next 3 games.
Yeah, you're right. All those teams have performed when their backs are against the walls. And that's exactly what's going to be happening now tomorrow. You just don't want to be going there. You can't see it as, oh, if we don't do well today, we've always got tomorrow, because you cannot rest on that whatsoever. So for those teams that are outside, I'm really excited to see what Clix and Shxrk do now. I genuinely don't know what the solution is for them, particularly now that Shxrk and Senior have started to come into it. They're looking really good. How are they going to affect their gameplay? Do they switch up their entire drop spot? Do they end up landing on Peterbot? We haven't seen those guys having an amazing performance so far today. How are they going to do contested? Is it worth wasting a game to try and contest them? It's going to be tough to say, but it's been a fantastic day of competition so far. And this is when things really start to heat up.
And what's interesting too, and I love, like, this is so complex. The more you think about this whole situation, the crazier it gets. Right? This is upper bracket is a double-edged sword, right? You come in, you kind of show off maybe some of your strategies, some of your plans. But you got to be thinking in your back of your mind, well, those 25 duos are watching me day one.
Yeah.
So I'm already burning myself mentally trying to play and show that I can be in the top 25 day one. Oh, I missed it. Now I'm going into day 2 and everyone's looking at you going, hey, I just watched your entire day yesterday.
Yeah.
Those things that you might have tried to do yesterday, I've already come up with an opportunity to strike back.
But then you can think of it in the other way. It's like, is it more valuable to get the experience on the stage, to play day 1, to look back at where things are going wrong? Or is it more valuable to watch what happened in day 1 and look back at those VODs?
I'm very happy to see this duo looking strong, looking good. Again, close to that threshold, but no reason, if you've been watching them in EU of late over the past sort of couple months, even the past couple of years, it feels like they always just sort of teeter around that line, Mini, where they're almost there, and in the last couple games, they make a final big push and qualify. And I think there's a good chance we see that happen today.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we're looking, at Reason as one of the really consistent LAN performers. He's been slowly but surely improving on each one of these LANs that he's qualified for. So it's actually nice to see him in this position and hopefully doing the same on Sunday, because his trajectory has just only been going up.
It's just straight improvement. He's been at every single FNCS LAN since Invitational, and at every single one, his placement has improved and improved and improved. Is that trend going to continue, or is the reason 1v1 money too much that now you don't even care about the competitive? I hope not. He seems to suggest not. He seems to suggest he's using the map to keep his skills sharp and performing at the best level.
He wants to win, doesn't he? He's one of these sort of characters. He wants to win. I think that's going to only make him sort of
the first day
take the chains off
has
a little
not
bit
gone
in terms
well
of
for
the
most
1v1
people.
map. It'll hopefully
Like Peterbot and them.
help improve as well. But no, he's
they're just thinking of
really
qualifying, I
weekend,
guess, for the
especially
next
since he's just
round.
been performing
That's
so
all
well on that.
what's on everyone's
and you got to
minds.
think too, in front of a crowd like
Do you have a
this,
day
home
off to
turf, like,
reset,
there's even
try
that little
and
bit of
change some
added
strats?
extra
stuff
pressure,
like that.
right? Again, that's these situations are so complex. I know sometimes you can kind of look at a situation like this, well, yeah, top 25 easy or whatever, upper bracket, lower bracket,
No,
finals,
it's
okay,
not.
cool. But the more you just start to dissect and really dive into these little tiny details, it just very quickly gets out of control. Now, of course, like we said, this is the halfway point. 3 games left to go. Boys, if you had to give advice to these duos outside of that bubble,
This is the
what's
longest, most
I think
boring
stick to what you know for this next
section
game. You don't want
of
to try anything too crazy.
FNCS.
But if it does come down to those final 2 games, even the final game, go for hype. The meta allows for it. Although it is messy, you could be that team that takes height and wins the game. We saw it with Sky and Scroll, but jumping up 30 places. For the teams that are just outside here, probably
He's
not
on
worth it.
Noah
But
Rally.
just try
Foul
something
down.
different. Try something new. Because yes, you do have day 2, but you want to get it done now.
Mini says, stick to what you know.
Here we go.
I say, pick up your game plan, rip it out, and try something new. Let's go crazy. Let's get wild with it.
But
You only need the
Let's
2
just
good
play,
games.
man.
Okay, well, Levin, it's time to find out which plan they're going with, because the next game is ready for us. So, casters, over to you.
Hey, I'm right there with you, Levin. I think you gotta tear the original game plan to pieces at this stage, Vivid, because they don't have much time left to work with. It's only 3 lobbies, and the margins are very slim for error right now.
I'm sticking with Mini Miner. I've said it multiple times before. I like sticking to what you know.
What if it doesn't work, though? What if you're in that game 5, game 6 situation? I agree with Levin that you might have to just kind of throw it all to the wall, leave no stone unturned, and really leave no regrets behind, because at the end of the day, there's nothing to lose. The second half of the day and game 4 is ready, so let's jump right in.
Not game 3, game 4, bro. Game 4. Oh, maybe they just... I don't know.
Probably
That was
one of the
weird.
names that sticks out most, though, from during that halftime segment, Clix and Higgs. Sitting in that 35th position currently, just outside of the top 25.
They gotta beat.
Granted,
They
Sky
gotta
have
beat
already
it.
proven one good match, one strong elimination counter can change course entirely and catapult you to that threshold you need to just go straight to finals.
Yep, now we got another team joining back into the mix. They may have left at least one game before, but Mini Pio and Fukun are back at Sandy Strip. So we're back on over to our triple contested fight. Interesting enough, it really hasn't affected Kanata and Victor V on that other side.
Yeah, taking their quadrants there.
Okay.
Quick little peek over here towards Wonky Land. Clix and Higgs, they got to be feeling the pressure. During the halftime, I got the opportunity to talk to Clix. He was like, yeah, we're fully aware of the situation. It feels like Shxrk and Teeny are already qualified. They can pretty much do whatever they want to us right now because they got to be feeling comfortable.
And that's exactly where Shxrk and Teeny are headed. It is setting up home base here in Wonkyland to try and prevent Higgs and Clix from having those comeback measures. Still, job's not finished. You have to remember that because of the lower bracket's existence, nothing is necessarily solidified just yet. You still have tomorrow, worst case scenario.
Yeah, while you have nothing to lose, don't want to give up on those opportunities. Both go in Fringe just outside of the bubble as well. Contested fight against Visual and Braids. Both of these teams perform phenomenally on their respective regions, but when you're in a contested fight like this that honestly made some changes before the Summit LAN, and they weren't necessarily the best for a contested fight, so you really got to go ahead and get all of the loot to
He doesn't have a
yourself.
shotgun, so...
I'm going to be a hawk when we're taking a look at all these POVs. As we do, take a look towards the elimination feed. Cole does go down, but on the screen, we've got
Braids as
Vocal,
well.
we've got Cringe, both picking up their respective eliminations, and that's going to be a clean wipe for them. An 8-point swing is going to put them on 50 points. And when we were taking a look at the leaderboard, right, that 25th place threshold was right around there. So that's going to be helping them out tremendously.
Well, it looks like a decent amount of teams that weren't necessarily faring the best here have already decided to try and switch things up. But Clix, Higgs, still entangled here with Shxrk and Teeny, who have decided to just take the fight straight to them. They want to be direct. They've had so much success in these past two lobbies. The moment that they've instantly tried to collapse, but now it's Shxrk, 100 pump. That's going to be all of his shield. He has to fall back. He's waiting for Teeny to take the reins here, but Teeny, patent alert strategy, trying to see if he can find a separate angle, trying to see if he can get that closing shot onto Clix or Higgs. But for right now, the leverage sits entirely with Higgs and Clix.
Yep, even though Shxrk and Teeny almost all but qualified here to Sunday, you can kind of see why. They're just trying to shut down Clix and Higgs, not let them feel comfortable, get them out of the game early so that way they have a much harder chance making it through the lower bracket and eventually possibly contesting them. So it's really going to come down to how much Shxrk and Teeny want to continue to put this pressure down. On the flip side, though, for Clix and Higgs, you know, I was talking to a couple of the co-streamers myself, you know, from Boob to Faxity and Ozzy, to where it's like, what does Clix and Higgs need to do? And right now, we kind of all were agreeing. You either need to fight Shxrk and Teeny, or you just need to run away. And right now, it looks like they're going to fight Shxrk and Teeny.
Absolutely. They do have the position as they currently kind of get out from the boxes that they have been sitting in for so long. They now officially have the higher ground. Patini's looking to take the fight to Clix. He gets one shot in, gets a shot on the Higgs as well. He's done so much damage that they've got the advantage, but Clix does get a little bit of a return shot. That's going to be 58 damage towards his way. Shxrk's going to have the advantage right now. He's going to be coming up with a spray. Clix is looking a little bit lost. He has no materials to work with. He's going to be playing zero build as he does get knocked.
The problem there is that Clix is looking one way, but Shxrk and Teeny, they've got him straight in the middle, and Higgs, only so many options remain here currently because Shxrk, he's immediately trying to get on the impressor one more time, 100 pump, and that's going to do it. Higgs trying everything in his power to escape, but it's Clix who gets pickaxed. In those final moments, Clix and Higgs have left the lobby so early in game 4.
Salt
on the wounds, the pickaxe into the emote. Again, Shxrk and Teeny are in a situation where they literally almost have nothing to lose. They are so far inside of that top 25. They need multiple games of going down off spawn. Even in the replay, Clix gets caught out of position by himself. And Higgs, even though there was an advantage in terms of HP, he just tried to lurk. They caught him through the builds and then eventually pickaxe him back to the lobby.
Man, my reaction was if I had just eaten a sour candy. So brutal to kind of watch that one happen. Still 2 opportunities left for Clix and Higgs. Let's hope for the best there as we're taking a look at some of our other teams around the map. Reet and Cooper, Carillion and Jargo still up here towards the north. The Storm is going to be playing a part of this as it currently stands, but they're happy to kind of chill out and hang out up here.
Carillion also definitely very content to get this first knock onto Ritual, but he's not finished. He's still looking to keep everything pushing forward. And Carillion, while we will take a moment to sit back, Agers gets put into the dirt there. Double elimination pickup. It is a very quick start for some of these teams.
Yeah, this is almost like a Cinderella story for Jargo and Carillion. They were literally almost not making it here. A few roster changes at the last moment, and it works out. They catch fire
just
when
basically farming them at this point.
And Focus kind of doing the same thing.
I really feel bad for Clix, but it's not over. Clixon needs to still like get some point in this last 2 games, but I don't think they're gonna make it out of the top 25. They're gonna go to the lower bracket, or not lower bracket, but tomorrow they're gonna have to play tomorrow. This is not bad, but hey, bro, you don't know, like they said, what to expect. It looks like Peter and them are gonna qualify, but there are some concerns for most teams in order to win this.
And finishes that one off.
And part of that was just a little bit of a hiccup at the starting point there for Hero and Bacchus. They were doing what they could to try and salvage their starting point. We know that House was left in that really awkward position to begin with, but they're not the only duo. It's kind of just looking up and seeing what's going to happen to this leaderboard development after Game 4. iDrop and Medius, they're dealing with Twy and Cringe currently, who are riding off the momentum of that 3rd place victory royale.
Yeah, right now, with our top 2 players in damage, Hold and Panzer, our top teams out of this lobby, this is going to allow for the players at the bottom of the leaderboard, right up to the middle, to get more points. Because those guys were winning games. They were siphoning them out with eliminations. But now Cringe and Twy, 119. It's not necessarily a battle for first. You only want top 25, but you also want to push your competition out. You want to beat them both in-game and mentally as well.
Establishing the idea that, yeah, I was kind of mentioning around 50 points was that 25th place, and that's at the halfway point. So we just kind of double that over the course of the next 3 games. You can kind of expect that threshold to be around 100 points. And look at this, just a patented strat from Veno and Curve. Anybody that finds themselves anywhere north, near the southwest side of the map, just gets lurked on. His focus is going to be on the receiving end of that one.
And the big thing here, the one word that's sticking out to me right now is what Levin highlighted on the desk: conditioning. Curve and Veno, they haven't necessarily ran the same thing back twice, but they are trying to condition this lobby to not be able to anticipate where it is they're looking to set up base. They're pushing out into Riptides, they're pushing the south sections of South Boulevard, and it's just very difficult for these teams to find their footing. And Focus, Thomas, some strong competitors, but Veno is just going to immediately send the lights out there for Thomas, because they're now waiting to see whether or not they even are
Demons are closing in there.
Nearby.
Yeah, Darman Demas probably watching the feed. Thomas, Focus, they go down. Well, that's Riptides. They immediately made their way on over, and they're pulling a play out of the Veno playbook. They're working on Curve and Veno. They're just trying to make sure that if they make a mistake, they're going to be there to answer the call. And you can see, when it comes to materials, they're good. It's the bandages that worry me out of Darman. You can see why he's even kind of rotating on over to Riptides. They wanted the mending machine, but they get damaged. That's the cherry on top.
And that's all they were really looking for. You can see how long they waited for Curve and Veno to kind of retreat, for them to actually go ahead and open up the shots right there. They didn't really want them to be closed. They were just interested in getting some of that damage. So the eliminations were not really on their mind, just kind of playing it safe and making sure they can kind of find themselves in the end game. Veno and Curve got to be feeling pretty good about how they are doing so far in this game. And Sky and Skro, as pointed out by the man himself earlier on, continuously find themselves in bases around Battlewood that are just up on these little hills over here, right? All they're interested in doing is just getting as many tags as they possibly can without taking any damage.
Still going to take some time here because the real winning moment for Sky and Skrull was just finding themselves jumping up so many placements on the leaderboard. And Vico, Malabuka, they're not content with what they've been able to accomplish so far here today. They're looking to be very safe in terms of top 25, but still, they want more. They want to take out as much opposition as possible because they don't want to allow anyone that they might view as being interested in what they have up for grabs at their starting point on the map. Yuma, a little bit of a question mark surrounding this duo because we know that they've been kind of trying to infiltrate Dark Dominion, but it's difficult to control this POI.
Yeah, especially when you got Vico and Malabuka, a team that's
Oh,
on
no.
fire.
Yuma's
Hunting
gone.
you down. They got that first elimination and they made sure to keep pressure onto Yuma by himself and just really keep note because Swizzy and Pixie are also in Dark Dominion and they made sure to keep the fight contained underneath where they knew no third party had a chance.
But as soon as the elimination comes in, Malabuka seemingly just stalls out, holds that right-hand peak. He knows that somebody's around him. I have no idea how he has that information, but Vico and Malabuka, they look scary as it looks like they have one thing in mind, just to play aggressive. And somebody that's kind of came out this weekend on Friday that is looking pretty comfortable with 116 points, it's Kanata and Victor V.
They've definitely got to be feeling really good about their current state. They know that they're not necessarily at a huge risk of falling outside of that top 25, but you still want to keep things pretty tidy. You still want to ensure that you see the whole mission through and are on that battle bus for finals come Sunday.
Yeah, and you got to think about a team like this for Victor V and Kanata. Victor V, kind of the young superstar, especially on NA West. He really got his first shot playing with these kind of known players with Paper. The next year, he played with Paper and Epic Well, qualifying for the Global Championship in both of those respective tournaments through NA West. And now he was playing with another player in Kanata, bringing out the best. And I've said it for years, Victor V has the potential to be one of the superstars in NA. He just needs to be playing with the upper echelon players, bringing him out of it. The potential, and I do think Kanata is that player that's been doing such a good job. He called that I'm going to NA West. I'm not only going to win, it's going to be a cakewalk, and that's exactly what we saw.
A couple of our teams still stranded out in the storm, right? We saw Cammy and Hari.
Wait, is Kanata, by the way?
They're kind of making their way over here as we tune in to iDrop and Marius. They are also still in the storm, and again, I'm always looking towards those points. 40 for the duo right now, which puts them surely outside of contention. As you can see, top right, 33rd, it surely does. So there's actually a lot of pressure on them right now. And look, no surprise, Benno and Curve crouched once again.
Benno and Curve trying to see if they can creep up on anybody unexpectedly over by Battlewood Boulevard, but there's no room for stopping iDrop and Medius. Seems like they were able to pick up what they were after. They were trying to camp out that tunnel, hoping that somebody would opt to try and see if they can actually pass through it, and the patience has paid off dividends here because they're looking at the cutoff, but it's going to be teeny that iDrop actually finds overhead.
Yeah, that's got to be a big boost of confidence, taking down kind of the team that's just kind of taken over EU for the most part, saying it loosely because Sky and Skrull are there as well, but I'm talking about the new gen teaming up with Shxrk, 46 above the damage threshold, and Shxrk is in a position here so we can't necessarily play for the reboot, even though we are rotating on over towards Battlewood Boulevard. Vivid, Taco, you guys know as well as I do, once you hear it where he's starting to reboot and eventually it pops off, everybody looks your direction.
I mean, we're in 5th zone and seeming like Sky and Skrull just moved for the first time throughout the entire game. They were still in that box. I'm sure they're going to be max materials because just that little bit of a tower that they had, it was like too high. They used nothing on it. They were able to sit there for the entirety of the early game. They got to be feeling pretty good, especially with the fact that the zone is landed in their home.
See, that might be a new view for you two, but I know over at EU Major 1 Finals, that was one of the most familiar scenes to anticipate from Sky and Squirrel. But Jonas, Veloz, looking to get that ball rolling here. X1, unfortunately, not going to be able to push back, and Jonas will find an elimination. But
Big
you
Vico,
need more
Shxrk is
than
alone,
elims
Peterbot
at
and
this
Poyo
phase.
is
You
still
need
there,
to start
and
converting
Vino.
those into strong placements
And
to
Vino has a
really
good
play
chance of
leapfrog
winning
with
as
the
well.
leaderboard.
They're just chilling.
Yeah, just
No one's taking
relying
note
on
of them.
elims means you're just kind of relying to steamroll
Clix
the
and
lobby. And
Chap
I
actually
think in
survive.
game 1, we saw that early Peterbot really kind of thinking it was going to be an easy fight and kind of going down early. Chap and Flixie rotating on over. A rather safe rotation for the most part. They're 500 above the damage threshold, but they're using these dips inside of Battlewood Boulevard to get natural terrain so that teams can't secretly
Oh
lurk
no,
on them
it
or
just
get
got
shot,
wrecked.
but they make it to inside of the zone. There's already 1, 2, 3, 4 teams waiting for them on the other side.
And that's what makes it so tough sometimes when these
Two
zones
boxes.
do pull so far away from you. You have to rotate into anybody that's already kind of set up. Vico and Malibuca once again going for the eliminations. They see Muzz. They know exactly what's kind of going on over here. They go ahead and pick up an easy elimination in regards to how they can go ahead and establish that. And Shxrk looking for eliminations of his own. He's a solo, and he just picked up 2.
Gerald and Vazen didn't stand a chance against Shxrk's domination there, but 255 above, he got enough wiggle room to at least box up momentarily, restore his shields with these last couple of big pots, but more importantly still, the solo points that he's actually been able to build. Normally you wouldn't want to bank it all off of elims, but when you've got 5 to your name, it does make a difference after they've already had a strong performance from these last couple of lobbies. Just making it off spawn seems to be the difference maker.
Gets the memo there in that moment. All the lobby does. They see him out as a solo, and they got to put pressure. Mini Pio is the first one to fall. Vazen's there. He peeks through the fizz, gets the elimination onto 1. This is looking like a montage right now with Shxrk just crossing names off his list. And I'm getting that old Peterbot feeling of years past. Like, yeah, he's a solo, but for some reason, I'm not worried.
My gosh, Shxrk, and look at him, he is still in the mix of things right now. He could go ahead and take a back seat to the ride that we have here in the late game, but he's looking to still get active. And when you think about it, he really does need to. 35 builds left to his name, but I'm mainly looking at that HP that he has left. He has nothing in his inventory that can go ahead and help support him over there. Take a look at the other side of your screen. iDrop and Marius, they are under pressure right now. Storm Surge is striking.
No,
he's going to try to make something happen, but he goes down 44 points to his name.
I'm starting to feel like Vico might have heard he was leading in eliminations. They're tied, and now he's like, nah, I want to be first place instead. But Malibuca's still looking to play catch up, and even still, Shxrk all by his lonesome. But with the way that he's playing, he's got the confidence of 2 behind him.
He's literally managed to get the
all of
out.
his movements, even going to get an opportunity to try and replenish some of his load.
No, Vico and Malibuca is the same idea.
Strike when you least expect it, and Malibuca Vico have just been completely causing so much chaos in this lobby. Finally, going to catch a little bit of punishment for it. Slightly greedy with their wraparound, looking to not tarp it out fully. So they were spotted, lit up a bit, but still 712 above. They don't care about the surge.
Yeah, even if they go down here, I almost all but 100% got their spot secured. 200 points, almost leading the pack. If they win this game, that would definitely be certain. But you see Peterbot, Poyo, Shockwave into the front side of the zone. You see Reet and Cooper elevated on one of those electrical wires. Everybody just really pushing themselves to the limit. They realize, yes, we don't go home today. We can't get eliminated, but this is the best shot we got at making finals.
Shxrk here still making the solo clutch kind of happen. Only 18 builds to work with. He's completely fine in terms of HP now. Oh my god,
got
an
a refill.
entire loot bomber just drops right in front of him. He's going to be able to use that. And on the other side, Pablo is also a solo, but in a completely different scenario. 133 below. He's got to make something happen soon.
Just waiting for the zone to keep closing in. From the backside of the zone, he might be able to find some other players that are struggling just as much as himself. Only he's hoping that he'll be able to eliminate them first. Darkos has been knocked. Reet and Cooper, another one of our duos that's definitely looking for a big-time performance here. They want to see just how far in the leaderboard they can jump. And Pete, Poyo, well, things have been a little bit slow today. They're looking to amp it up now. Cole has been dropped. And now Pete, Poyo, looking for the biggest refreshes, but they don't even necessarily need them.
A complete anomaly. Peterbot and Pollo going in the 8th zone with 0 eliminations, but finally they pick up the one that they need to continue the run here. As you can see, the hunt is on. They're continuing to look back towards the rotating side of zone. They want to start to ramp up the eliminations.
Yeah, they're probably realizing at this stage in the game, the early game eliminations might not mean as much as just having consistent performances throughout the end game. But Reet and Cooper, they get contested on the high ground. Sayaz and Scary are now in the clouds. They're able to look down and put pressure on the rest of the lobby and even find the elimination onto Cooper.
The last thing you want to see if you are in Reem Cooper's position, but Pete, he's just lost Pollo. Turning back, realizes that he's still getting aggressed by the rest of the lobby. That immediate focus proving to work against them, but Vico, Malabuka now frontside low. They're waiting to see just who they can actually snag up here. But first, Vico breaking down bushes. Peterbot still playing the low side, but he sees Malabuka, doesn't get a chance to actually fire the shot, but he comes straight to him, and that's going to be Madden instead. That Pete converts into an elimination. He needed that material.
The lobby's got to put a stop to Peterbot very soon, because when he gets rolling, it's hard to stop that guy. As we tune into the healthy duo of Kanata and Victor V, they're going to be taking hold of the mid ground right now and halting right now to go ahead and heal up. But Vico finds his demise. Gab Zero is now going to have the low ground clean for himself.
Yep, Peterbot now with no builds, forced to lurk down below, getting as much as he can out of the fizz, but it's only so much before Sky and Scroll run him down. 4 eliminations here, just like I was speaking on Cold and Rapid a few games in Scroll. Sky and Scroll could be one of those first teams for multiple wins here. Bahari, Cammy, they have 4 eliminations as well. They're starting to catch fire in this perfect moment. Top 7 situation. There's only 2 solos running around right now, and Kanata's one of them.
But Kanata, he'll be forced to fall back, eat his last slice of pizza. He knows that he's got a team looking straight at him. It's Sky and Scroll refusing to budge. They're going to force Kanata to take a different route entirely, and Hadi now left as a solo. 4 eliminations already, just trying to look down onto the teams that are underneath where he's currently situated, doing his best to crouch around, but Sayaz and Scary are still holding down height. Finally, they'll be forced to converge with the rest of the lobby here.
Yeah, they started to feel the pressure. They felt like they were too high. They wanted to get into the mix. They dropped all the way down. They look for some shots. Sky and Scroll going to be amongst the duo that's going to be getting tagged right there. They have the advantageous ground. This is exactly where they want to be. The solo was in the
He whooped the shot. Oh no, Sky dies.
He cannot find the shot. Sky's going to pick him up.
Oh no, he whooped the shot. He whooped the shot and he still won. He whooped the shot and still won. That's crazy.
And they earned that high ground, using that to turn it into a victory royale on one of the biggest stages of them all. Has to have them feeling on top of the world. That is without a doubt for sure, Frankie.
Congratulations. Come please stand up, Sayaz, Scary Sean. Here is the camera. Düsseldorf, please give it up for Sayaz and Scary Sean. And you can see there are Spanish flags waving in the audience. What's it like to take a victory royale on your first ever LAN?
Yeah, it feels like really nice to win a victory royale. We knew we were gonna win. Like, it was so easy. It's easier than a big one in Europe.
Easier than you thought it was going to be. Again, we're seeing this with the high ground. Duos seem to be getting it for free. How did you know, though, that you could take it from Reet and Cooper? Because that was an incredible challenge.
I mean, we just saw they was like kind of lost it, so we just used a shockwave and we killed them easily. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you did eliminate Reet in order to take the high ground from them. What is next for you guys now? Because with a performance like that, you have to be qualified for Sunday. Do you think it's going to be so easy to take the trophy?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. To be honest.
To be honest?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Well, listen, we've got so many Spanish fans, as we've already heard in this audience. So please, one more time, give it up for Sayaz and Scary Sean.
Okay, that's it. So we got Pico and Malabuka now first. Yo, that efficiency is changing like crazy. Pico and Malabuka 240 points. Clix and X is still on 30 points. Oh my goodness, no. They're not making it. 25th is 74 points, so it's still didn't qualify. Alex and Reckless is bad, bro. They suck, bro.
100. I got him. I'm popping a medkit. Wait, sure. Got 6 builds. No, max up. Wait, if you're mid, wait. 100. 100. Oh my god, look, look up. Oh my god.
The game should be going faster now. Oh my word, otherwise they will literally end at 10, bro. It's 5 hours, bro. That's crazy. Each game is like 22 minutes. That's times 6. It's like 3 games, like say 20 minutes or half an hour, like 3 hours. But then in between, there was another 3 hours of talking and what. So, I guess you gotta make it a 6-hour event. Tomorrow's also gonna be a 6-hour event. However, I'm not sure if I'm gonna watch that one. I'll probably not. And then on Sunday maybe. Because this one is taking a lot out of me already. My butt hurts. 240. Okay. 17 seconds. I gotta start finishing up now. Yeah, do this long.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. Man, we just had a crazy game. Tokata, they did it! Scary and Syaz got a victory royale on LAN!
You do not understand the excitement I had. Look, my knee still hurts. I was watching shout out Zuha coming from Spain, doing a viewing party in Spanish. Syaz Scary, the only team, both players representing Spain, win the match. I mean, we're back in EU Major 1 where they were primed up. They were teed up from height, finishing off the game. I don't even know what else happened in that match because the only thing on my mind, I'm sounding a bit biased, but was Syaz and Scary winning, okay?
Can you tell he's excited?
No, I couldn't tell.
Oh, yeah, not really. Really nice game from these guys, though, of course. Another great height hold from one of our teams. This is a team that a lot of people had their eyes on coming into this. Like, how are they actually going to perform? Because if you look back at Major 1 from EU, they were 3rd after day 1. They were looking really, really good. A lot of people were like, hang on a sec. Could this be a top 3, a top 2 from these guys in the Major 1? Unfortunately for them, their day 2 wasn't quite as good. They didn't keep up that momentum, that fighting prowess that we seem to see from them in every single fight. But what they did, of course, was qualify here and show what they can do in this game.
Exactly, and what I saw from this team was confidence. Back in Major 1, you said they were 3rd place. It's not just because they were getting good placements. They were getting a ridiculous amount of eliminations alongside that. And today, in that last match, we just saw a little bit of that spark that they have, and I'm hoping they can continue forwards. But let's take a look at this leaderboard.
10th place, baby! Look it up in there in 10th place, up 21 placements. Again, this is why we continue to reinforce. It takes one good game, Tokata, one good game. Sunny, you're rising up the standings and find yourself well into that top 25.
Yeah, it is top 25 today to make it to Sunday. And then not only that, on Sunday, top 15 will be qualifying to the Global Championships as well. So there's a lot on the line from these players, but we still got to get through today. Just 4 matches have been played.
and we're getting closer and closer to finish off this upper bracket.
So listen, because you are Brazil biased, I'm currently EU biased. Hey, you see Vico Malabuca take over first place? I've changed sides. I've changed sides here. They've suddenly decided it's our time to strike Mini Miner. I mean, I'm not surprised, right? This is Vico and Malabuca we're talking about.
Yeah, this is a team that have been very, very consistent throughout today. They're doing what we know this team can do. And this season, going into the major finals, it was a bit up and down. We weren't really sure what to expect from these guys. Then, of course, it was a third place in Major 1 finals, and we saw what we expected from two powerhouse names in Vico and Malabuca. And this game, Takata, was absolutely no different. These are the lurk plays at this stage of the game. It's so difficult to pull that off. And I think it speaks volumes of their confidence at this stage of competition, because we used to speak about Vico as this sort of up-and-coming player. He is no longer like that. He's a veteran on this stage and on this LAN. So he's someone that's going to be brimming with confidence, and you can see it in their gameplay.
And what I want to bring up as well is not only did they perform incredibly well, but that was a Battle Boulevard zone. They dropped north of the map at Frigid Fortress. They went all the way down south. We talked about net surge. We talked about zones, rotates, and how it was looking to kick things off today. But after this fourth match, not only did they get a zone on the opposite side of the map, they still managed to rack up a very good amount of points.
Was Vico singing there?
I think he was.
Was he singing?
I think he was. You know what's interesting? Remember, I don't know if you guys saw, at one point Levin was saying, hey, I'm like a vibe checker. I feel like, right, he's like, I don't know why, but I feel like Vico, Malabuca, vibes are really, really high. Yeah.
He nearly left him hanging there. That was
he picked it up, though. He picked it up, though. But seeing so much joy from obviously so much representation, I would just really quickly wanted to let you guys in on a little behind-the-scenes action. When we saw Scary and Sayaz on the high ground, at one point I was like, yo, Takata, are you seeing this? They're on the high ground. He said, no way, and then ran out of the room. And I was like, wait, where is he going? I come out here, he is jumping for joy. They've won. They're having a great time, waving the flag. I love it. Now, why don't we go ahead, though, focus back into the competition. Let's take a look at the standings, because remember, we only have 2 games left to go. We need to try and end in the top 25 to move straight through to Sunday's finals, or we drop into the lower bracket tomorrow. Pollo, Peterbot. You know, we've kind of, currently in 12th place, we've kind of had a little bit of a mixed bag here. If I could be so bold, and I want to get your guys' thought on this. Right now, it does feel like Peterbot's kind of maybe a little bit bored with the competition. Kind of just like, well, you know, I just have to hit top 25. I'm not super worried about it. But it feels like he's conserving a lot of that, like, Peterbot factor for finals.
Oh, that's exactly right. And what I noticed about when I was watching these guys was they had 0 eliminations going to that sort of 6th zone. They've really turned down a lot of that mid-game aggression that we typically associate with a duo of this quality. They're like, right, okay, we're going to have to turn things up now and just make sure we can actually make these end games. They actually found themselves in a really nice position in that 6th zone as well. It actually pulled towards them, so they could save a lot of those materials on those later rotates and a lot of those heals that we've been seeing them using. So that game played out really favorably for them. They are not home and dry yet, though, Takata. They've still got a lot to do.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the last duo competition of this caliber was the 2024 Global Championships. And guess who won? It was Peterbot and Pollo. Not only that, they got second, first in the majors. Now, we see them here in top 12. You look at the number, it's not a bad placement. Well inside qualifying range, looks good. But then you look at the names, Peterbot and Pollo, you're like, hold on. They need to be in that #1 spot. They need to be at the top. However, look, this is the upper bracket. You know, we can just feel things out in the match. I think where this duo will truly shine is if they make it on Sunday, when they're truly battling for that trophy, for that #1 grand prize, and for that ticket to the Global Championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of been in a situation, right, where we kind of keep seeing it go back and forth in solo situations. And both Peterbot, Pollo, they're doing what they need, right? It's like, hey, we're doing just kind of enough to make sure we're well up in that bubble. But let's come back to this bubble right now. Remember, top 25, that is currently the cutoff. Look at 26, friends, Pixie and Swizzy. Wow. We finally saw them here later on in the end game, and that's what we need to see. Now, of course, we are still outside that bubble, but this is global champion Swizzy. He cannot drop to the lower bracket, Mini Miner. I refuse.
Remember, this is global champion Swizzy and second place at Global's Pixie. So it's like, you know, when we come into this, it's like these guys,
they have a spot on that stage reserved for them. They deserve to be on this very large stage. And yeah, again, it hasn't been the greatest day for them. I think, you know, circumstances, Swizzy only arriving today, I think it was. It's just difficult for them to get that going. But I think what we can expect from these guys is to turn it on when it matters most. And for this weekend as a whole, if they make it to the grand finals, that's when they're going to turn it on. And if we're looking at today only, Takata, these last 2 games, this is when they need to turn it on. And this is one of the best teams at doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. I mean, Swizzy's the only one left of his global championship trio. You mentioned yourself, his low 2nd place. Now, you know, it's upper bracket. We're not playing for the prize money yet, but seeing them in 26, I don't know, maybe it's the jet lag. I don't even know what it is, but I want to see a bit of a spark from this duo here in these last 2 matches.
Yeah, of course. It's no secret, right? Swizzy having some delays before arriving here. Don't want to get too crazy up into it, but he's here now.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing that matters, right? Now we are in a situation where we have to try and make these last 2 games count. And you know, friends, it's not even just them, right? Think about all these other duos that are currently outside of that top 25. I talked about it a little bit right before last game, but you got to think those 25 duos in the lower bracket, they're waiting, they are hungry. They say, yes, drop back down into the lower bracket with us. I've been watching your strategy. Oh, you think you're safe? I have nothing to lose. You sure do, though.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because you're going to have teams that are looking at teams maybe that aren't performing well off spawn. Maybe a drop spot that teams are actually thinking, oh, actually, there's a bit of an area that I can exploit right there. And I'm thinking about Peterbot and Poyo. They need to make it through. And even if they don't have a great day today, even if they do make it through, they haven't had the greatest performance. Teams like Mr. Savage looking at that and thinking maybe it's time.
Man, I'm getting nervous. I'm sorry it always happens. I stress for all of you so that you don't have to stress. But I'm getting word. Game number 5 is ready. So casters, take it away.
You know, I thought it would be unfair just to have Vivid on the broadcast. I had to bring my best friend Levin up with me as well.
It's good to be on the stage here with my besties. Fun with friends. Look, we have some serious Fortnite games still coming your way. And yeah, I did get a bit jealous of Vivid, so I thought I'd jump on the mic as well.
I mean, it's only fair that they put you with 2 of the tallest people in the building after all, Levin. So I'm excited to get into the action with you because today has not disappointed in the slightest. But games 5 and 6 right on the horizon. Let's hop in 5 already.
Come on, Clix and Higgs, you gotta do something now.
We have seen 4 games before this one where the players have made their mark, but with 2 more remaining, it's time to solidify your spot in the top 25.
This is where it really gets interesting because with only 2 games left, you start to see people take more and more chances, no pun intended. He went and contested on over. Down goes one. Jargu follows Tyler and Chance, believe in themselves, switch up that drop spot, and it already works out here early in game 5.
That's exactly what they needed, too, because 68 points, they are right there towards the cutoff range of the top 25. They cannot afford to take another stumble because with only 1 more lobby remaining, Jacob, every single point of placement matters, including elimination points, especially for a duo like Clix and Higgs.
These guys have not had quite the day they thought they would, but it was always going to be a tough one when you were fighting a team like Shxrk and Teeny, who, to be frank, they've been fighting off spawn all season long in EU. And so whatever that bait and switch idea was, regardless, it was always going to be a tough idea.
Yeah, and for Clix and Higgs, it was looking so good in game 1. You know, even kind
He's
of
wearing Clix's skin, bro. The disrespect.
Going to land here. And I think that was a wake-up call for
The
Shxrk and Teeny.
disrespect to wear Clix's skin, so if he kills him, that would be so weird.
One of the only reasons, though, why it looks so good in game 1, though, is because Shxrk Teeny, they forfeited the immediate pressure initially, but now Latte landing, different narrative entirely. Just 2 NAC teams clashing head on here. And for Agers and Ritual, it has been a rough day. You know that AJ not necessarily in his best health, but still needs to try and fight back. Free gonna come out, the last man standing here, get the revive off onto Cooper, and that's exactly what they needed. That spot on the battle bus looking very confirmed.
And Reet and Cooper came into today with all the confidence. And regardless of what now happens for Ages and Ritual, whether they drop back into the lower bracket, then come back up, Reet and Cooper will be more than confident fighting against these guys again. The pressure, relentless. Richie couldn't withstand in ages. Like you said, Taco, not feeling his best, and that won't make him feel any better.
Yeah, even when Cooper went down, he still landed a massive shot. But as we tune it, Clix and Higgs have just been run out of Wonky Land by Shxrk and Teeny.
And quite frankly, this might really be their best option as far as not even trying to engage with Shxrk and Teeny. You said it, Taco. They definitely did not want to take a fight that allowed Teeny and Shxrk to control the pace. Whenever they've allowed them to, they have been rolled. And so for Clix and Higgs now, let's just not even fight them at all.
I mean, even from the beginning, Clix, Higgs, they immediately forfeited Wonky Land rights. They went straight for the castle. They were not looking to try and actually get caught out against Shxrk and Teeny, but that might not even matter because they're still at the contend with Acorn and Bolts, who have just cut off Cole and Madden, and now you have to wonder, will they spot where Clix and Higgs have actually navigated towards? Because this far north, there's only so many places left to run.
Yeah, and right now you're seeing Bolts just kind of really get active. People forget, you know, FNCS West Champion, depending on the community, you might say, oh, maybe it's not that hard, but he's also a solo LAN champion. I think that's why Acorn wants the best of the best.
Whether you want to count his win or not, we know for a fact Bolts has the talent to match up with any champion in any region, and that is what he is showing here today.
A well-established fragger, that is a certainty when it comes to that duo. But for Spinx and Muzz, Humble Hills, a couple of slip-ups, a little bit shaky, but 70 points still leaves them in that fighting range for top 25 in the leaderboard. Still far too close for comfort, especially for a duo like Muzz and Spinx's caliber.
I thought Clix and Higgs might have rotated out, but wait, there's more. They're ready for the lurk play. And this is something that they know Acorn and Bolts do time and time again. I talked about Latte Landing had one of those special launch pads. Well, this launch pad here is a special launch pad as well. It boosts you up farther and further. You mix it with the Flowberry. That's been their primary rotation for Acorn and Bolts all season long. And I think Clix and Higgs know that to be a possibility, but the zone after the first two is showing that it's pulling towards the north. And this is one of the few times when their game plan, they don't go off of that back launch pad. So Clix and Higgs gearing up for a lurk, and right now I don't think the game is going to let them.
I'm not gonna lie, I was licking my lips there a bit. I'm an EU fan. I wanted to see the two NA teams, you know, take each other out. Either way, over at Sandy Strip, we know the mess that has been this POI all day long. And right now, Frucon and Mini, PO, they are doing their utmost best to try and withstand the pressure of Rapid and Cold.
And it's never going to be an easy starting point for Minipio and Fukun. They knew exactly what they were getting into. It's part of the reason they tried to leave originally, but they just couldn't find anywhere to establish themselves on the map that forces them right back to Sandy Strip. And even with it being technically a triple contested area, you have to remember, Rapid Cold, Gino Pablo, both of those duos have had so much success. There's nothing preventing them from just keying Fukun and Minipio outright.
Yeah, and obviously you see Cold and Rapid rotate on out, so that's going to give them a breath of fresh air. A lot of time to spend on that side of the map as Peterbot and Pollo continue to try to get aggressive in this early game. It was in that last game, the fourth one of the day, where you saw things slow down for them and it kind of worked out. They got a good portion of their points, but now they're trying to flip that switch, turn it right back on. They're already off the top of the leaderboard for the most part, and considering it's top 25 that go to tomorrow, so they're almost feeling like they have nothing to lose as they start to feel like themselves once again. They get both of those eliminations.
One of the great things about watching Pete and Pollo over the years is these guys always get better as the tournament goes on. Whenever they have a slow start, you can always count on them heating up and having a big game later down the line.
It almost feels like it's luckier for the rest of the lobby that it is only 6 games that they have to deal with Pete and Pollo for, because it's also just not as much information even for the duos that do find the success in the top 25 and they head into finals. Whether or not they're going to get rematches depends entirely on the lower bracket, but it's still, knowledge is power when it comes to this game.
My Werix just gets caught off guard. Kiduo as well. Curve is beginning to feel himself as well. Him and Venno, honestly, a team that you wouldn't have necessarily expected going into this year, but has worked out perfectly.
Look, they're in 10th place. What happened last time they were in 10th place on a day one?
Ooh.
Keep that in mind.
Clean slate, though, when it comes to finals. That could play a little bit of an impact. But for Veno and Curve, one thing has been made clear. Their strategies that they chose to reveal in today's competition have definitely been effective enough. And for Pete, Poyo, they're just trying to do it the old-fashioned way. Sheer power. They are taking as many fights as they can try to find initially. Didn't necessarily work out in their favor, so now a little bit of a pullback. Play with the rest of the lobby, but they do it best when it comes to the end game.
This is going to be interesting here. Almost look like Nathan and Nev are going to try to backtrack. Sky and Scroll going for a lurk play, but they actually shockwave off that mountain. They know they need to go north. Why make any risk? But Sky taking the whole other approach towards the right side. Eventually, these guys will kind of rotate parallel as they make their way towards the zone and eventually run into the rest of the pack that's already up north.
Sky Scroll, though, even if it didn't work out at the beginning points, with the way that the lobby has kind of sifted back to some old habits, they've been able to have the same success that we saw in that Major 1 finals over in EU. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They don't have a reason just yet to try and switch things up because it's been working out great.
These boys got something to fix though. Pixie, Swizzy, everybody wanted to see them get a chance to play here on this stage together.
The thing is too slow
It's not
to
been
shoot.
the most impressive of years by their
He's way too
standards,
slow.
but even in those situations, they've managed to pull through just enough to be able to represent themselves here on this stage. And now it's about delivering in front of their fans after what's been quite a disappointing day, but they are just on the outside, Jacob.
Yeah, they're one of those teams where you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. So you almost want to get them out of the lobby quick. Asayas, Scary, kind of winning that last game and slowing things down just a little bit. They probably already have that early game surge, so they don't need to make any rash decisions, especially with Marius right across as a solo. It's cold and rapid. They go from playing towards Sandy, getting aggressive, back on over to Fort Phil, Chino and Pablo. I'm not sure they wanted this fight because it looks like both of them are weak, and Cold and Rapid are looking to finish it.
You say they might not have wanted it, but it looks like they came looking for it. We're in Fort Fields. That's Cold and Rapid's territory, and Pablo, Chino, they try to snatch their chain and are quickly finding out.
Yeah, and you see exactly in this situation where Pablo's clutching prowess comes into play. We don't call him one of the best clutches for no reason. He understands in this situation it's about making and creating as much space as possible, and you see exactly what he does with it. Creates these angles for him to isolate, shots, fights, to potentially give himself a chance of staying alive. As Chino, I don't even think Chino's coming in to help. I think it's just leaving Pablo to fend for himself right now, but we know he can do it.
Yeah, it's probably one of those situations where they feel like they might need a miracle, so let me get ready to possibly get gold, get the reboot, go further and further, but he's dipping back in. He's probably staying alive much longer than Pablo have hoped, so Chino probably coming to the rescue. For Rapid and Cold, this was their window. This was their opportunity to take a 2v1 situation, and that opportunity looking like it's flying by.
This is exactly what he aimed to do. Gives himself enough time to get his teammate back into the fight, and now they're on even footing. It's not even no more. Chino into the box. Chino low HP. He needs to take a second to chill. Wrap it down. Pablo will keep fighting, and now it's just about taking Cold out.
But Cold's not going to be able to make it for much longer. He doesn't have a whole lot of HP to work with, but still, the siphon might just come through. Chino forced to actually play out his medkit, and now Cold has completely switched things around because Rapid is still left on waiting for the revive. I just cannot believe that Chino and Pablo, they nearly got the better end of this, but now Chino forced to try and close the deal.
Oh no, Cold gets it.
This is where he does it best. He's still waiting to prove that he is #1 in these situations for a reason.
And that really puts the pressure now on Pablo and Chino, who sat in 22nd. They will have to make game 6 count. Came up against one of the best duos in this lobby, the worst duo they possibly could have been fighting. And that just complicates things all the more.
Yeah, this is one for Chino and Pablo. There's a lot of time here left on the table for them to kind of look back and see what went wrong and try to fix it. Yanis cheating over here. They're just trying to heal up. They took a little bit of a fight. You see they have that one elimination, but they're just not trying to get too greedy. Let's just take it one at a time, but we had to cut this one back. Cold, 9 HP, and it's counting down even further. That was the play right there. Pablo, what are you doing?
This guy is just disgusting, man. He does it over and over again. And at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, that is what it looks like when you're looking for the best players in the game.
Poyo's down, Skull in the sky.
It looked like it was going to be NA on top, but instead the script has been flipped for Sky, Skrull, and Pete Poyo's conversation. Sky and Skrull, one elimination apiece, but it still looks as if some of these other duos are recognizing the fact that these teams that are leading, they're not in the same sort of pressure. They've already got their spots secured on the finals battle bus.
Well, as I'm watching Sky and Skrull, I see the top left, the feed, cold and rapid go down to the zone. Too many fights too early, and we see how Peterbot actually fell. Fresh off for the reboot, he gets beamed out of the sky, basically leaving Poyo by himself, and a huge homing beacon. When you go for those reboots, they know exactly where
Come on,
you're
Clix
at.
and Leaks. Gotta get elimination.
This is a tough spot right now, though. I'm surprised that we're actually witnessing Clix and Higgs above on the surge damage threshold, just barely sitting at 115. But more importantly, you just have to think back to when they initially tried to ambush Acorn and Bolts. It was unsuccessful, at least from where we last saw them. And so all of that time that they had invested, it's incredible that they were still able to salvage something from it.
Yeah, this looks like the makings of a successful games for Clix and Higgs. And actually, it's a bad thing for them now. Because going into next game, Shxrk and Tini will do everything in their power to make sure they can't just run away and get away with it. So they're going to have to make this game count and get as many points out of it as they possibly can.
Unless they have some sort of plan B up their sleeve. It's Sky and Skrull realizing, hey, there might be somebody down in that box. You see it goes from a 2-tick zone to a 5-tick. He immediately looks on over, gets the siphon, and look, he's going to replenish all those materials, get some extra HP to make this journey outside of the zone that much easier.
They're just clearly so relaxed now. They know that they don't have the same sort of struggles that so many of the other duos are still trying to take over with. So Sky, Skrull, they'll look to continue strolling on by. Some flash shots towards Cringe and Twy aren't going to net just yet.
I mean, if I took down Peterbot and Poyo, I'd be feeling pretty confident too.
Focus
That is exactly what these guys do, and it's what they'll continue to do for the rest of this game. We've seen games like this from them in EU as well, where they're sitting in a comfortable position. They know they're qualified. They know they've had success on the day overall. And so they just let loose, kick back a bit, and have fun.
We've seen this zone before over towards the north side of the map.
Crazy.
And the last time we've seen it was Acorn and Bolts able to utilize their drop spot and turn it into a victory royale. As you can kind of hear the crowd going wild. Noah Riley, Rizon, 233 above the damage threshold. And they're relatively positioned well when it comes to the actual zone.
Big game for them. A lot of the players beneath them in that leaderboard dud in, which sets them up now with a good game here to secure themselves a spot in the final.
Anything to get some sort of a buffer zone. And Clix Higgs, though, they have to really turn on the jets here. They need eliminations, and they need a strong placement in Game 5. Because just like you already highlighted, Lev, they are going to be absolutely keyed by Shxrk and Tini. I refuse to imagine that there is a world that exists where that wouldn't take place.
Yeah, I'm expecting a high take from them, an aggressive one at some point. They're going to do everything in their power to just win this game out, whatever that means. They're staying up on that hill, and especially with this type of a zone, they will want to keep themselves as elevated as possible to give themselves that option.
Yeah, at least be one of the last teams to rotate off the mountain into that low ground to where they can just kind of build on top, keep themselves elevated. You want to stay away from the mess that is down below. Hari's feeling that as well. He just got taken out, separated too far from Cammy, and that's exactly when they're going to strike as Muzz and Sphinx lurking around. You see they're very, very low on materials. They know Ahmed and his duo are on the other side. This is their only opportunity to strike, but Higgs has just been separated from Clix. This is a big moment for the duo, but unfortunately, it's an even bigger moment now for Higgs.
It's an even bigger statement from the rest of the lobby, though. Everyone is trying to claw their way through into this next zone, but the north side of the map is just so unforgiving. The constant shifts in elevation, the moment that you think that you've escaped the majority of the congestion, and then you find yourself just caught in the middle of it. That was what just took place, but for Sky and Skrull, completely different scenes here. They are just letting shots fly alongside Malabuka and Vico. Two teams positioned so well underneath all all of this pressure.
Ooh.
Was bouncing around below the damage threshold. He lost Sphinx, and even with that elimination there, he's still 200 below the damage threshold. Essentially, a full elimination worth of damage, possibly more the way this thing is shaken out. But only 4 players need to go down. 4 individuals need to fall, and that's when Storm Surge will turn off and ease off the lobby.
Reason, right hand peaks. That's where all that practice goes. And we've seen him in that situation many a time, and he doesn't miss often, and he won't miss now. This is really setting up now to be the tournament-defining game for this duo.
One of the only issues they had entering that last zone was just the threat of having not enough surge, but that's going to alleviate all of it. But Muzz, on the other hand, still sitting just at 86 points, but this is his best shot currently to overcome other duos in front of him with so much of the middle ground having been eliminated super early on. Muzz trying to do everything he can, just getting these last 6 HP, but Matty is going to shut him down immediately.
Yeah, he knew he was coming from the backside of zone, but he popped out through the bush. Marius really makes that moment count there. Higgs trying to do the same. 64 builds left, 1 big splash. It's not necessarily the best loadout, but for someone like Higgs who's been in these clutch situations before, it'll do.
A tough task, but one that he definitely can overcome. He has the resources to do it, but it's about the execution now. Aminished and Harvey, they're trying to fight their way back into this tournament and make something of it. Pressure will be applied, but pressure will be returned. They will lose their height if they are not careful. And so now it's about scrapping to keep themselves in the game.
It's really easy to just look down, but sometimes you have to remember to look behind you. You never know who might just be creeping up, and for Sky, Medius solos in this lobby, just looking to try and strike wherever they feel they're going to find their first elimination. But Javi and Minish, somehow, some way, even with material counts running out, have managed to hold on. Look at Higgs, though, sending himself all the way. Ultimate front side low, but can he actually lock down his position?
Sacrificing the HP, even though he only had 1 splash, it was a necessary evil towards his game plan to give him better positioning right in front. Let the team and the rest of the lobby take each other down. You see Rezon and Noah Riley getting active here in this game, looking towards the backside of the zone, trying to find elimination, one that they need. It's the loot that they're after. They're almost flesh out.
My God, Reason, what are you going to do next? But he can't hold strong. Noah Riley, though, still managing to steal. He gets caught out. Still 124 points. Is it enough of a jump to stay ahead of the pack? It might just be the case. All depends on what Damish and Darm decide to do next. Just how quickly are they going to take care of this lobby?
And in a lobby of chaos right now, they look cool, calm, and collected. Acorn and Bolts are trying to find their own lane. They'll drop all the way onto Elo.
This is Higgs still trying to have a clutch up. He found a chug jug in the middle of all this chaos, and that's really keeping him alive. Top 10 grants you half of the placements on the board. Once you get in, that's the meat that you're after, and you need to get as much as possible. But Venno, Kurt, they battle for the high ground. Big shots onto their opposition, and it does look like it's going to be theirs, but for how long? Because the aggression will not stop.
Venno's always one for that drive-by damage. Relatively successful, too, because Curb and Venno have managed to stay based on top of height. Damish, Darm, on the other hand, trying to make their way forward. They know that there's a couple of teams right above them. It's Bolts, but the moment he peeks out, it's Venno and Curb. It's Bolts and Acorn, and now Darm left to fend for himself, trying to see if he can take out either Bolts or Acorn, but there are just not many opportunities. The right side peek finally gonna get it, and Darm has managed to find his refresh.
The plow will continue. He doesn't mind that Damish has gone down. He knows he has everything in his arsenal to keep on hitting shots. Curve below him, Acorn above as well. He has to try find a layer to stay alive.
Cringe, why they're the only duo left in this game, but they are not healthy, especially compared to some of the solo players that we're seeing. Acorn goes up, trying to chop out high, but that is his demise. But it costs Twy everything. He goes down to Curve. It's all solos left alive here.
Go! Let's go, Venno and Curve.
Champions are here, and they remind all of us that we cannot forget about them. A big win for Venno and Curve that solidifies a spot in the Sunday final.
All right, then.
Dude, what does that mean?
How does it feel to get your first victory royale on LAN?
Feels great. I mean, I just eliminated everyone. I just popped off.
What was that like for you, Venno, having to watch Curve clutch it on his own?
I'm not gonna lie, we were just running around. I'm having fun. He's crazy.
Venno and
We're seeing you having having so much fun. What's interesting to me, though, is it's a little bit like Major 1, where day 1, you guys
Okay,
were
Dom
kind
and
of
Demus is now
subtly working your
first.
way up the
Icon and Bolt
leaderboard.
is third.
Obviously, there's
Curb
just
and
one more
Vino
game
is
before the leaderboard
fourth, bro.
resets.
That's
But has your
crazy. They
plan
could actually
been
end
to
up
take it
first.
easy
No,
and
no, they
just
can't.
guarantee championship Sunday?
Clix and
The
Leagues,
plan was to qualify wherever
31st.
means
Okay,
possible, try
so
not to show any plans,
they
and
6 places away
have some
from
fun. I was
24th.
laughing during that game. I don't know.
They
Maybe
need
like
20 points to get to like 24th, so they need one more good game.
Yeah.
They climbed up the ladder quite well. They got like 2 eliminations and
You
placement
do
points.
seem
So.
like you're feeling yourselves. How is Curve doing in
Your
your
power
in your
Alex and
thoughts?
them are
What's your
bad,
rating?
dude.
I think
Like,
he's taken to it pretty well. Obviously, we've not played much finals
Reason,
recently, so
look at Reason
it's good
and
to get
them.
some practice in.
It's great
cool.
to see you guys thriving here on LAN.
Look at Kanada and Victor, they're top 5. Let's go.
To a break. After this game, we'll know who's qualified for Sunday.
The top 10 is already qualified, I'm assuming. Because there's no way they're going to be topped. Maybe the top 20 is qualified. No, there's still a chance for the lower people to come back. 1 win brings you back into the game. That's the thing. You need a big play. Okay, so Clix and Leagues can still qualify. It looks like Curve and Vino's plan is working. They sneaking up. It looks like their plan is gonna work. Maybe play aggressive towards the end of the game. Try and go in. So first just chill, get placing points, then go after the top teams. Like Benson, your Benson them come off hard, dude. That's why you can't really say like early in the game where things are going. Look at them, they're like 9th, bro. They went from 1st and then they stopped winning games. They stopped getting like eliminations as well. So it's literally, they were like, I think 170 when they were 1st, and now they're 196th. So they're just getting like, and even Cold and Rapid, they only won the first match. You see Shxrk and Tini dropped a bit. Not dropped, but they were in the top 10, and then so they did. Pete and Poyo also struggling there. I don't know if they're shaving the stress for the final day, making people believe like they actually have a chance. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on with Alex and Reckless, bro. It just shows like they're farming against people that aren't good. Because look, the people that were supposed to look here, I'm pretty sure there's another team from Oceania, but look. There's Oceania. It's another power team. Resigns it's doing way better, which is weird. Like how is Resigns doing better? He's on 100 points already, and then you have the 8-time FNCS winner Alex in 46th. How does that work? Alex is always disappointing, bro. You can do well in Oceania, and then it comes to like globals or some major tournament, then it just sucks. But I'm not gonna say like, you know, I just have high hopes to him every time, and then he just disappoints. Colts. Okay, 16 seconds to the last game. We gotta lock in, man. Last one. So I'm assuming everything will end at 10 o'clock.
Fortnite fam, welcome back to the FNCS Summit. We just watched a crazy clutch out of Curve, a solo clutch, and I promise you, this arena was loud, but Papa and Mama Curve were probably being like, yo, that's our kid.
That's my
so
boy.
Crazy. You gotta be so happy for Curve in this situation.
Dude, look at this. Boom, he gets so much damage.
VR
It was at the bottom. It was so lucky.
I mean,
getting
what a way
demons
to
there.
announce yourself to the
Boom.
last stage, right? You know,
Nice
this
finish,
is how
refresh.
it's done. I think a lot of people would have had questions about Veno, an established EU player moving over to NAC and then deciding to play with an unproven talent, a promising talent in
Curve though.
Curve.
And he's a controller player.
At that as well. People be like, maybe this isn't the right move for him. But
Dude, controller
I mean,
players
we all
are
knew he was
better than.
capable of it. It was just
Is that
about
the thing?
showing it, and the nerve that he has to do that on this stage, first ever LAN, playing with Veno as a solo to
that a
Carter,
PS5 controller?
that is unbelievable.
Xbox controller.
Absolutely. I mean, I was thinking some of the concerns maybe going in.
Oh,
with
is that a
Veno
place?
IGLing,
That's probably.
Curve, you know,
Wait, there's a
very
PlayStation
aggressive
5 controller,
player,
bro.
thinking, okay,
That's crazy.
try not to take too much damage, try not to overstep. Doesn't even matter. Just
He's better than Reed, bro. Or Mero. I'm not sure. I think it's either Mero or Reed.
You can literally see it on Veno's face. He's like, dude, you actually did it. Like, let's go. Like, you know, you got to think with someone like Veno, the caliber of player, the first player to have an NA and an EU FNCS title, to pick up this kid and think, okay, let's see what he's got. Dude, he's just like Papa Curve. He's just as proud.
Yeah, he really is. And he's a player that we've got the pleasure of seeing
The-
his development.
the only
as a
team that can
player
go to
throughout
first
the
place,
last few
which
years
means
of him
nothing,
being in comp, you know, when he was
is
first coming onto the
Zico and
scene, all the way
Malabuka,
back
but
to
they're kind of
Chapter 3 when he won
chilling
with
now
Aqua,
because
he
they
was that
like
sort
just.
of raw talent. He was almost the Curve of today. And it's really nice to see him sort of mature as this sort of IGL older head in the scene right now. Great to see him on the telestrator earlier on as well, breaking down some strats. And that's what he brings to this team. He brings that calmness. He brings that confidence. Even when he went down there in that game, he was actually smiling. He was like, oh, I've gone down. Great, because I've got Curve along my side.
That's someone that trusts their duo. When
4
you see them
minutes of the
smiling
last
after they
game.
get
Oh my
eliminated
goodness.
in top 5,
He's
you
hurt.
shouldn't be smiling when you get eliminated in top 5, but Veno knew that Curve had what it takes. This is just the start for a player like Curve. I mean, proving yourself already at an international competition of this caliber. We're just day 1. We have 3 days of competition. Sunday's coming soon. They're in 4th place right now. I mean, we're going to see them on Sunday, and I'm excited to see how they perform.
You said statement, right? Going into finals, people are thinking, well, I might have been kind of looking at Curve or Veno around thinking, oh, man, how am I going to deal with that? Now everyone's thinking, okay, it is absolutely Veno and Curve. We have to take that fight too. I want to take a look at the standings. Let's go over this, right? We've got a single game left to go before we wrap up the upper bracket. Darm Dimash, they take over first place. Look at this. I am so happy to see them, you know, really thriving in this environment, man. Again, you mentioned statement, Mini Miner. That's what they're sending right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I mentioned it earlier on. Last minute
Let me
drop
go to
spot change. Of course, working with Coach Sven, they would have had a lot of strats coming into this as well, even not showing all of them as well, of course, in this upper bracket right here. But this is a team that we all are excited about, particularly coming from EU. They're always sort of the new Polish greats that a lot of people are talking about. You know, you talk about Kamisetti, the new wave, the new blood in Poland, and they have so many fans, and you can see why. The way that they play, they were that sort of mid to low ground team when they were playing in trios, and even in this end game, they're playing it as a duo as well, playing that lower ground, which is great to see, and a team that we can definitely look out for on Sunday as a potential.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about new Polish duo. Don't quote me on this, but I think in 2024, they had like 40K earned as a duo. Then 25, they had over 200K earned as a duo. I mean, this team rose to fame so quickly, and now once again proving themselves on an international stage. It shows that they can do it online, they can do it in person, and they're here to fight for that trophy.
Oh, man, Takada, but you remind me, right? Of course, this trophy's awesome. There's a lot of players doing well, but there's still players that need to make it on that bubble. And immediately my mind goes to Muzz and Sphinx, 26th place. We actually saw a really awesome Muzz solo clutch in that last game. That's why they've moved up those 2 placements. But boys, this is it. We've got 1 game left to go. We must find ourselves in the top 25, or we have to go back down the lower bracket, fight through 6 more games with 25 new duos.
It's going to be crazy. I mean, I'm looking at Clix there as well. Higgs, shout out to him. Solo clutch. That could be the clutch that keeps them in contention here. They still have 1 more game to go. If they drop down to the lower bracket, that wonky land looking like it's going to be contested as well by Kings, so things might be interesting there, but they want to make it happen here and now.
Even players like Chino and Pablo, we saw them on the previous page. These are some competitors that in predictions, they were saying they were going to get top 3. They could even win the competition, and now they're outside of qualifying range on uppers day 1. I mean, as a reminder, all the players here are the do get bottom 25 are going to play again tomorrow alongside the other 25 duos that are just licking their lips, waiting to see which drop spots are going to get claimed after today so they can start preparing, they can start putting in the work. But for all the players that are here right now, they have one more match, one more opportunity to solidify a place in the finals on Sunday. And you know, this is where the pressure starts getting felt.
Dude, I feel it right now. I'm starting to stress for some of these players. You know, we've got one game, but look, it's okay. We've seen one game be the difference maker, right? Everything's okay. We've got this moment right now.
Yeah, and that can sort of create some pressure, of course, so much pressure for a lot of our teams. It all depends on, do you crumble under that pressure? Do you thrive under that pressure? You'd like to believe in yourself, if you're a player up there, that you do thrive under that pressure and that you fancy yourself in this final game. But this is really where legends are sort of beginning to be formed, because if you don't make it through today, it's going to be really difficult to make it through tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already feeling it. You can hear the silence. The silence is loud for these players behind me right now. They're loading in, they're locking in, and they're getting ready for these final moments, whether it's a contested team that's going to battle it out quickly off spawn, or one that hasn't been contested throughout the day, but they just haven't found that success yet. It all comes down to this.
Oh man, stress levels are through the roof right now. It always happens like this, doesn't it? It always comes down to that final game in Fortnite. Fortnite does what Fortnite does, but again, this is it. This is that moment.
Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Whoever subscribed now.
Single game to put all the pieces on the table and shift everything in their favor, right?
Okay, we've made it to 100 views. GG's guys. Thanks for the support. Okay, final game.
Guys, I have word of an announcement.
Okay.
We have to go to game number 6. I'm sorry to leave you hanging, but we need to see how this ends. I'll tell you about this after. Casters, take it away.
Okay, so what is that?
What do you guys know?
They're bad acting,
what are
dude.
they hiding? I know it's you.
I don't know anything, guys. Can we get the game done so we can get to the announcement? I mean, I want to know what he had to say.
All right, look, we know exactly what these players are hoping for, but it's time. Game 6, because we need to figure out what Zeke's going to say after.
Okay, here we go. Game 6. Come on, Chicks and Nicks. Secure that 21st spot. You got one game left.
This is it, the last game of the day.
I don't think Chicks and Nicks are gonna risk it. They're gonna try and play it safe like they did in the previous game.
Action, but our top 25. That is what we'll be looking at when the day is said and done. They will advance to our championship Sunday. Our bottom 25 on that leaderboard plays again tomorrow in the lower bracket.
Okay, Flixie and Chap.
Emphasis on the top 25 here, Jacob, because it sounds so easy on
I wonder where they are on
and
the
yet,
load.
when it comes time
Dragon
to
Ball
actually
Z.
break through and ensure that you don't fall down to that lower bracket relegation era.
I think Chap used to be Chap. Chap is it like game of the year. Flixie and Chap died again, dude.
Found so much success at the starting point of New Sanctuary.
Flixie and Chap have struggled to find
Oh, you shoot that thing. I never knew how to get in.
this year, and these young guns won't make it any easier for them.
Okay, Victor and
Back to the
Canada.
drawing board it is.
Yeah, with the standings this close, when it comes to trying to get in on top 25,
I hate the shotgun, bro.
every little
I hate it
mistake
with a passion.
goes under a microscope, and you really got to review it before
Probably
tomorrow.
better for both.
Going into the action, Gino
You gotta
Pablo
spray, of
not
course.
really making a
You
move.
dodge
Kanata,
shot.
Victor Feet standing their ground. Mini P
Jigs and Eags. Okay, so they found the threat.
Triple contested Sandy, and none of these guys want to back off of that POI, but this time around, we got something interesting right out of the gates. Instead of landing over towards Wonky Land, where Shxrk and Tini
I just
would
tried
certainly
to
run them
like
down,
survive.
they take
It's
a
good, man.
different approach to their final moment.
And this is Clix and Higgs prioritizing success over pride. They've lost the off spawn, but that doesn't matter.
Poyo and them,
Peterbot, they're trying
they're
to
going
regain
for
their
that.
pride after the misfortunes
For
of
that
last
kills.
game, doing what they do best, rolling a team over without any consideration whatsoever. For these NA Central teams, it's just about making things stick and giving themselves the momentum going into Championship Sunday.
Well, one problem has definitely been building all day today for Pixie and Swizzy, and it's largely just the fact that they haven't yet had that standout game. Everything has just been somewhere in the middle, and sure, it's built them up 82 points, but when you are this close in the leaderboard for that top 25 placement, they can't afford any other slip-ups. This has to be a flawless
Yapko and Panzer.
Aegis and Ritual in the feed, they actually got the eliminations onto Reet and Cooper, but just like games prior,
Yapko
we're
is
wondering
already...
why are so many people at Sandy Strip? I'm wondering why are so many people at Latte Landing? I was thinking for a moment,
They need their eliminations.
They finally got a chance to play
Panzer's going in for those kills.
Panzer, they're here as well. Jonas, the Falaz, they're here as well. They're not making this easy on anyone.
They're gonna get third-parted by
Latte Landing devolve into madness just like this on EU and on NA. When you have two teams fighting off spawn all day long, teams start to get opportunistic, especially in this final game where every point matters.
And even worse still, if you are in Aegis and Ritual position, because compared to Veloz and Jonas, as well as Yapko and Panzer, those are teams that are already relatively established for that top 25 metric. It's really just about Richie and Aegis trying to find some solid footing, because they cannot afford another early departure, or else they will be playing in tomorrow's games.
Just one of those moments to where as time keeps dwindling down, honestly, we're probably going to feel it in the pace of this game with each and every passing zone. Those opportunities.
Dude, they never show Alex in them, bro. I want to see how they go down, bro.
That doesn't make it any
if you probably go to Lochman, you will see them. He will probably be like already complaining. Or not complaining, but just be disappointed.
And I'm sure we'll see it again.
The fighting continues. No team wants to walk away from this one. So much invested already. If you can't find the opening, eventually you will be forced to walk away just to keep yourself in the game. But both of these teams playing for keeps. Hands up. Yapko, it's been a great day for them. They're just shutting their stuff now, trying to exert themselves in the lobby. But will they get the response they're looking for?
If anything, Jonas, Veloz throwing out a couple of Hail Mary efforts there to see if they could just isolate, take out Panzer. If they get one, it's not super likely that Yapko is going to immediately send himself forward. He might actually opt to back out.
And this is the part in these fights where things get really awkward. The score starts to
Yapko is in trouble there.
Lurk plays come through, and all of a sudden you're jumping up on height, trying to find a shot, trying to find the angle.
Jones all of a sudden knocked. Oh no.
Goes down, and Panzer not working with much by way of HP.
He did get Yapko like to a point.
They do have the upper hand for just a moment.
They just have to be very, very careful. Because remember, this was 3 teams here at one point or another. Aegis and Ritual. They used these 2 guys as fighting as a way for them to disengage towards the outside. The higher you build up, the more opportunity you're giving them. But you can see Panzer, Yapko, they can no longer keep the pressure in this 2v1 situation. You said it yourself, there's a huge lack of that HP. He passes on over the goal. They're hoping there is going to be enough, but instead of buying a medkit, he just quickly buys the patch up. They want to get right back to putting down pressure because they know Jonas is down. The siphon was imminent, and it finally comes into play.
You're not finding him. Good luck setting him and stuff. Clix and Eeks is beneath
you're not exactly safe. You're just on the threshold, and you can't afford the teeter-totter any further in the negative direction. He will be
I'm assuming Shxrk.
Ooh,
so this is actually working. Shxrk and Teeny is in trouble. Ooh. Why is that the risk?
To wait for Teeny to take over.
This is 2 of Europe's best. And I spoke to Vico in
Shxrk is
the
low.
last game, and he said, Levin, man, we're chilling. We're just trying to have fun with it in these last couple games. And if their version of fun is
Vico, they're coming for them, bro.
Teamy's end to the day, then I think they are achieving just that. Teeny will wait patiently. They are on home soil.
Oh no.
But that doesn't mean that they have the advantage.
He's cornered. He's cornered. He's dead, bro. Okay, they just helped Clix and Eeks.
I think Shxrk sensed that one come in. He immediately disengaged towards the south side of Wonky Land. giving them a chance to at least get rebooted up. You see no HP. I wonder what he's going to do.
Well, the main reason behind that, I'm just thinking back to what took place between these EU teams in our actual FNCS. Vico was being called the fake demon for the longest time, and sure, it's not going to exactly throw Shxrk into the lower bracket, but it still plays a little bit of spoiler on their day.
Demons home. We know there is bad blood between those two duos.
But for now,
the stakes not as high. Both teams still looking comfortable as far as the format goes. These guys aren't as comfortable though. They're the main characters we're looking at as far as making this final game count. And even though they are deep here in the storm, they are not alone.
Not alone at all. Acorn and Bolts at the top of that mountain. It looked like for a moment they were looking in that direction, so I don't think Clix and Higgs went under the radar in the same fashion that they did. But did you see their loadout? I think the decision to leave Wonky Land in Game 6 works out. They were able to finish a Midas Flopper, which grants you instant a gold loadout, and they were able to find 2 different gold shotguns.
Are we gonna see Alex fight now?
In this game, if they could just make it towards the south, because you see Sandy Strip just outside of the zone,
nope.
they could give themselves a real fighting
They're just
chance
running
to get into
around.
the top 25.
They're not the only ones on the hunt for it. When you talk about big performances that need to take place in this final matchup, Alex and Reckless certainly fit the bill here. Only 20 points have been gathered in these first 5 lobbies. So waiting to see whether or not they're actually going to be able to find that monumental come up. It is a very tough uphill battle.
That's so weird though. You would expect them as FNCS champions.
Some of these smaller region teams at times is ultimately they're just not used to having players in the lobby who are willing to fight back, right? When you're the big fish in a small pond, it's easy to exert your dominance. Well, all of a sudden, when you've got people who have been doing it at the highest level on this type of stage for years, ready to give you a challenge, it changes the dynamic completely. And so that is a lesson that they'll have to take into day 2 if they are in that lower bracket.
Peterbot and Poyo is in trouble.
Some of these teams haunted by just not really having a drop spot to call home from the starting day. And Poyo, Peterbot, everyone was wondering, they're going to be at Squibbly, but who else is going to be joining them? And yet, no one else has really seemed interested. Darn Deemish, they're willing to take a fight though.
We've seen these 2 teams face off against each other in many of these games. And in quite a few of them, it's resulted in both teams backing off. Will this be the game where they actually go blow for blow and look to close things out? Too much respect on both sides, it felt like. But in game 6, there's no respect. Peterbot, we know he likes to exert dominance on any players that land near him. But Dom and Deemish, they are no pushovers. They are 2 of the best fighters when they want to be. And they are the leaders of the day. And you have to treat them with such respect.
Hey, we could be foreshadowing something here, because we know what Peterbot and Poyo love to do if they have a chance at first and they're just outside of scope. Darm, Deemish, even though it's probably them approaching closer and closer to Peterbot and Poyo, this is something we could definitely see as the tournament continues on, as Vico takes out 51 Cole. Big shot from above, drops into the box, cleans that one up easy. Madden's able to put down a little bit of damage, but now Labuka is interrupting this fight, not letting him feel free or loose, pushing him back, and is really trying to not let him heal up. That pressure means so much.
But Malabuka can only do so much. He doesn't have any builds to work with. Everything belongs to Vico. Can he make it to his duo to split the difference? That is still left to be given, but Madden is actually just trying to look for the full-on disengage. He was hoping that he could look for a runaway, but he's just not going to get the chance. It's bad news bears all around. And Clix and Higgs, they might find themselves in a very similar outcome if they're not careful.
Yep, but they're finally starting to pull things together from
They
the
are
top
holding
side
materials and
map.
stuff.
Not even an actual POI, which you thought they would land it all weekend long. They rotate all the way to the east and are finally starting to make their way in. They run into Falas, they run into Jonas. They get both of those eliminations. I'm sure they're feeling great.
Remember earlier when I said at a certain point you just got to rip up the game plan? It feels like Clix and Higgs
They're going up,
they're
going
they're
up,
just
they're going
anywhere
up.
right now, and we're seeing them make the plays needed to deliver on the points. They are so
They're
close
definitely gonna get there
being
because
able to
the
push
people that
themselves into
were
that top 25.
competing for
Gino
that
and
spot
Pablo are also looking for that last-ditch effort, though, to try and avoid that lower bracket 6 series games, because you think is
People are just
volatile. Just
going.
imagine what takes place, what ensues when teams understand that their opportunity to participate in the Summit Finals might be lost outright. That's where we really start to see a lot of chaos unfold.
Yeah, you can see there for a moment when that leaderboard popped up, 3 different teams as this game is going on at 82 points apiece. You're seeing a couple eliminations go down, but iDrop and Maris on 78 points. Again, just outside of the bubble. This point threshold as of now is so stacked. One mistake can cost you a trip to Championship Sunday and send you straight to the lower bracket instead. And I think iDrop and Marius kind of know it. That's where you're seeing them and a few other teams staying inside of the zone towards those vending machines so they don't have to go through all the chaos.
Cold and Rapid. This is quite the sight.
Dun, dun, dun,
For
dun,
these
dun,
two
dun,
clearly
dun.
having fun with it.
Skin.
They're on that Vico and Malabuka tech right now, but they're taking it a step further. I'm going to hold my tongue on their decision making here.
Oh no, Rapid and them are close to Clix.
I like it. I like it. Cold is just having fun, man. He's just doing his thing. Just show up, show out. And Cold probably tried to talk Rapid into it. He was like,
Clix
yo,
and
come
X
on,
are
let's have some
finally
fun.
out
He
of
said, nah,
stone,
that's
but
all
they're
you.
fighting
Triple T,
Panzer.
that's
No,
all you. I'll stay
no,
far
Clix
away.
is low.
And you think
He's
Rapid's
getting
leading him
chased.
in this game? No, he's just trying to run away from
Yeah, Rapid doesn't want to be seen with this guy
Clix
right
might
now,
die.
and I can't blame him. But Clix, Higgs, we know that they're probably feeling a little bit better about some of the success from the wraparound through painted bombs, but
Clix is
these
dead.
guys gotta be nervous, and that's gonna make the party even worse still. Clix and Higgs, they're in 29th spot right now on that leaderboard, and Higgs is not gonna have the chance to look back and try to pick up Clix along the way. He has to just keep going.
Another game, another opportunity for Higgs to make it happen for his team as a solo. And this is the one that he's going to have to
Just
do.
needs 20
You
points,
saw there,
to
Muzz
be
and Sphinx,
honest.
some of their biggest competition for top 25 right now, have fallen. And so again, the people in front of them fall by the wayside. It has to be a big game from Higgs here.
You saw 4 different teams at one point on 86
Ooh.
points. Cold
Cold
running
gets
through
sucked.
the bottom, takes out Shxrk. There's a real beast in the ocean this weekend, and Cold is looking to be that guy.
Higgs is only solo
Hey, he's nice
against,
with it.
like, look at that.
Probably the best thing I can say.
If I told you that was like the best fragger of all time, you'd look at me and say, nah, surely not, man. This guy ain't taking it seriously. But that is what Cold does. Sky and Scroll, they're still taking things seriously, it feels like. And we know what that means for the rest of the lobby. Their consistency this season has been relentless. And in a game where many teams are struggling to find footing, they are not going to give any room, any space for anyone to have a big game if they can have a say about it. Way above on Surge. The material's looking fresh. This is looking like a classic Sky and Straw game right now.
And that pan over couldn't help but notice where some of these teams that are looking to try and cement themselves for Sunday's finals are actually situated compared to the rest of the lobby. Reason and Noah Riley trying to see if they can take advantage of some of these teams rotating a little bit after the fact. But Alex, he's not going to get the chance to even make it off the landing point, just completely beamed out of the skies here. Very likely that the international competition is going to be reviewing some of these games here tonight, guys, and just looking back and thinking, how do we take it to the next level for tomorrow?
It's going to be really going to have to dig deep. You see Higgs by himself, really trying to clutch up. We saw how many players and teams were tied in that position, and he gets taken down by controller. Clix and Higgs will officially play in the lower bracket tomorrow.
And I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but for Clix especially, all I can do is think back right now to 2023, and it's hard to not let history repeat itself sometimes.
Doesn't have the best history when it comes to lower brackets. And so we'll see if he's learned from the 2023 rules. Marius and iDrop. Shino up alone. It's not been the best day from EU's second place team. And we might just have to see them perform again on this stage tomorrow to make up for it.
This is that point in the game, 7th zone, whether you're barely inside of that bubble or outside altogether.
you're really going to be tested. Everything you know about Fortnite, both in the physical gameplay and the mental capacity, is really going to be pushed to the limit. And that's where you see iDrop, Marius, 86 points just outside of that bubble, trying to find a sweet spot inside of the zone. They're 128 below the damage threshold. The silver lining is only 2 players need to go down before it deactivates, and there's one.
Feels like the bubble's burst though, Jacob. I mean, all the teams above them on the bubble, all the teams below them falling. And so it's really setting up to be a game for them, but Swizzy in the feed goes down, and so Pixie down as well. I mean, tomorrow's lower bracket is looking stacked right now, Taco.
I mean, you can see the frustration in Pixie's player cam. The expectation would have never left you in this kind of situation, but Reason, he's not worried about what everyone else is going through right now. He's only focused on what's in front of him. That first one has already been successfully completed, and now he just needs more.
This is a man who has no intention whatsoever of playing in that lower bracket. He wants to get the job done tonight.
Peterbot and Pollo finally on the high ground. They've been through so many trials and tribulations throughout day number 1, but have yet to pick up that victory royale. They have 7 eliminations. This is the big stage. Can they do it? iDrop and Marius are surely trying to pull themselves within that bubble. Another elimination, 96 points, but they're taking shots from all around. Drop down to 26 HP. They're even separated for this last couple of seconds. Can they find a way back? No, they can't. Marius goes down.
But in the final hour, it's still iDrop left standing. You have to remember, he's been doubted all year long so far. Can he finally pull things through? iDrop called so often the baggage next to Medius, and now he has a shot to redemption here. Looking to find an elimination. If he can get the refresh, it would certainly continue this journey forward, but he's forced to drop all the way to low ground, and he can't make it back up. iDrop and Medius are out.
That's a big moment right there for everybody else at the bottom side of the leaderboard. Voco being one of them. It seems like everybody
So
that
Clix and
needs
X
an
at the bottom.
here find themselves as a solo.
This is going to be the point of contention. A lot of people are going to talk about this.
Where he needs to be, but with no
Clix was
left,
like
he has to wait for
talking too
somebody to
much.
make a mistake. Maybe jump on top. For Kidu and Werix, this is a big moment. They need a couple more points.
I guess
to
it's
find
an extra
themselves safe. They find at
day
least
for
one
them to figure
elimination
out
there,
what
but
they need to do.
the placement. That's where
Maybe it
there's
was
so
part
much
of the
more.
plan.
Just knowing that so many top dogs, though, are the main ones left standing. You've got both ends of the spectrum currently competing
But it
against
can't
each
be,
other.
man.
Peterbot's gonna take
If they
out
go to lower
Kanata,
bracket,
though. That's just one less opponent that a duo like
it makes it
Werix
harder
and Kidu
because
will have to worry about. Cammy, Hottie now losing
there's
all
no
of their
way
shields.
Shxrk Continue
Peterbot's
won't make
tracking
it
as
there.
strong as ever, but now circling back down. Kiduo and Werix, they've drawn so much attention to themselves with the Flowberry Mist Grenade.
I'm pretty sure they actually have made a plan in case they didn't make it. They would leave. They're probably gonna leave Peterbot and them in the finals if they know that their chances are basically over with Shxrk Continue being there. Because it kind of looks like that. They're not gonna win if they don't beat Shxrk Continue.
Elimination, scrambles for the loot, but he gets taken down going for it. Cammy gets another elimination. Inside of the top 6 we go.
Scroll, Sky, waiting
Yeah,
to see
Scroll.
who's gonna step up to the plate next. Sky,
Sky and Scroll is gonna
rare
win
miss
this one.
there, but it might actually be exactly what BOT needed. Just trying to see if he can continue carrying things through. He needs to see if they can survive.
One of the few healthy duos left in this one. Romero now will try his best to continue this elimination spree going. Cammy and Hari, they have something to say about Sky and Scroll's low ground dominance. And you have to remember, with all this happening, Pete and
It's just
Foyo
chaos.
still waiting
Oh,
in the wings
Peterbot
above
coming
to
up from
try and
above. No,
squeeze
you
this
dead,
lobby
bro.
dry, and now it's Cammy and Hari shutting them out. But
Sky
how will
is
they get
down.
back up the hill? Cammy with 6
Scroll
limbs.
is a solo.
Our character for him, not our
Needs to
character
eat.
for Scroll to get bigger limbs though. Takes Peterbot down.
Needs a refresh
Cammy
as
gets
well.
knocked, he can't get back up. And so it's up to Scroll to do what Sky did earlier.
I was gonna say it's our top 3 teams remaining, but everybody's stuck as solos, and it comes
Scroll
down
is
to a
also
1v1.
gone.
Hari here in this
It's
situation
Pollo.
against Pollo.
Peterbot
Remember,
is
neither one
down.
of these teams have gotten the big win that they're known
Pollo.
for, and Pollo with
Pollo
no
gonna
build,
come
forced to
with
drop
the
down below, trying
victory
to fire
royale.
back onto
Oh
Hari,
no.
who has the high ground. Good damage being landed, but
Oh.
Hari's just landing so much more pressure, trying to force Pollo outside of the zone, but there's a couple of seconds left before that play comes to fruition. Chug going to be
be used for Poyo, giving himself just a little bit more time, but the zone is pulling up and over the hill. For Hari, he has a huge advantage in terms of positioning. The zone is just eating Poyo alive. One tick after the next. He finally makes his way in, but it doesn't last long. Hari and Cammy clutch out game 6.
There are only so many options left there for Poyo, even with that 20 left in the Chug Jug. It simply wasn't going to be enough. The repositioning from Hardy to remain on high ground was ultimately what sealed the deal for their fates here today. So Frankie, let's hear it from them.
Thank you so much. Stand up, please, boys. You just got a victory royale. Harry, talk to me about that endgame. Playing it as a solo, you played it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I just soloed that well, and that's it.
Let's just look at the leaderboard for now.
Cammy, I feel like we saw you clutching it out during the major finals, but now you're seeing your teammate Harry do it on LAN. What were you thinking when you were watching him clutch?
I was sure that he's gonna win because he goes on the hard naked mats and the guy other.
Sky and Scroll, yo, they ended 4th.
And when Hari is doing his thing on his own, are you talking him through it?
Dam and Team is actually one.
Yeah, I'm always trying to help him, and yeah.
Well, you guys are definitely qualified for Championship Sunday. It's a position you know very well, Cammy. Congratulations to the two of you. Dusseldorf, please give it up for Cammy and Harry!
Eric Canada, them in 5th, yeah. Yeah, picking them and like bad, dude.
Takada, we seen it all from Cammy and Hari,
Oh,
right?
GG's.
We talked earlier.
That's where I stopped. I
we're
can't
seeing them on
sit
height.
anymore.
That's crazy.
GG's.
Wait a minute.